Many single men won't even consider a single mom as a potential mate, due to the high likelihood of uncontrolled baggage held over from the previous relationship, baby mama drama. Plus there's the popular perception that single moms are looking for a meal ticket and a roommate who will help with childcare more than they're looking for a deep romantic, spiritual and sexual connection with a partner, a perception that holds up only because it's witnessed often enough to be noteworthy. Then there's the required self-sufficiency displayed by most single moms that sends the prideful signal that they don't need a man, which naturally makes the dude in question wonder, if she's such a good mom on her own, why would she want to mess that up with me? Single motherhood also gives a man the opportunity to observe, judge and critique a woman's maternal skill set before he commits, and it doesn't take more than a few violations of a man's standards to send him on to the next profile. I once had to watch my date slap her 9-year-old child in the face when he was still up after we got home from our date. Needless to say, that was the last time I went out with her. I don't want that kind of abusive shit around my kids, one commenter reports. Another points out. According to the APA, American Psychiatric Association, at least 1 woman out of 4 has an undiagnosed mental illness. That means that 1 out of every 4 women I've dated has the real potential to be bats hit crazy. To take that kind of chance on the mother of your children is just insane. Yet if you bring up a woman's mental health history or anything else about her past, she gets offended. I've reached the point where I've quit caring about them being offended, now. I just want to find a decent wife and mom. If the manosphere has a consistent attitude toward fatherhood, it's that it is an essential masculine value and one of the greatest contributions a man can make to his society. The manosphere recognizes the value of the well-constructed man, as they often go on to be leaders and innovators, and they usually recognize that a strong father is absolutely essential to creating a strong young man, ready for the responsibilities of life. Fatherhood in the manosphere is akin to a sacrament, a sacred trust borne by a few men on behalf of all. Being a good dad isn't merely an accessory to your life, it's the focus. As this book goes to press, there is already a mainstream acceptable term that is such an apt description of the evolving fatherhood that I stole it for the title of this chapter, Alpha Dads. A May 30, 2013 report in Bloomberg Businessweek, Alpha Dads, Men Get Serious About Work-Life Balance, by Sheila Kolhatkar, demonstrates that the woman's issue of competing at work while nurturing at home is not an essentially gender-based issue, except in the sense that alpha dads seem to have a better time of it than alpha moms. Describing a scene of 3 of these alpha dads, members of a nascent professional fathers group in Canada sitting around breakfast commiserating about the stress of finding equilibrium between their personal and private lives, Kolhatkar notes. The only thing missing is the guilt and self-flagellation, which, if they were women, would be accumulating on the floor in puddles around their feet. Alpha dads are essentially doing what corporate moms do, without the whining and complaining and maternal guilt. Kolhatkar describes them as guys who are as serious about their parenting as they are about making partner. What they illustrate is that men might actually be better at handling women's issues than women. They don't believe in balance. They believe in getting what they want, even if it's time to yell at their 5-year-olds from the sidelines of a soccer game on a Wednesday afternoon. I might better describe them as ambitious men going their own way who have made both achievement and fatherhood simultaneous goals, and then approach the problem with masculine pragmatism instead of feminine idealism. An important difference between these full-time dads/full-time professionals and their female counterparts? None of them have illusions of achieving perfect harmony. Interestingly enough, the piece was picked up by the feminist website The Cut, and spun as a kind of victory for feminist ideals. And while Kat Stoffel's blog post Men's Answer to Leaning In, the Fraternity of Paternity ends with a skeptical note about the masculine ability to find equilibrium tries to throw a gamma-attracting olive branch. In the meantime, any men who want to talk about their feelings and or turn off their Blackberries are welcome at my lunch table/lean-in circle. Lean In is the 2013 feminist movement to empower women in business to, well, act more like men in business, supporting each other, trading stories and advice, mentoring, networking, etc. What Ms. Stoffel might not understand is that these alpha dads don't have time for her, sharing their feelings, or leaning in. Indeed, most of the alpha dads I know are not male feminists, they're fiercely determined to succeed and see their female colleagues as competitors against whom any legitimate business tactic they'd use on a male is in play. Alpha dads don't want to encourage female coworkers or mentor young women often because the very nature of the gender difference causes unacceptable problems. I know more than a few alpha dads myself, being an alpha dad and all, so I called a few this morning to get their reaction, and the backhanded invitation Ms. Stoffel extended for them to come sup at her table or weep at her support group, after I described what a lean-in circle was. Stephen, 34-year-old single freelance graphic designer, 2 daughters. If you've got time to sit around and whine about how hard it is being a woman in business, you've got time to line up another job or land another client. Quit bitching and get some work done. It will help get rid of all these feelings you're having. Chad, 36-year-old married law enforcement professional, 1 daughter. When the hell does anyone have time to have feelings, much less talk about them? My kid isn't even in school yet and I'm working 2 jobs. I'm not complaining. That's my point, I'm not complaining. Why do these women have to organize themselves to complain? Andrew, 41-year-old divorced father of a son and a daughter. Let's see, go trade caddy remarks about how awful they've got it, or go fishing with my kids. I guess you just have to know where your priorities are. That's the common thread among these alpha dads. They understand that their priority, fatherhood, is served by their vocation, it's not in competition with it. Their kids come first, but they see their jobs and careers as being necessary and valuable tools toward effectively fathering. Alpha dads don't see the guilt and self-deprecating angst and emotional turmoil about work-life balance, they just accept it. Fatherhood and career are 2 sides to the coin of their masculinity, and often both of those come far above dating or marriage to these men, if they are single. If they're married, then being a highly active alpha dad includes keeping your marriage running properly, but these guys are not angsting about their failures and beating their chests because they never seem to feel fulfilled. They handle it the way men traditionally do, by objectifying, problem-solving, and moving on to the next challenge. Nor does being an alpha dad necessarily make you more feminist-friendly. A lot of alpha dads have experienced the kind of misandrism and disrespect toward masculinity that typically drives dudes to the manosphere. They don't view their female colleagues the same way as they do their male colleagues, thanks to sex discrimination and sexual harassment suits, diversity training, and other feminist positive developments in the culture. I'd rather work with a group of guys than a group of girls on just about any project. Alpha dad Mark, a local entrepreneur, tells me over lunch. Last time I worked with a bunch of women, nothing got done, I kept getting hit on, and everyone tried to get to know my kid. More than half were single, and trying to work without it getting personal was just a pain in my ass. I don't want to know your kid, lady, I don't want to hear about your feelings. I don't want to hear about how you're so goddamn depressed, I just want to know if you want to go with the red one or the green one. We spent 6 hours doing 2 hours worth of work. My next project I had 6 guys. Got it done under cost and before deadline. I know 3 of those guys are dads, but I don't know about the other 3. They don't care if I'm a dad or not, they just want the work to get done. This lean-in crap sounds like just another time sink women indulge in to keep from actually competing fairly. Go lean in, then. While you're leaning, I'll be back at work until 3, when I have to pick up the kids. Some of us have work to do. Among other positions widely advocated in the manosphere, particularly among red pill alpha dads, is the idea that sons should be taught game early on, before succumbing to the call of the mild, the terminal beta dom that develops when a boy follows the typical be yourself and be a nice guy mating strategy of the American future ex-husband. Boys need game, it's reason, because it's the only way to insulate and protect them from the social and emotional whiplash young girls dish out in volumes. Educating a young man in the intricacies of a woman's menstrual cycle, recognition of mating signals, and instruction about the legal dangers and responsibilities implied in fatherhood and marriage is often seen in the sphere as men's best defense against the continued assault on fatherhood. Fully informed fatherhood is one of the keystones of the future manosphere, ensuring that the young men of the next generations are working in their own interest, toward their own goals, and not at the behest or on the behalf of a woman. Understanding the tenuous nature of romantic relationships, the fallacies of both feminism and true love and how they will be employed against them, and how to counter common female strategies such as shit tests, solipsism, and attention whoring. Recognition of just what constitutes a quality woman for a mate, and what criteria ensure a relationship should be kept casual. Building strong young men who know their own worth and value other men unashamedly is the surest way to expand and explore our masculinity. Educating our boys so that they are not at the mercy of a system that devalues them because of their gender, where boys are taught to value their ability to commit as much or more than a girl's ability to grant sexual access, and how to successfully stand up for themselves in the face of a hostile mating climate. And most of all, how to be strong fathers themselves. With or without mothers. Strong fathers, that's what the manosphere craves. Men who are proactively engaged in fathering, as well as parenting, and can provide powerful positive role models to both their own kids and to the army of children who end up estranged from their own fathers, thanks to divorce. Fathers who are strong, smart, wise, and virile, men providing the lessons their sons need to find a decent mate in the nascent century. The old patriarchy may have fallen, but the importance of and desperate need for strong fathers has never been greater. If feminists detect anger in the manosphere, they frequently label misogyny. A healthy plurality of it comes from the atrocious way men have seen fatherhood treated by women in the West. In the age of globalization, it doesn't take a genius to figure out how to get around the issue of a potentially litigious mother. Thanks to the manosphere, there's now the chance that men may pursue fatherhood independent of a relationship with a woman beyond fee-for-service. The alpha dads are a sign. They passionately pursue fatherhood regardless of their marital status. They've come to realize that the happily ever after in their future may or may not include a wife, but kids are mandatory. These alpha dads are the seeds of a new patriarchy, Patriarchy 2.0, smarter, leaner, stronger, and a little more pissed off than Patriarchy 1.0. The new alpha dads are beginning to use networking opportunities like the Manosphere, Facebook, LinkedIn, and local fathers groups to support each other. Not to lend a shoulder to cry on or trade war stories about horrible bosses and awful daycare directors, but to lend a power saw or trade information about a sales lead. These alpha dads are strong on fatherhood and intolerant of the bullshit they see associated with their female counterparts. Indeed, many are beginning to question the real need of a mother in a kid's life at all, after weaning. Being an alpha dad in the 21st century doesn't necessarily mean finding the right woman. Increasingly, it's interviewing prospective egg donors. There's already a quiet underground fertility tourism business flourishing in India, widely seen in the sphere as the easiest and healthiest place in the third world to find a woman to contract a pregnancy. These wombs for rent allow Western men the option of having children without the need of a wife or mother. A plane ride over to set up the deal and interview prospective surrogates, make the required donation, by IVF or naturally, and return 9 months later for the birth. Dad flies home with baby, mom collects a fat check that conceivably lifts her family out of poverty. Everyone wins except for the American woman who was counting on that dude to be on the marriage market before she ran out of eggs. But that's not the only new technological development that has an effect on fatherhood. While the pharmaceutical companies have been striving tirelessly to discover a viable male birth control pill, with strong feminist resistance, a simple surgical procedure might deprive Big Pharma of huge regular profits, and drive a generation of feminists to drink. The process is called USRIG, and it involves surgically implanting a microscopic shredder in the vas deferens, effectively rendering the patient temporarily sterile. The shredder lasts for a full decade, costs less than $1,000, and seems safe and effective in clinical trials so far. It can be reversed at any time, restoring a man to full fertility a few months after the procedure. After 10 years, the shredder falls apart and full fertility returns. Consider the advantages for men: no worry about accidental pregnancy, although the device does not protect against STDs, including HIV/AIDS, no fear of being trapped into unwanted parenthood. Men will, effectively, have unparalleled control over their reproductive capacities. An effective veto power over whether or not a woman they are sleeping with will become pregnant with their child. That would also effectively end teenaged pregnancy. For a mere $1,000 a man can be shooting blanks from the time he's 16 until he's 26, allowing him ample time to party with the Puerarchy while he decides whether or not he wants to be a dad or if he'd rather just screw himself into oblivion. At 26, he's just beginning to gain the type of masculine mastery over his life that begins preparing him for marriage and fatherhood, and ready to ditch the good time girls of the hookup culture in favor of the more serious, less complicated, and more devoted to family women who recognize the ephemeral nature of their reproductive life early enough to make a difference. This will, I predict, lead to a whole lot more women realizing that feminism makes a poor reproductive strategy, as they see younger wholesome girls snatched up by family-minded dudes who want kids. And that will drive up the value of the marriage and kids-minded dude even more. When the possibility of accidental pregnancy is removed from the table, and no more oops moments can change a man's life without his say, we shall see as radical a transformation in our sexuality as we saw with the pill. If all those temporarily sterile boys understand and practice decent game, the 21st century really has the potential to be quite rewarding for men. An extended adolescence pursuing pussy while they perfect their chosen craft, and then a deliberate and thoughtful segue into mature masculinity, where they will be far more valued as men, fathers, and as husbands. And good, strong, dedicated fathers most of all. The war on masculinity. Feminism was not kind to men in the courtroom. It wasn't much kinder in the popular culture. A freer sexual culture was a double-edged sword to men. While opening up fresh sexual frontiers on the one hand, certainly something in the male interest, it then made the long-term raising of children and a family difficult, almost impossible. What have traditionally been female concerns, the house, family, the kids, suddenly became male concerns as divorce and shattered families became the norm. That was ironic in a lot of ways. The face of fatherhood after World War II was iconic, but inadequate to deal with the complexities of modern life. Just being tough and manly wasn't enough anymore. Being a good provider wasn't enough. Men were being pressed in the workplace and raped in divorce court, and the traditional masculine responses to such challenges just weren't enough anymore. That was that frustrating at a social level, not only because the traditionally accepted forms of masculinity as father beat into him inadequately prepared the young man coming of age in 1970 for life with young women coming of age in 1970. Our mating strategies, as men, were overtaken by events. At the nexus of this chaos was the feminist-inspired demand that, since more women were working for money, more men should be doing housework and childcare. If the line between male and female divisions of labor was blurry, it had to be blurry in both directions. Feminism's influence elicited a series of popular cries to the effect that women suddenly wanted less manly, more feminine men. Men who could cook and clean. Men who could watch the kids. Men who could cry about their feelings. And the collective masculinity in America just didn't know how to deal with that. To their credit, they tried with everything they had. My father's generation was the first one to expect a wife to work, instead of being a stay-at-home mom. While he didn't do much cooking, he did at least as much housework as my mom. Compared to how much his father had done, my dad looked like a domestic servant. In addition, my father invested a whole lot of time into the institution of fatherhood, not just by providing some structure and a good role model, but by getting us involved with scouts, and getting involved himself. But despite masculinity's reluctance to put on an apron, the rigors of the modern world demanded their participation in domestic duties. And it's not like there was that much of it. Take away laundry and cooking, both of which had been simplified by the Industrial Revolution, and what remains is a bare fraction of the time that a 19th century housewife put into the house. That freed up more time in an industrial age marriage for sex, fighting, and television, mostly television. Television was a battleground of popular culture at the dawn of the feminist era. With only 3 networks, the level of popular culture was at its highest, too, with the lowest-rated shows of the evening still pulling in numbers that would dampen the panties of 1,000 modern basic cable executives. And the liberal writers on the popular shows began peppering their fare with all sorts of gender-straining ideas, from women's liberation to single fatherhood. Women of the 1970s were very clear, as viewed through popular culture. They wanted good dads for their kids, good providers for their families, and a man who could wash dishes and relate to her emotionally. But they'd settle for a good dad. Good, involved, engaged dads who could take some of the pressure off of women, in an effort to rebalance the delicate relationship. But at the same time that feminism was urging men to become more involved, more sensitive fathers, it was encouraging mothers to reward those men with an emasculating and heartbreaking severing of the father-slash-child bond through hypogamous divorce. Reinventing and redefining femininity was one thing, taking the children away from their fathers was quite another. The flood of kids whose lives were wrecked because their parents selfishly couldn't get it together was abysmal, a brutal consequence of feminist ideology. For the most part, the men of America accepted the influx of women into their professions and their work life with a few grumbles and maybe a sexual harassment seminar or two. But when the feminist movement struck at the heart of the family, the very thing most men spend their lives protecting and nurturing, the quest for equality took a sinister turn. Around the late 70s, after the patriarchy fell at Watergate, something disturbing began to occur to the men who were getting served divorce papers. Their wives were pressing for full custody, and coming up with any excuse to get it. It's easy to understand why. This environment gave women unprecedented power over their own lives starting in the 1960s, when the baby boomers were coming of age. They felt they could dictate terms to society at large, and for the most part they were right. Liberalized divorce laws and sexual harassment threats punished traditional expressions of masculinity in the workplace and in academia, and the early wave of divorces in the 1960s demonstrated that there were a lot of unhappy women in traditional marriages. But mostly white, upper-class suburban women. Feminism had labeled marriage a fixture of the patriarchy, their term, meaning rule of the fathers, for any vestigial pre-industrial, male-dominated cultural institution that oppressed women. And marriage, as every single feminist pointed out, was a tragic and awful deal for women, in general. The old Christian standard of permanent monogamy lost credibility along with the church. It required a woman to be part slave and part whore, and do so with a smile on her face, so saith feminism. Since marriage was a net benefit for men, the argument went, then feminists should do everything they could to undermine its potency as the bedrock of American society to keep men from winning. They were fighting the patriarchy, one divorce at a time. It didn't help matters that when the dudes gave their women what they said they wanted, a more caring, sensitive, and nurturing man, they tended to lose attraction to them and find themselves in the arms of a more masculine-presenting male, which was all the validation they needed to get that divorce from Mr. Beta Milquetoast. By the time the baby boomers started getting married, median age 19 and 20, respectively, in the 1970s, it was all over. Marriage wasn't till death do you part, it was until a better offer comes along. Hypergamy became rampant. So did infidelity and broken homes. The romantic illusions of millions were shattered, to be replaced with a bitter and cynical view of the opposite sex, the first real action in the gender wars. The result of which left a hefty chunk of Generation X growing up seeing dad every other weekend and 2 weeks in the summer and fighting with their stepdads. I don't blame the dads. They were just trying to do what was right, what their women said they wanted them to do. But all that got them was hurt. Our dads were blindsided by the new paradigm. They didn't know how to react. Their own fathers had survived the Great Depression and then kicked Hitler's ass, nuked Japan, and finished up by rebuilding a war-torn global economy one American industrial icon at a time. They didn't approve of all of this feminist stuff, of course, but they didn't know how to react to it, either. Their advice sure as hell didn't help, because the traditional marriage, 1.0, they were familiar with was effectively gone by 1970. The boomers went through a long complicated dance of gender relations as they tried to figure out how to reinvent the male-slash-female dynamic in a manner that would work on the job and in the home. In the name of equality, they hacked away at centuries-old custom with gay abandon and then complained that marriage itself didn't work. It wasn't their fault. The men of the baby boom were as self-indulgent as the women, and they struggled to figure out what was wrong with them to make their first wives leave them. The angst was palpable to the kids. The men were perplexed, confused, and bitter. After all, weren't they being the caring, communicative and sexually adventurous men that Cosmo said women preferred? There was a war on the masculine expression of violence, too, aided in no small part by the horrors of the Vietnam War. Gun toys and army toys and all sorts of other violent toys were banned or restricted. It was hard to see dead GIs on the television every night and still feel proud of the way Junior handled his toy M16. Violent and sexually suggestive images in popular culture were targeted, too. Thanks to feminism's insidious voice, the Western film, once the staple of Hollywood fare, all but died in the 1970s. Imperialistic white men abusing horses, killing each other, and oppressing women and Aboriginal people in pursuit of exploiting natural resources just weren't cool anymore, regardless of the color of their hats. Besides, John Wayne had gotten old and fat, and just didn't make the ladies swoon anymore. They wanted the anemic masculinity of Burt Reynolds, instead. Burt didn't represent the patriarchy, he was just a hairy, sexy dude. He was sensitive. And he was almost feminist. John Wayne was anti-feminist. No young man dating in the 1970s wanted to be thought of as anti-feminist. The popular perception was that anti-feminists were dog traditionalists who were intent on preserving the privileges of the patriarchy über alles, with the tacit understanding that no liberated woman would fuck them. So a whole generation of men signed on board the feminist train, not because they were outraged at patriarchal injustices, they were there to get laid. It's deliciously ironic that the thing that lured most male support for feminist political causes was the one thing that the feminists themselves hated most about the patriarchy: men like pussy. In fact, they're willing to even work against their own interests if they think that it will get them some pussy. In the 1970s, if you were a young man and wanted pussy, then you were pro-feminist, because the feminist girls were the ones most likely to give it up. Sign a petition? Fucking A, man. Whereas the pussy? This bit of sexual leverage was used against male interests as the war on masculinity began in earnest. The boomers were already estranged from their fathers' traditional values, so tossing out old, rickety ideas of gender construction was no big deal. Yes, it was horrible that grandma was sexually enslaved and forced into a perpetual servile relationship with grandpa. Can you feel the suffering inherent in those berry pies? As long as feminism promised free and plentiful pussy, there was no end of eager young men ready to hand away their masculinity to get a taste. They started to feel differently about it a decade later. The 1970s were a train wreck of failed marriages. The boomers got into and out of marriages like they were trying on shoes. The feminism that had encouraged free sexual expression in their youth also encouraged hypergamy in middle age. Feminism's ideological stance on marriage emphasized domestic partnership, shared responsibility and communication, largely by ignoring the fact that men like pussy and women like diamonds, no matter what their political persuasion. That first round of marriages in the 70s produced more acrimony and wealthy divorce attorneys than you can imagine. It also produced a bumper crop of children of divorce, Generation X. Of course, not everyone got divorced in the 1970s. Some waited until the 1980s. Some tried to make it work against all of the challenges. Those were the rare exceptions. Growing up in my neighborhood in the 1980s, for example, there were 9 divorced families and 2 married families, first marriages. My parents were one of them. As a consequence, my dad became the unofficial father figure for most of the lost boys in the neighborhood. In many cases he was the only functioning model of a married man that they ever saw. And in a lot of cases, that was the only father that they saw during the week. Losing your dad and suddenly gaining a strange stepdad is punishing to a young boy's self-identity. Growing up with women trying to teach them how to be men was brutally humiliating. They just didn't know how to do it right. A good portion of Generation X was raised with domineering mothers who never seemed happy with their lives and who wanted to raise their boys without all of that macho bullshit, and absentee fathers exiled by hypergamy or their own personal failings. The terms distant and detached comes up again and again when most Gen Zers talk about their fathers. Their wives had them scared and nervous, and they weren't equipped to deal with the new regime, much less teach us how. 70% of all divorces are initiated by women. That's a stat most men know by heart. Those second marriages often saw the men doubling down on their desire to please the women in their lives. The men of the 1980s went out of their way to make their wives and girlfriends happy, sacrificing their manhood on the altar of feminism. But their wives just got unhappier, and eventually divorced, leaving another familial shard behind. The fathers in our lives, with notable exceptions, ran away from a problem they couldn't contend with. So there was no one to teach us boys of Gen X how to deal with women because, let's face it, our dads for the most part fucked up everything they touched when it came to relationships. They didn't have any better idea as to how you successfully run a marriage 2.0 relationship than we did. Sure, they learned from their failures, and they failed a lot, but thanks to the veil erected between divorced fathers and their kids by divorce estrangement, most dads were reluctant to interfere in their own son's upbringing. When the 1990s came along, Gen X boys were pathetically morose and jaded. Popular culture experimented with gender bending, our music got dark and discordant, and the drugs got harder and harder. We'd been told what scumbags we were all of our lives, and no matter how hard we struggled on a personal level, the criticism never let up. It got worse. The older we were, the more we were not just responsible for our personal disasters, but for everything else in the world. We were responsible for apartheid, date rape, all rape, actually, abandoned children, abusive spouses, child molesters, imperialism, gang violence, all violence, crime, war, disease, genocide, low self-esteem in girls, yada yada yada. We were bad, 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 and we could kiss all the female ass we wanted. We were still bad. And when we tried to speak up or defend ourselves, we were told we were bad for trying. Gen X boys grew up terrified of Gen X girls. It got so bad that even the feminists began to take note, although whether they saw it as a sign of collapse or a sign of success depended on their political position. Noted feminist scholar Camille Paglia mourned a lost masculinity and feminism's effect on boys and men, and she was nearly booted from her place amongst the feminist circle. In the 1980s, Gen X boys became nerdy introverts while Gen X girls became entitled extroverts. Bill Gates and Madonna. That didn't mean we didn't have sex. We just shied away from relationships, particularly if they were headed towards marriage. Marriage was awful, we had been instructed, a living hell of financial ruin and emotional misery that produced children who were a burden, not a blessing, to their parents. Thankfully, we had lots of anonymous bad sex. If the 1950s gave us going steady, Gen X gave us hooking up. Feminists loved hooking up. It gave them sexual parity with the privileged males. Of course, when feminists hook up, it's an empowering part of their developing womanhood. When men hook up, they're sleazy deviants who only want to get their rocks off. So how did these Gen X boys figure out how to get laid without capitulating to the feminist demands? They took that nerdy introverted nature of theirs, built the internet, downloaded incredible quantities of porn, and eventually started to attack the problem of mating in the post-industrial, post-feminist era the way they would developing a new software application. They assembled an unofficial team that ran quality assurance on the app and beta tested it to death. They had brutal postmortems of disastrous dates and deeply introspective conversations on the nature of male sexuality and female selection. In short, they became pickup artists. They invented game. And game was good. PUAs, the pickup artists in game. When most men stumble across the Manosphere, it's because they are looking for advice from other men on how to get laid. That shouldn't be surprising, when you think about it. After taking the advice of women about how to get laid for the last 40 years and regretting it, about the same time the internet really got big, men began turning to each other to talk about the stuff that actually worked, and what didn't. That's quite a departure from the last few hundred years, where marriages were arranged or inevitable, and usually within the confines of your local village. But with the feminist movement, industrialization, economic parity between the genders, and the scourge of hypergamous divorce, modern guys really have nowhere else to turn anymore. Women themselves are just no practical help at all. If men want to find out what really attracts women, then just be yourself and be nice to her. The standard issue feminist advice to guys on dating is just crap, because it doesn't work. When feminism and easy divorce made hypergamy prominent in the 1970s, and a generally hostile atmosphere toward men and sex developed in the 1980s, the dating world turned into the dating arena. By the 1990s, hooking up for casual sex was becoming far more prominent for a variety of reasons. But that didn't mean every man hooked up more. In fact, while a few genuine bull alphas ran rampant through the herds of wild poon available, the betas, deltas and gammas, the vast majority of men struck out, over and over again. Not just with one-night stands, which was understandable, but with relationships. And these dudes were supposed to be trained and ready for relationships in ways their ancestors never were. But that didn't stop their wives and girlfriends from dumping them and moving up the food chain. Nor did it stop hubby-hungry younger women from poaching established husbands in their natural habitat. If babies weren't on your agenda, then becoming someone's hot second wife is a perfectly acceptable alternative in some women's minds. Indeed, some opportunistic ladies actively invoke feminism and women's liberation to rationalize their hypergamy, poaching a frustrated married man from his confused wife with a little shrewd sex appeal and flattery. A successful middle-aged man who is having difficulties with his aging wife is particularly susceptible and particularly attractive to the budding hypergamist, leaving behind tearful wives and devastated children. Over the years, hypergamy has screwed almost as many women as men. But mostly men. And that was understandable. From 1970 onward, men just didn't know how to deal with what women wanted in a relationship, be it short-term or long-term. The ever-present danger threat of divorce discouraged men from marrying in the first place. The median age for marriage among men in America has risen by almost 10 years since I was born, and the conflicting signals coming from popular culture, screaming at them to be both more successful and more grounded, more ambitious and more laid-back, more sensitive and more manly. Meanwhile, the women who were actually in his life always seemed to be going through something that the American male just couldn't quite understand. The confusing tangle of mediocre advice from the feminist community seemed to promise men that if they were just honest and treated women nicely, that they would be welcomed as loving partners in co-equal relationships. What actually happened? Well, go glance at the divorce statistics between 1970 and 1990 and you'll see the carnage that resulted from be yourself, be nice. The problem was that women didn't really want nice guys and honesty, they wanted danger, excitement, enchantment and romance. Any particular single woman of the period would have an inevitable laundry list of must-have qualities they wanted in a dude: funny, sensitive, emotionally open, caring, kind-hearted. But where the rubber meets the road, they always seem to be going after some unobtainable macho asshole or insulting douchebag with a motorcycle. They wanted the bull alpha billionaire with the kinky side, the man strong enough to tame them and nice enough to make them like it. They demonstrated this over and over by divorcing nice guys in droves. Some didn't even really know why they divorced their husbands, they just knew they weren't happy with the sensitive, emotionally open betas, deltas, and gammas they'd married. And since changing husbands seemed to be the most expedient way to find happiness for a woman, hypergamy-fueled divorce became the norm, not the exception. That not only soured an entire generation of men on relationships in general, it also put those cynical, horny men out on the market for a second chance. Or a third. This was particularly frustrating for men, because while some of us really were looking for good solid long-term relationships, the majority of us just wanted to get laid. All of those betas, deltas and gammas hovering around the fringes of the alphas like hyenas at a lion's kill absolutely revolted a generation of women who had been told that there was a bull alpha billionaire out there for each and every one of them, and they all deserved one. Romance novels and popular culture said that there was a Richard Gere out there for every pretty woman in 6-inch stilettos, a Mr. Big for every odd-looking but plucky sexually hyperactive newspaper columnist. While feminism was telling women that they could have anything they wanted, and telling men that what they wanted was more sensitive beta skills, popular romance was telling them that they wanted super hunky, super ambitious alpha males with money, power, charisma, and self-assurance. Not just that they should want a guy like that, but that they deserved Prince Charming. And until one came along, Jumping into bed with a lot of frogs was just a way for girls to fearlessly have fun. Indeed, for 2 generations women pursued sex as aggressively as men did, and they got good at it. But that didn't mean that there really were enough billionaires to go around. Since it's better for a girl to be in a relationship than to not be in a relationship, the vast majority of single women had to make a choice, either become one of many girlfriends orbiting a bull alpha, as Carrie Bradshaw famously was in Sex and the City, or capitulate with a nice guy beta with decent genes and a job until something better comes along. But they sure didn't make it easy on the betas. Being approached by a nice guy beta after being coldly rejected by a bull alpha makes a woman nuts, sometime. If their sense of entitlement is great enough, then they can find it insulting and project that insult back on the poor chump who summoned the courage to approach her in the first place. They may even sleep with him, much to his surprise and delight, but while they might find comfort and contentment in his arms, their passions are reserved for the brooding, tall, dark and handsome rich powerful well-built stereotype of masculine alphahood bursting forth from the cover of every bodice-ripping romance novel. Single women don't want nice guys for sex. They want cads, not dads. Alpha fucks and beta bucks. Bad boys are far, far more likely to inspire sudden attacks of wet panties than your average accountant. On the reverse side of that coin, most women couldn't physically compete with porn stars or supermodels either, but then most dudes knew the supply of such was limited and monopolized by the rich and famous. But that didn't make the nice guys any less horny and unfulfilled as they snagged the occasional crumb from the alpha's table, it just made them more frustrated. These men lived in the most sex-obsessed culture on the planet, where luscious babes winked from every beer sign. The old marital structure had fallen away with sex and the single girl, and they knew that there were women out there, having sex, and they wanted in. Unfortunately, they just didn't measure up, at least not as first choices. And that led to crippling rejections for no understandable reason. As they became more liberated and felt entitled to more in their men, women became far less forgiving of the men who were attracted to them. This trend was famously noted by feminist scholar Camille Paglia in 1995 when she pointed out that women were not naturally attracted to the unmasculine, anxious men that their confusing explosion of sexuality had created. She goes on to state, even when men are doing their share, taking out the garbage, doing the mopping, whatever, women are still running the household. They are in control and the men become subordinate again. So that's what the feminists are so worried about. Men who are subordinated by their mothers and then by their wives. Men are looking for maternal solace in women, and that's the nature of heterosexuality. Now you tell me, who really has all the power? Playboy interview, 1995. The betas and their fellows wanted sex, and they wanted it without the hostility and the rejection they were getting just from approaching. They were even willing to endure grudging, occasional forced sex, just enough to keep you alive, with a woman who was not particularly attracted to them, so badly did they want marriage and family. Of course, once inside a marriage with a feminist-inspired hyper-controlling woman who saw her husband as just another child to take care of and resent, the poor beta saps didn't have many options. Many turned to porn, hell, most turned to porn, but some were unsatisfied and ended up searching the internet for help in getting the average woman to say yes to sex with the average guy. That's an important issue, because sex is an important issue to men. Perhaps the most important issue, as most of our other drives are dedicated towards sex in some form or fashion. Finding, and then convincing a woman to have sex with you is, indeed, one of the consuming passions of the masculine soul. And with the devastation of marriage as an institution and the rise of casual sex, not to mention the flood of free porn on the internet, that passion has never been stronger. Men turn to sex to restore and confirm their emotional landscape. We use it to find the maternal solace Paglia speaks of, the beautiful release of feminine caritas on our troubled masculine soul. We also like a lot of orgasms. But the quest for pussy has gotten so complicated over the last 40 years that professional help is often needed for the 21st century man, bereft of patriarchal guidance, to get laid. And for some men, that's a full-time job in itself. Negotiating the complex waters of sexual harassment, approach anxiety, and even simple conversation doesn't come naturally to everyone. Indeed, it rarely comes naturally save to alphas, and seduction is not a class they teach in college, outside the odd fraternity. So a few enterprising men decided to teach it on their own. On the internet. Pickup manuals are nothing new, of course. They've been around since at least the Roman Empire, where Catullus counseled the hot-blooded young Roman youths to rent expensive chariots to impress prospective brides, then act with confidence to draw their interest. A recent history of the genre shows renewed interest in the subject of the crimson arts of seduction coinciding with the sexual revolution, but the roots of game are deep. Beginning in the late 1960s, there was always a growing market for books suggesting ways to have sex with women. In 1975, the guide How to Pick Up Women sold thousands of copies. Although it seems rudimentary today, that book, and the made-for-TV movie loosely based on it, ushered in a steady stream of how-to manuals on seduction. Even through the great sex drought of the 1980s, there were plenty of guides available in the back of your favorite adult magazine promising to make the wimpiest nerd a studly Casanova. But for the most part, the advice wasn't that far removed from what Catullus had told his audience: confidence and a cool set of wheels will get you laid. But that just wasn't enough for most men in the increasingly complex realm of modern dating, mating and courtship. Oh, it does work. There are plenty of women who will sleep with you if you roll up to their house in a $150,000 sports car, no matter what you look like, but that just wasn't an option for most guys. And in all honesty, even that wasn't enough anymore for most women. The message from feminism and popular culture was clear: men were like houses, you got one you could afford and then you traded up. By the second or third generation of popular feminism, women were getting picky, and the strain of hypergamy was starting to tell on the social system that produces our children. The promise of a Prince Charming for every mousy career girl seemed just out of reach, and the average beta schlep just wasn't cutting it for her. The fact is, after women gained control of their sexuality, they more or less decided that they only wanted top shelf, even when the well brands were half price. That's just how things work now in the sexual marketplace. The sexual marketplace. If you frame the mating issue in economic terms, as the Manosphere often does, you can see the dating realm as a sexual marketplace, with women selling woman and men selling man to each other. That's been the standard since about the end of World War II. Where once village matchmakers, church ladies and barn dances were responsible for introducing a future Mrs. to her future Mr., after World War II fate and romance alone were responsible for mixing and matching the sexes. But before they got married, both men and women advertised and marketed themselves to each other in a variety of ways. About the time Bill Clinton was elected, the market was flooded with both middle-aged women on the heels of their first divorce looking to trade up, and the first waves of Generation X girls, scarred by divorce, sexually savvy, and empowered and entitled by feminism. Both ends of the woman market were looking to buy, but only if the quality of man was high enough. Otherwise, they could hook up to cater to their sexual needs, indulge in a long-term boyfriend who could be dropped, shorted, if a better offer came along, or just wait and work on your career until you met the one. After all, they had plenty of time to find Prince Charming. Meanwhile, the quality of man was in the toilet. Things were rosy for the natural alphas, but the aggressive sexuality and high expectations of the women in the market, coupled with a brief economic recession, put the majority of beta male Gen Zers, who were a majority of men, at a distinct disadvantage. They were just as scarred by divorce, but instead of empowered they were depressed. The slacker stereotype of the era stems in part from the sexual frustration and angst felt by boys who didn't see much of a future for themselves. They didn't know what girls wanted. They couldn't seem to meet their parents' expectations. And the culture at large scorned them and their geeky interests. In the face of strong rejection, they turned to other interests such as computers, and the cool internet thing they learned about in college. In fact, they were quite good with computers and networking. It was cool. It was mysterious. It was simultaneously solitary and social. And, more importantly, you could get pornography through the internet. Within a decade, those kids had built a digital empire out of their obsessive sexual need. Porn paved the way for the infobahn, the information superhighway. The internet, as we know it today. And not only did the slackers strike back and make a lot of people obscenely wealthy, including many of themselves, they provided an easy escape for the despairing betas, deltas and gammas everywhere by giving them 24-hour access to free whack fodder and high-end video games. That put the market for good quality man up higher just by removing so many omegas and rebounding betas, deltas and gammas from the immediate market. If the attitude of women was men are like houses, the attitude of men became women suck, and there's always porn. That sent the value of woman on the market on a downward spiral. Hookup culture prevailed, with casual, passionless sex without hope of relationship became the norm, and actual dating became something your parents did after their divorce. Prince Charming was still out there, the girls assured themselves. In the meantime, betting a few hunks gave them sexual experience and adventure, the kind of excitement their systems craved. Their standards were still high, but men weren't really closing much anyway. The median age for marriage rose dramatically by 2000, according to the Marriage Project statistics favored by Manosphere blogger Dalrock, the acknowledged authority on the subject in the Manosphere. By 2005, things were looking dire. All dudes had easy access to porn, but the betas, deltas and gammas were still getting laid by luck alone or not at all. Despite the eventual economic success of Gen X, the millennial girls had higher standards. Why date a guy seriously who didn't make more than you did? And the Gen X girls' women were realizing that Prince Charming had better hurry his ass up, because their fertile reproductive years were waning. The problem was, they seemed to be surrounded by a sea of timid, nerdy, self-absorbed and passive men, and not the burly billionaires they had been promised. Thus developed combat dating, a term coined by Paglia, where the sexual marketplace became a de facto sexual arena, with individual combatants dueling with their genitals in a kind of mockery of the old-fashioned dating and mating system. Women were openly shopping for husbands, or sugar daddies, or one-night stands, and they weren't afraid to quickly pre-screen out the losers. And they all seemed to be losers. In the meantime, the dudes were realizing that as enticing as masturbation is, a real vagina is usually a superior experience. Enter the pickup artists, and game. Game. Game is at the center of the manosphere, that elusive philosophical gravitational center around which so much else revolves. Game comes from the pickup artist's game, because so many of its early practitioners, taking Paglia's advice to heart, started treating mating like a blood sport, not the solemn act of biological procreation it has always been. Game is, at its core, a mating strategy. It's a male-oriented mating strategy, essentially a collection of rules of thumb and observable responses to male behavior by females as a prelude to sex. Game is what happens when you get nerdy boys who can't get laid applying their tremendous intellectual talents to the problem, and developing a system as complex and as dynamic as a well-played game of Dungeons and Dragons. There are a lot of proponents of game, and it has gone through some fairly rapid and dramatic developments in the last decade. But game has always been about getting laid. It breaks down human mating into discrete areas of study and then breaks them down even further. Game has come a long way from the stereotypical sexually liberated 1970s swinging single pickup lines and cheesy routines. Modern game is the reflection of a deep study of the available scientific research on human reproductive biology, evolutionary biology, economics, and evolutionary psychology. At its most basic level, game is the art and science of picking up women and convincing them to have sex with you. And it doesn't rely on you being a nice guy beta who is just being himself. It has far more to do with teaching nice guy betas how to mimic successful alpha male behavior. In the process, it can often lead to a new understanding of their own sexuality and masculinity. But first and foremost, game isn't a masculine philosophy, it's a way to drop panties. That's why it offends feminists as fundamentally misogynistic, because sex should only be controlled by women, with a nominal nod to equality. Game gives dudes some control of sex, with no nod to equality or even decency. A good working knowledge of game exposes female mating defenses and suggests countermeasures to push toward the desired conclusion, i.e. dropped panties. Game is unabashedly aimed at convincing women, through a variety of clever means, into overcoming her natural, automatic objection to sex with a strange dude. It's designed to trigger unconscious arousal triggers in women, impelling them toward a sexual encounter. In doing so, it exploits a number of female insecurities, psychological constructs, and observable strategies used by women to find Prince Charming. Feminists hate game because it takes the control of sex out of the hands of women. Feminists have likened game to organized date rape, despite the frequently touted game goal of a consensual, willing partner. Feminists hate game because it treats women as stereotypes, using sometimes unflattering language to dehumanize women in general. Feminists hate game because it produces cocky, immature-acting men who strut around with casual disrespect for all women. Feminists hate game because game works. Rawasi. If you had to pick a godfather of game, it would be Rawasi. Even though he has changed his online handle to Hardest, and his website to Chateau Hardest, where pretty lies go to perish, the blogger known as Rawasi will forever be known as Rawasi, more than likely. It's a power name from the infamous bondage and discipline novel, The Story of O. And indeed Rawasi finds a lot of inspiration in this classic tale of female desire and submission. His most important contribution to game theory and the manosphere in general is clearly his oft-quoted and nearly iconic 16 Commandments of Poon. It is cited as an authoritative source in the same way the Founding Fathers or the Bible frequently are. Rawasi's game theory is actually fairly simple. The secret to successful game is leading a woman to come to you, not chase after her. It's not the kind of message that feminism really wants to hear from any men, that women are replaceable in men's lives, and need to be managed in a romantic sexual relationship by a confident, charismatic, overtly dominant alpha-presenting male. In fact, that kind of message infuriates feminists who see it as objectifying and demeaning. Further, Rawasi's emphasis on finding an attractive woman is even worse. That undermines the feminist theory that a man shouldn't look at a woman's beauty in determining whom he wants to date. He should look under all the leg hair and find the real, genuine woman inside he wants to become his future ex-wife. But that isn't his biggest sin against feminism. Rawasi is an open advocate of male dominance in a relationship. Indeed, it's the foundation of the 16 Commandments. Male dominance, he contends, is essential for a properly functioning male-female sexual relationship. It is how evolution has crafted our species for the last 100,000 years, and it is how women still respond to men, despite the luxury of economic independence and 4 decades of feminist theory about gender equality. Male dominance, he argues, is the predicating factor in all game. But that's not as easy as it sounds. As Rawasi himself states on his blog, men feel powerful lust from dominating attractive women, the same lust women feel from submitting to the domination of powerful men. But most men will never admit to this. Not because they agree with the myths of feminism, but because most will never be in a position to enjoy the sublime pleasures of dominance over women. A complete lack of acquaintance with dominating women, and a dearth of opportunity to do so, psychologically castrates weaker men until they embrace, at least in theory, the opposite of what they truly desire. The embrace of anti-desire, the dark matter of joylessness, offers respite from an otherwise unrelenting daily reminder of their sexual and romantic failure. That's enough to make a die-hard feminist spontaneously combust. Rawasi doesn't try to move this philosophy beyond the romantic sphere, although he doesn't deny that learning proper game will help you at work and in other areas where a man interfaces with women. The idea of male dominance is discussed almost purely in the context of a romantic or sexual relationship, not as a prelude to male supremacy in greater society. This isn't a manifesto on social issues, it's a guide on how to get laid and stay laid. On first glance, the 16 Commandments are pretty brutal if you don't understand game. Looking at the titles alone, you can see that there's enough to inspire a whole syllabus for a gender studies class. Rawasi's 16 Commandments of Poon. 1. Never say I love you first. 2. Make her jealous. 3. You shall make your mission, not your woman, your priority. 4. Don't play by her rules. 5. Adhere to the golden ratio. 6. Keep her guessing. 7. Always keep 2 in the kitty. 8. Say you're sorry only when absolutely necessary. 9. Connect with her emotions. 10. Ignore her beauty. 1. Be irrationally self-confident. 12. Maximize your strengths, minimize your weaknesses. 13. Err on the side of too much boldness, not too little. 14. Fuck her good. 15. Maintain your state control. 16. Never be afraid to lose her. It's not hard to see why feminists hate Rawasi. Any dude who has the balls to put connect with her emotions in the same list as fuck her good is clearly a danger to the feminist establishment. Rawasi's astute assessment and blunt characterization of the current state of female mating has been, at times, overtly misogynistic. At the same time, he is the acknowledged master in game theory, and often expounds at length on particular points. While he doesn't hesitate to take aim at the larger issues, it is his methodical and compelling and oftentimes eloquent understanding of combat dating that sets Rawasi apart from the average game blogger. Rawasi himself has been blogging since the middle of the decade, first on a DC area singles blog where he began refining his game techniques and gathering a following. He doesn't focus on any particular area of game: scouting, sarging, scoping, approaching, kino, negging, escalation, isolation, teasing, closing. He looks at the big picture to find usable trends and current mating habits and use them to further refine game. Before Rawasi, there were PUAs and Casanovas and Playas, but there wasn't true game. With the 16 Commandments, Rawasi took the brutal reality of male-female sexual interactions and put them in a form as simple to follow as the Boy Scout law. The thing is, Rawasi's little off-the-cuff list worked like a magic talisman. Dudes who used to strike out were getting numbers left and right, and dudes who used to get bad numbers got spontaneous booty calls. Despite the apparent misogyny of Rawasi's work, you couldn't deny that it got results. There's just something about the aloof, self-absorbed douchebag that seems to captivate the female loins in this country. That doesn't mean that Rawasi advocates actually being a douchebag. Instead, he proposes a more comprehensive approach to picking up women. His 16 commandments cover many contingencies found within the early stages of a courtship, from a dude's perspective, and when fully employed they can maximize any particular man's enjoyment of his sexuality in an open sexual marketplace. That is, he can get laid with astonishing frequency, often by women far higher than he could in his pre-game state. Rawasi's 16 commandments are not science, but they are informed by science, as we'll see in a later chapter. What they are is a social strategy guide for navigating the observed courtship behaviors of the average modern young woman. That is, it uses practical advice and not political ideology to guide a man toward that most precious of achievements. That may seem like a petty and shallow endeavor to some feminists, and even to plenty of non-feminist women. Men shouldn't study how to pursue women. The conventional female thinking on the subject informs us, because men should just be themselves and let women decide which ones are worth mating with. To turn the affairs of the heart into a curriculum designed to drop panties like autumn leaves seems to take all of the romance out of courtship, and even the most die-hard feminist doesn't want that. Happily ever after is the birthright of all women, after all. To call Rawasi and his fellow PUAs misogynistic is to purposefully misunderstand their perspective and their motivations. PUAs don't hate women. In fact, PUAs love women, just not in the sisterhood is powerful, riot girls hooray for menstruation way that feminism prefers. The PUAs love women the way an enophile loves a good Bordeaux. Feminism wants men to love womanhood, wholesale, and cower before them retail. Game does the opposite. It takes a dim and depressing view of feminine mating behavior wholesale and looks for bright spots and pleasantly glaring exceptions to enjoy, retail. Consider that among the 16 commandments is one directing a man to connect with her emotions, not in a jaded, exploitive way, but in a genuine and thoughtful way. In fact, there is little that is directly hostile in the 16 commandments. It just advocates holding women accountable in relationships, adopting a dominant attitude and a deliberate strategy, and not be willing to be held hostage to their unfair demands. To work for a man's interest, in other words, not necessarily in a woman's. And since a man's interest turns to poon 9 times out of 10, that makes Rawasi the Michelangelo of PUAs. Chief amongst the observed mating behaviors in game is the fundamental idea that women utilize a two-channel communication system that they pick up on instantly, but which guys are usually deaf to. It's the language of emotional subtext, in which what a woman does is a far more accurate gauge of her true thinking on a subject than what she says. Don't want to believe me, ladies? Consider how many times you've found fault with a dude because he didn't pick up on something utterly obvious to you in a conversation with or about another woman. Don't men seem stupid, sometimes? It's not that we're stupid, it's that we're usually focusing on the content of the conversation, not its context and obfuscatory subcontext. When we watch you exchange polite compliments with a known rival in a public place, we have no idea that you mean anything but what the exact words coming out of your mouth mean. Usually, that is. Game helps us crack the code, so to speak, of female subcontextual communication. That should worry you, if nothing else does. Game encourages men to understand and exploit their sudden knowledge of this secret channel of communication. To focus on what a woman does instead of what she says. Once I stopped listening to what she says and paid attention to what she did, our whole relationship brightened up is a common refrain on game blogs. That might seem insulting to the gender feminists reading this, but the fact is, when you observe a group of women, even feminists, in a social context, the ones who succeed the best are usually the ones who focus on what their peers do, and not on what they say. In fact, one could say a good deal of game theory is derived on the basis of women's own observations of other women's behavior. As any sciencey geeky fanboy will tell you, nothing beats the flavor of that original source material. What Rawasi's commandments, and his witty and cogent, if sometimes hyperbolic, blog establish is no less than the right for men to unashamedly pursue their own emotional, social, and sexual mating strategy without the permission or even the consultation of Enlightenment-era feminist ideals. It is not in men's interest that we live in a gender-neutral world. It is in our interest to get laid a lot, and on our own terms, not at the dictates of the feminist matrix. Rawasi grants the permission for a man to withhold even a whisper of commitment until he is utterly satisfied with the possibilities. He denies the true love paradigm even as he exploits it. Women are fungible, is what the 16 commandments say, and no man should ever live in fear of being unable to replace a woman in his life except his mother. Rawasi's advice is predicated on the simple idea that if you want women to be attracted to you, that it's best to become attractive and not rely on your witty personality to drag a chick past your amusing idea of fashion sense and personal hygiene. And by become attractive, Rawasi isn't just suggesting a new suit and a shiny pair of shoes. Rawasi and his colleagues in the PUA end of the Manosphere dissect the intricacies of human sexual attraction down to their constituent elements. They reverse-engineer romance novels and teen vampire movies for the essential building blocks of attraction, wrap a metric around it, and work it into an overall formula of personal game. When you do dissect the romance novel template that is the industry standard for female sexual response, as was done in A Billion Wicked Thoughts, the 2011 bestseller that looked at male and female attraction through the lens of internet porn marketing, it becomes as regular and predictable as the stars in their orbits. Ask any romance writer, they'll tell you. You depart from the formulae at your peril. And while no woman would seriously take relationship advice from a romance novel, their hopes and expectations and, most importantly, their attractions cues are shaped and formed by popular culture and their own personal web of female contacts. The female social matrix, I call it. Turns out, in romance novels and other lusty feminine fare, the heroine seems to like brooding, teasing, well-built, wealthy, tall, dark and handsome men with broad shoulders, big hands, an engaging smile, and, preferably, a mansion in the Hamptons. He falls for the heroine's unique charm and the promise of her magical vagina for no real reason except she's just so darn special, and at the end of the book there is a proposal, a ring, or both. Happily ever after. But beyond being rich and handsome and funny, the romance hero has something else essential to his character. He must be utterly dominant. To the heroine, to his peers, to everyone around him, the boilerplate romance hero is alpha to the bone, and the heroine's damp panties are obvious even as she scorns his lewd advances in Chapter 3. It should be noted here that the same scenarios used so often as to be stereotypical in romance novels are actually forbidden in video porn by most reputable porn companies, what is known as positive outcome rape. That is, when the heroine is raped by the hero, and she ends up liking it. A company like Adam and Eve or Hustler would never dream of doing such a flick, but it's standard fare in bodice rippers. But I digress. Rawasi applies that to game theory in his blog quite forcefully. His thoughtful approach to promoting an alpha presentation when out on the prowl gives women exactly what they want, not what they say they're looking for. Rawasi advocates skipping the nice guy beta crap that leaves you holding some chick's purse while she pees for 15 minutes and going right for the gold. While it can be off-putting to some women, it's also ridiculously effective in the field. When you let a woman know that your primary interest in her is for sex and not her brain, her career, or her witty personality, something interesting seems to click in her mind. She may violently reject you, but the thrill of being the object of interest of a quality man is inherently exciting. And excitement, as the PUAs will all tell you, is more important than likability for a dude in mating mode by an order of magnitude. Another frequent topic at the chateau is frame control, that is, skillful management of the conversation that purposefully steers all communication toward one particular goal, i.e. a truly fulfilling sexual encounter. Still another is text game, the electronic flirtation apparently necessary before anyone under 40 knocks boots these days. But there is one element of game that Rawasi and most other PUA bloggers are adamant about. Men do not put up with disrespectful conduct or speech from women. That puts them at odds with vocal feminists who see shaming language and ridicule as natural weapons in their endless war against testosterone. But as any of these successful PUAs will tell you, the moment a man demands respect in an exchange with a woman, it dramatically improves the chances for a positive outcome. Men who allow themselves to be disrespected early in the conversational relationship without standing up for themselves are doomed. In the pursuit of pussy, cocky is just naturally a better position. Rush V. If Rawasi is the godfather of game, then Rush V is the Marco Polo of poon. He started out as an anonymous blogger working in the STEM fields in the Washington, D.C. metro area. D.C. is a hotbed of bad sex, of course, fueled by workaholic career women, the allure of power, and the scent of money. Trying to find Mrs. Right is hard. Finding someone to hook up with for the night is much easier. Rush began chronicling his sexual exploits and detailing his game techniques on his DC Bachelor website in 2005. It was a pithy, witty, no-nonsense combat dating blog that bemoaned the flakiness, entitlement, and projection of the average DC chick, and how he used those as leverage by gaming dozens of women into his bed. Once he was outed by a jealous stalker, he's been known as Rush V ever since. Rush self-published his game guide, Bang, in 2007, and promptly sold enough copies to start an epic journey, searching for, and finding, poon not just in America, but all over the world. Rush's bibliography reads like a Fodor's guide, if Fodor's rated pussy by country. But that frank and clinical discussion of how to remove panties has brought Rush not just popularity in game circles, but notoriety in the international community. He's openly been accused of writing a date rape guide by Icelandic media, and his site was cited as a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center, because talking a sophomore co-ed into making a poor personal decision is apparently on par with domestic terrorism and racist lynching. His highly successful techniques for good openings, in context of time and place, have led thousands of young men into the arms of eager young ladies. Rush knows his shit, but he will be the first to tell you that he's not infallible. Some of his best stuff are post-mortems about his failures. If Rush has a particular strength, it's in his ability to understand cultural nuance that escapes most Americans abroad. Once he very publicly lost faith in American womanhood and started taking his show on the road, his interpretations of local poon conditions were masterful. Rush has a keen eye for the socioeconomics of the socio-sexual sphere in a country, and that has led to a lot of late-night walks home over the years. Rush openly credits Rawasi and other Manosphere game bloggers for informing his style, but there is a slightly cantankerous yet charming personality all his own behind his sometimes devastating words. He's adept at analyzing other men's plays. When a dude shows up asking is this too beta, he doesn't hesitate to let him know. Then he goes on to correct the problem without undue judgment and will often discuss the wider issues behind the observation. Rush puts Rawasi's theories into practice in the field, and encourages other men to do likewise and report on the experience. As he says in response to the question of how the manosphere might change the lives of American men, Rush responded, "I'm by no means a spokesman of this unorganized movement, but to me the manosphere is about men increasing their power and options, both of which have been slowly robbed from them in the past 40 years thanks to the feminism movement. I believe 1. Men should be able to have choices in a dating market filled with beautiful, feminine women. 2. Men should be able to leave a failed marriage without getting robbed with their kids held as hostage." My writing is mostly concerned around the first point. By teaching men game, they can make themselves more attractive to women in the dating marketplace and say no to masculine, sloppy, self-absorbed women. Since power is zero-sum, anything which gives men options will take away options from women, so this is why the community is constantly attacked from women and the beta male orbiters who hope defending those women will give them sex. It doesn't. Rush can be brutal in his assessments of modern American sexual culture, and gloomy in his outlook on its future. But when it comes to game, he's an adept. Not just game, but metagame. He writes, "The sad thing about people's understanding of game is that thanks to Mystery and Neil Strauss, they think it's looking like a clown and running crazy routines. It seems that the public's mind is made up that game is just some nonsense run by guys in top hats. In a way this is a benefit because it keeps girls in the dark when real game is being run on them, since they're thinking of more corny lines, not 'can I use your bathroom?' Moves that actually lead to sex." Rush, like many in the manosphere, sees actively learning game as male empowerment in a way that folding laundry and packing lunches just couldn't compete with. But Rush's game implies a deeper commitment to masculinity than mere PUA tactics might suggest, a realization of manhood through its interactions with femininity on an intimate level. Sure, that might sound like a massive rationalization to justify banging a lot of hot chicks, but I've heard worse. Many of his followers embrace Rush's disdain of modem American femininity, but to consider their protests misogynist is to miss the point. These fellows aren't anti-women, they're anti-American corporate warrior women with an open dedication to hypergamy and carbohydrates. This is where the Puerarchy and the men going their own way come to learn how to get laid with pretty girls, not the overfed feminists that clog the arteries of dating sites like cholesterol. Rush's game is very personal, using texting as a flirtation but encouraging a quick and decisive close. And then implement an exit strategy, if necessary. Rush isn't against hooking up with a girl more than once, or even a relationship, but the fact is he finds few women worthy of the effort. Most behave utterly predictably. And not in a good way. The PUA community within the manosphere have frequently faulted, or at least called attention to, the widely observed feminine tendency for a woman to view things solipsistically, that is, through the perspective of how any given event or person would affect her first and foremost. Coupled with an observed tendency, particularly in interpersonal affairs, to use emotion in place of reason when arguing her point, this combination has led to countless browbeaten beta men getting whipsawed by an angry date for no reason he can fathom. Rush and other PUA bloggers frequently demonstrate how this very unpolitically correct assumption about feminine behavior gets borne out, night after night, and how they can be exploited by aggressive control of frame and constant escalation. Basically, by acting like a cocky asshole who any girl would be lucky to be with, game encourages more women to be attracted to you. But an aggressive and purposeful approach isn't the same thing as assault. This is seduction, not rape. Indeed, non-consensual sex is an abomination amongst the PUAs not just for the moral repugnancy but as a catastrophic failure of game. If you even have to make an effort even to talk a woman into sex, you have poor game. The goal of game is an eager and willing partner who has responded positively to your seduction, not rape. Rush, and everyone in the PUA community, understands the difference between a consensual and a non-consensual act. The sites are full of horror stories of what happens when the lines get blurry, and they pride themselves on finding only willing and eager, and drop-dead gorgeous, young women to sleep with. Despite the claim that he encourages date rape, Rush's only thought crime is that he figured it out and communicated a system how to convince women to sleep with a dude that doesn't adhere to the feminist paradigm. His techniques don't utilize coercion in the slightest, emphasizing teasing persuasion and legitimate seduction. But that doesn't mean he's a pussy. Rush, like Rawasi and other PUAs, doesn't tolerate disrespect from the women he approaches. While he advocates a politely aloof presentation, heavy on the alpha and the eye contact, if a woman gets rude or obnoxious, he recommends a quick verbal shutdown, and that isn't always gentle or considerate of her feelings. Like most PUAs, Rush doesn't recommend getting invested in any particular woman. Thanks to the observed behavior of pre-selection, attention from multiple girls pays huge dividends for the game-savvy man. Pre-selection refers to the increase in desirability a man enjoys when he has the visible attention of a woman. In essence, this other woman has pre-selected the man for fitness. In other words, someone thinks he's worth a damn, therefore he is more attractive to a woman's solipsistic outlook. Particularly if the other woman is more attractive than she, a man who walks into a room with a woman fares far, far better at seduction than a man alone in most cases. Don't believe it? Search around YouTube for the video of the boy who convinced a few girls to act like he's a celebrity at a local mall. A few squealing, hooting teenage girls soon turns into a mob of dozens who have no idea who the boy actually is or even who he might be. They're merely responding to the call of the herd. Because other girls think he's popular and hot, he must therefore be popular, hot, and worthy of damp panties. Pre-selection in action. Rush's books are the closest thing to a field manual for finding pussy in a dozen foreign countries, but the principles he espouses are international in scope. Masculine men are attracted to feminine women, and vice versa. And in America, finding feminine women is so hard that outsourcing femininity is really a dude's best bet to find a sexy playmate. Return of Kings. The same year that Rush was called out as a hate group, instead of folding like a pussy and apologizing for his allegedly misogynistic ways, he doubled down. He started a second blog. Not just a PUA blog, but a blog devoted to greater issues of heterosexual masculinity and male interests. That blog is Return of Kings, and in many ways it has assumed the mantle of the defunct and Manosphere as a central point of gravity in the dirty snowball. Return of Kings is an example of what I contend is going to become a growing trend in the manosphere, the use of game by men not just as a panty-dropping device, but as a means of personal development and transformation toward a more mature, robust masculinity. Rush invited select bloggers to contribute, giving a rotating platform for a number of up-and-coming voices in the manosphere. Combining the visceral machismo of Jack Donovan, the wicked sophistication of Rawasi, and the sense of deep masculine introspection of Jonathan Frost, Return of Kings provides more than just a clearinghouse for information and opinion. It serves as a post-it note on the mirror of our masculinity, reminding us of the legacies of our fathers. There is a decided dedication to the merits of a classical education and an emphasis on great books in Return of the Kings. Recent postings have included discussions on Xenophon's Anabasis, The March of the 10,000, History of the Peloponnesian War, What is Man? By Mark Twain, Dostoevsky's Notes from the Underground, Smith's Wealth of Nations, a biography of Porfirio Rubirosa, the works of Alexis de Tocqueville, and 25 great quotes from German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, to name but a few. Many bloggers choose Latin or Greek handles. Kinda shoots a hole in the whole ignorant rednecks of the manosphere meme, doesn't it? Return of Kings demonstrates that there are some incredibly well-educated, well-read, and well-cultured rednecks in the manosphere, too. Return of Kings is unapologetically, defiantly, gloriously male in scope and focus. This is where both the MRA and the men going their own way can feel comfortable learning about their masculine heritage. The site has a bit of a nihilistic picnic while Rome burns feel to it, with posts encouraging young men to enjoy the inevitable decline of Western civilization, not try to stop it. The site describes itself thusly. Return of Kings is a blog for heterosexual, masculine men. It's meant for a small but vocal collection of men in America today who believe men should be masculine and women should be feminine. Return of Kings aims to usher the return of the masculine man in a world where masculinity is being increasingly punished and shamed in favor of creating an androgynous and politically correct society that allows women to assert superiority and control over men. Sadly, yesterday's masculinity is today's misogyny. The site intends to be a safe corner of the web for those men who don't agree with the direction that Western culture is headed. That makes Return of Kings solidly red pill, and it covers a lot of territory. Guest posts have covered economics, culture, the plague of feminine obesity, the histrionics of feminism, travel, dating, lots on dating, history, language, lifestyle, wisdom, the best and worst places to find a wife, and to mix a really, really potent panty-dropping cocktail, how to get laid in Vegas, bitchy women, and politics. The perspectives are heavily skewed right, but not in the traditional way. These are not Tea Party stalwarts, these are men of intelligence and education who are disgusted with nearly all modern politics. Return of Kings is not a political activist site. Return of Kings is a political knackerman. The tone on Return of Kings is not defeatist, however, it's defiant. The gentlemen writing understand that the current civilization is not savable, and they feel no obligation to make the attempt. Instead, they advocate a kind of gleeful enjoyment of the decay and destruction they see, advocating Puerarch-like responses to such issues as the welfare state, high taxation, capital restrictions, and dating. Lots on dating. Return of Kings is not exclusively a game site, but it is a game-oriented site. There are plenty of guest posters from the PUA universe there, but at Rock's level of masculine appreciation, distinctions between classifications become moot. Game is here because game is a masculine resource, and Return of Kings is a chronicle of masculine resourcing. Return of Kings seems to be the future of the Manosphere, where the ruggedly, unapologetically masculine celebrate all the goodness there is to having an XY chromosome. The private man. Pickup artists tend to be young men, and for a long time game was a young man's game. But the rocky landscape of the dating world has a lot of players, and some of them are not looking forward at wife, kids, and family, but backwards at it. For them, the newly divorced, the chronically underlaid, the perpetual bachelor gamma who just never seem to be able to close with a woman, all of these men flock to the private man for wisdom. The Private Man is a PUA blog of repute, and while I was tempted to include him with the WOMs due to his venerable age and wisdom, the fact is he specializes in the bleak yet promising life of a post-40s bachelor, not an unusual situation within the Manosphere. TPM lives a modest lifestyle in South Florida, where he plies the local dating scene in person and online, through a plethora of dating sites. TPM's site is designed to help the middle-aged man take advantage of the massive glut of cheap and easy sex the sexual marketplace is offering right now. Traditionally, the post-40 single dude is looked upon with suspicion by society either as a permanent loser so socially retarded he can't find even a poor girlfriend, a devastated post-midlife crisis divorcee, or some ugly combination of the above. But the fact is that thanks to half of the marriages failing over the last 40 years, a lot of dudes out there hit 40 without too much baggage. In fact, it can be argued, and is, that 40 is where a man starts accruing sexual capital the most rapidly. At 40, he appeals to the widest number of women, from early 20s girls who see him as distinguished and exotic to 30s women who see him as stable and settled, to 40s women who see him as alive and with a pulse. Being 40 is good to a man, certainly better than it is to a woman. And that's a subject that comes up a lot at TPM. If the post-40 single man finally knows who he is, the post-40 single woman has lost who she was. The common term within the Manosphere is the wall, the point at which a woman stops attracting overt sexual attention from men. While the exact age a woman hits the wall varies, 40 is usually a good benchmark age. At 40, a woman has received almost all of the sexual capital she's going to get, and anything from that point on she will have to work diligently for, or learn to do without. It is within the posts of the private man that the vulnerabilities and insecurities, not to mention the frailties, of the 40-something single woman are revealed and reviled. At 40 a man no longer feels compelled to put up with the bullshit a younger man might endure for the prospect of pussy. At 40, a woman often feels suddenly compelled to validate her womanhood and her desirability by having as much affirmation sex as possible. The problem is, finding a quality partner is problematic. TPM makes a point of advising women in their 40s how to market themselves on dating sites to attract men. To really attract men, not just make them feel better about themselves by getting out there, only to discover a world of four-time losers and perverts. There are no good men left, is the constant cry of the almost 40 single woman. There are blogs about how miserable these ladies are in the sexual landscape feminism has fostered. They're miserable because they were told a lie. They were told that if they busted their ass and got a degree and a job and a career, something that could ensure their security and give them disposable income, that they could have a string of meaningless relationships and one-night stands and then would have plenty of time for relationships and family and kids once they made partner. The problem is, the men that these women are waiting for, like Mr. Big in Sex and the City, are phantoms. It's not that the family-minded, alpha millionaires aren't out there, mind you, it's that they're not looking for middle-aged career women who let their best reproductive years slip away, spending their prime on meaningless sexual relationships. They're looking for robust young uncomplicated women who are eager to devote themselves to husband and family. That might prove galling to the sensibilities of progressive feminists everywhere, but that's the fact of the matter. Even at the local level, most alpha men who are considering marriage are looking for young, pretty, with low maintenance fees. That means the 40-something career woman, sometimes with a divorce under her belt, sometimes with a kid or two in tow, has only the vast sea of betas, gammas, and deltas stumbling along out there, and that just does not fit their happily ever after fantasies. The question that frequently haunts the private man's blog is, just why are these women entitled to happily ever after producing alphas, when what they bring to the table is lamentably slight? Wanting a man is one thing, but if a woman doesn't have what a man wants, why would he want her? Especially in the late 30s, early 40s never-married career woman demographic, a tidy apartment and the opportunity to change your life around for occasional and mediocre sex is just not the draw some of these ladies think it is. Or, as one of my readers wrote to me, I've been dating this 41-year-old woman with a fierce case of baby rabies. I'm open to the idea of kids, but she's obsessed. She's a nice woman, reasonably attractive, about a 7+, but it's clear she's been riding the carousel for years and no man has ever made her tingle just right. Now she's telling me to my face she's settling, but she'll take it. That's bad enough. I closed the deal after the second date and it was decent. We've done something on every date since. But I get the suspicion that she's on best date behavior in the sack. She's also wanting to introduce me to her sister and started hinting she's ready to move in together. But the more I watch her in action, the more I can see where this will lead, with me an aging father and henpecked husband trying to meet her impossible demands. The sex will dry up after the kids and she'll be a tiger mom. I'll be the dumbass husband who brings home a paycheck, watches the kids while she runs out to her book club, and we're both contemplating affairs. I don't get the slightest sense of devotion out of her, just desperation. She doesn't want me, she wants a sperm donor and a babysitter who picks up half of the check. I'm not signing on to be anyone's second choice beta baby daddy. One of the things that really rings a bell in the manosphere is anger and frustration at the observed sense of entitlement that pervades social interactions with these women. Their standards are ridiculously high, and often incredibly unrealistic, and they have cavalier and often disrespectful attitudes toward the men they try to date, and that pisses off a lot of dudes. While women whine that they can't find any decent guys, perfectly decent guys commenting on the private man reveal just why they avoid getting involved with some middle-aged ladies looking for a late-in-life fresh start. And it isn't pretty. Enter online dating. Rapidly becoming a billion-dollar industry, sites like Match.com, Chemistry.com, and OkCupid promise to sort you into happiness with compatible, like-minded members of the opposite sex, carefully vetted through a long and detailed process of survey-style questionnaires. Online dating has become the air war in combat dating. It not only allows you to discreetly examine hundreds of potential mates who are already pre-selected to appeal to you, you get to see folks not just in your geographical area, but from around the world. For the first time in history, the internet has allowed the ultimate in human genetic diversity. Dating sites promise women the ultimate search for their soulmate. In reality, they're often just getting stuck plumbing the loser pools of other metropolitan areas now that they have exhausted the possibilities of their own. Online dating is a major new component in the context of dating and mating in the 21st century. And the chief tool for the aspiring lover is the online dating profile. Not only has online dating become an industry, but advising about how to write an online dating profile has become a minor industry, and it's one that the private man excels at. Among his other contributions, TPM's blog has a hilarious section devoted to horrific dating profiles on various sites, from women trying badly to convince men to contact them for dates. Trigger warning, it contains a lot of overtly misogynistic crap. As you can imagine, the level of criticism in such a testosterone-fueled environment gets pretty rough. And if that bothers you, ladies, consider some of the brutally misandrous shit that falls out of y'all's mouths about the dudes you view when you get 3 girlfriends together with a bottle of wine, a computer, and a dating site. The criticisms of bad dating profiles are ugly, but they're also instructive. Most of the guys commenting on them aren't apparently wizened old perverts who hate women, they're dudes who are actually considering dating these women, presumably for a shot at a long-term relationship. The target audience of the female-heavy dating scene, in other words. These are the men who decide whether or not to email a woman based on her profile, or whether to skip to the next profile, and they sincerely want to communicate just what irritates them. It seems to come down to a palpable sense of entitlement, their self-centeredness, and their sometimes overt disrespect toward men in general that turns these dudes off. Add to that the desperation that bleeds through in a profile when a woman is in her 30s and actively seeking a father for her unborn children for the scant few eggs she has left, the desperation over finding a decent stepfather for her existing children, or the defiant resistance to displaying any kind of inviting femininity while demanding the perfect childless happily ever after romance. And what emerges is an aggregate profile of the rank-and-file middle-aged single-career woman/mom. Entitlement, solipsism, and misandrous disrespect echo throughout their profiles. Frequent refrains include cliches that have become idiomatic of their attraction-killing attitudes, code words for their stage in life or perspectives. Strong, independent woman. Don't want to play games anymore. Looking for someone to treat me like I deserve. Tired of all the creeps and losers. Not looking for sex. I'm not into drama. Little boys need not apply. Looking for a man to treat me like a princess. Wickedly sarcastic sense of humor. Looking for someone who can respect my independence. While each of these terms seems innocuous and even prudent, in actuality the profiles of these women seem calculated to send men running. Often they dramatically overestimate their own relative value on the cold, cruel sexual marketplace and display an adamant refusal to lower their standards. Instead of an advertisement for their qualities as potential mates and partners, they turn into an unrealistic laundry list of what they demand in their future husbands. When a 40-something twice-divorced real estate agent with a gym allergy and too much faith in what her girlfriends say insists she's entitled to a financially secure, warm and giving alpha man without previous baggage or children, what she brings to the table is often pretty damn thin. It's a matter of worth, one of the commenters of TPM emailed me. They have been told by the Satsy lifestyle that a string of meaningless hookups makes them mature and sophisticated. And some of these women do have some serious sexual skills. But they don't know shit about how to be devoted to one man, loyal to a good man, and how to be worthy of his loyalty. It's all about the best deal they can make. They all want a Boy Scout with a heart of gold and a 10-inch dick, but all they have to offer in return is a boozy bar slut who can't ever quite seem to keep a boyfriend longer than 6 months. They wonder where all the good men are, but the fact is that the good men are repelled by how they have squandered their lives. The discourse at TPM is often callous. The constant dissection of bad dating profiles has helped generate a brutal nomenclature all its own. Women who seem to have reached the end of their natural attractiveness have hit the wall, sometimes without even realizing it. This woman is considered the victim of too many romance novels in which the plucky, nondescript heroine is adored by the hunky alpha playboy. Only that hasn't seemed to happen and she's frustrated and a little bitter. The men who were all over her when she was 29 and were still interested when she was 32 have quit calling by 37 and have quit looking at her at all by 42. Yet so many of these profiles are clearly, desperately clinging to the idea that 42 is as good as 32, when there are plenty of eager 29s on the market to contend with. The wall is an ugly thing. The frustrated end result of this unfortunate misplacement of reproductive priorities is the cat lady outcome, wherein the single woman ends up bitterly living the remainder of her life in a tiny apartment with too many cats upon which to shower her attention. Indeed, a woman who talks about her cats in her dating profile is an instant red flag to most men. The general consensus is that single women who sublimate their maternal urges with cats are often unwilling to extend their emotional energies toward a man. Single moms are also a red flag for most men, for a variety of reasons. Women who talk about putting their children first might be demonstrating their strong maternal commitment, but the fact is most men don't want to get financially tied to a litter of kids that aren't his own. When a mommy is stepfather shopping online, it's pretty obvious and eminently skippable. It's not that many men aren't willing to consider a pre-owned family, as embittered single moms are fond of saying. It's that featuring that family as a point of attraction represents a misplaced idea of what a man is seeking in a woman. Click. Mentions of divorce are also poison in a dating profile. There's the common stereotype of the divorcee who left her husband because she wasn't happy, and now seeks to cash in the last of her sexual capital to find a better deal while she still has a modicum of sex appeal. Hypergamy in action. The single dudes at TPM are constantly wary of the eat, pray, love woman who's searching for that certain undefinable something that seems to involve exotic foreign travel and shopping sprees on someone else's dime, preferably a hunky alpha male who adores her just for being her. The profiles of these women are replete with warning signs. Calling them gold diggers is unfair and not quite accurate. These women want the total fantasy happily ever after package, just like every other woman. But to them their commitment to a man is limited to how much he can provide for her, and how much fun he can throw at her, and lasts just as long as that does. Think this is an unfair stereotype of women? Go to the profiles of any particular dating site and take a look for yourself. The dudes who hang around the private man know enough game to recognize the EPL woman and how to woo her. It's actually not that hard. Women with stars in their eyes and an overinflated sense of their own sexual market value are willing to believe just about anything. Getting her to rationalize why doing you in the parking lot in your rental car on the first date is actually not that difficult a feat, if your game is tight. Committing to the EPL woman, on the other hand, is seen as an exercise in disaster containment. So is the drama mama, the woman whose profile is replete with how she's A, sick of all the drama, B, looking for a man who isn't after her money and who can take care of her, and C, looking for someone who will be good to her kids. That kind of profile smells like trouble to a decent dude a mile away. Anyone who is sick of all the drama is, as old hands at this will tell you, usually the kind of woman who attracts drama on purpose. An attention whore. There are men who are attracted to that sort of thing, men who feel that if they rescue a woman often enough, she will not only learn from her mistakes and avoid high-drama situations in the future, but will, in an unabashed display of gratitude, hump them like porn stars for the rest of their lives. These misguided white knights are known derisively as Captain Save-A-Ho, and they often land in the Manosphere after being taken advantage of by one of these drama mamas one time too many. Taking too aggressive a stance in a profile gets a woman skipped for plenty of reasons. Talking about how devoted you are to your career, or how you want someone who isn't threatened by your success indicates to the men who read them that the women behind these profiles are unwilling to make the personal sacrifices necessary to sustain a long-term committed romantic relationship. In this post-industrial age of women out-earning men, this is becoming more and more common, but that doesn't make it any more of a turn-on. She's got an average face and an okay body, but look at her earning potential. Just doesn't roll naturally off of the male tongue. That's a common refrain amongst the frustrated denizens of the manosphere. And it is a message that women are just not getting. In profile after profile, middle-aged career women trumpet their successes in their professional lives like they're on a job interview for account manager, not wife. Despite what feminism has been trying to convince them, men just are not turned on by resumes, no matter how spiffy. Nor are they overly enamored of ballbusters. Grown men have usually had enough of that in their professional lives. The tired refrain from feminists as well, they just can't handle a strong and independent woman, the wimps. But that misses the point. Women who call themselves strong and independent and who don't need a man, just want a man, are making their intended audience ask themselves, well, if you don't need me, then why would I want you? The Manosphere is pretty clear on this: men need to be needed. Men who are commitment-minded don't want to be a woman's accessory or live-in boyfriend or eventual non-sexual housemate. They want to be involved in passionate, fulfilling relationships with women who don't feel complete without them. They want to be in a relationship where they are considered essential to a woman's life, not an occasionally useful plaything frustratingly orbiting a hyper-competent woman. The oft-touted feminist maxim, a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle, reveals, upon inspection of the dating title pool, that an awful lot of carp are certainly craving a Schwinn, but that the bikes in questions have elected to wait for chicks with feet. In other words, if you don't need a man, ladies, you shouldn't worry. You probably won't get one. What does the private man advocate for women who are frustrated at the seemingly endless string of losers their profiles seem to attract? First, what is widely seen in feminine circles as lowering your standards, or, as the Manosphere prefers to refer to it, adopting a reality-based mating strategy. To start, that means making an objective assessment about themselves and what they have to offer a man. While it may gall feminists, when a lady hits 40, it's a buyer's market in the wife category. Trying to pretend you still have the attraction chops you did when you were 29 or even 36 just isn't going to cut it. And that often means a personally awkward come-to-Jesus conversation a woman has to have with herself. That can be humbling. TPM encourages its women readers, and he has a large female following of women increasingly desperate to figure out where they are going wrong, to stop finding reasons to actively exclude the men they meet from consideration, and start finding reasons to include them. As has been widely discussed both here and in more traditional dating advice blogs, single women commonly find deal breakers about their dates far too readily. Their standards are so high, and their sense of entitlement to a quality man and a thrilling relationship is so deep, that they cannot appreciate the rewards of a relationship with any realistic man. Men fear rejection in the first place, and to be summarily judged and rejected because, for instance, they are into Civil War reenactments or don't have quite enough hair or don't make more than their dates is insulting. Being pre-insulted with a woman's list of demands is indicative of later problems in a potential relationship, so the dudes move on. Secondly, TPM advocates rejecting the disrespectful tone toward women that is commonly advocated by feminism. Women who openly complain about the number of creeps and losers they're meeting with their profile often are revealing their own misandrous attitudes. Complaining about exes is likewise disrespectful. It goes without saying that pervs and axe murderers need not apply, so bringing that up doesn't scream good sense of humor to a dude, it screams judgy old entitlement princess. Men are attracted to a warm and appreciative woman, no matter how many feminist hackles that truth might raise. A woman unwilling to respect men in general is likely going to be unwilling to respect an individual man in a relationship, therefore he skips over to the next one. Thirdly, the denizens of TPM encourage women to embrace their femininity. Both by posting more attractive pictures of themselves, men are far more willing to discard a profile because of an unfavorable picture than women are, and by being more warm and inviting in their profiles. Masculine men are attracted to feminine women, and listing qualities better suited to getting you invited to the neighborhood poker game are not going to be the ones that are going to make a mature man consider you as a mate. For some women, the commenters lament, discovering their own femininity at this stage of life is an impossible prospect. And just as a woman can decide within the first 10 seconds whether or not she'll sleep with a guy, even the densest dude can pick up on subtle sexual signals, even if it's at the subconscious level. When your date shows up in a pantsuit and not a skirt, a dude knows he can do better at this stage of life. That's what irks the bewildered women who find their way to the private man in search of help. All those years trying to be taken seriously by men in the workplace has cultivated an attitude and a presentation that makes them not get taken seriously in the sexual marketplace. They turn to their girlfriends, who usually have fared no better themselves, for advice, which most men in the manosphere understand is the kiss of death. The last place either gender should go for dating advice is middle-aged single women. But hope springs eternal. The women who manage to keep from being offended garner some meaningful advice from the site, and the men who go there refine their game in this demographic, as well as impart some wisdom of their own on the subject. Mystery. Mystery is by far the least mysterious and the most flamboyant and gimmicky of the major game bloggers, but since he got his own VH1 TV show, The Pickup Artist, and sold a lot of copies of his mystery method of game, he merits a mention. Mystery's real name is Eric von Markovich, who was originally a chronically underlaid practicing street magician in Toronto. He was one of the PUAs profiled by Neil Strauss as being one of the original developers of game in his book, The Game, and while he takes a lot of crap for his style and his success, Mystery is one of the more public and approachable PUAs out there. Mystery's game is overtly flamboyant, breaking down game into 3 phases: attraction, comfort, and seduction. But Mystery is most famous for the first. Mystery freely uses peacocking and other devices to attract attention, and then uses more solid game techniques to build comfort, lower resistance, and eventually close. Peacocking is one of the more controversial subjects in the manosphere. It's essentially displaying some single outrageous element of dress to make yourself memorable and distinctive in a woman's mind. Mystery himself prefers a top hat of some kind. She might find you creepy, but she won't forget you, and creepy can turn into dark and intriguing if you have decent game. But Mystery doesn't get a lot of respect around the manosphere due to these clownish antics. He probably should get more, considering he's likely more responsible for introducing game concepts to the general public than anyone else. It was Mystery's brand of game that Howard Wolowitz, in the nerdy sitcom The Big Bang Theory, refers to during his outrageous courtships. Mystery's game is actually pretty solid, once you get past the fripperies. He advocates using a strong mix of alpha and beta, intriguing and seducing with a simultaneous attraction display, aloofness, and emotional openness. It might run counter to the traditional masculine game, but it's also ideally suited for the short attention span young ladies out there. Mystery plays a young man's game, and therefore as solid as it is, it's limited in scope. But his site is filled with decent advice, and his reality television show isn't half bad. The fact is, while there are plenty of good instructions there just isn't enough theory to make it more than a shallow stab at real game. Apart from peacocking, Mystery is perhaps best known for his advocacy of the infamous neg. Negging is the basic game technique useful for overcoming initial resistance by teasing a beautiful woman. The theory is that a pretty woman is used to being treated like a goddess, and that therefore such treatment bores her and will be unproductive. Or that even pretty women secretly suffer from low self-esteem and that good game can elicit interest by verbally placing yourself in a superior position to her. Either way, the effect is observably useful. By offering her a negative compliment, or neg, you give her a bit of a come-down and take some of the wind out of her sails. Mystery's classic is "Are those nails real?" but in fact there are hundreds of possible negs. My fave is "Wow, this is the best I've ever seen you look." Women in general and feminists in particular demonstrate disgust with the idea that insulting a woman while complimenting her is effective, or if it is effective, that it's unsportsmanlike or something. But the fact is that most negs used by men are just the standard female two-channel communication approach. On the one hand, you are overtly complimenting her, but on the other you are establishing your relative positioning by demonstrating that you are not overawed by her, and even find her wanting. Women do this all the time. In my native South, the most common form of this is the "bless her heart" statement, in which a woman will talk trash about another but add "bless her heart" at the end to mitigate the harsh words. Women do this so naturally they rarely even realize that they're doing it. But negging is essentially how the alpha females keep the beta and lower-ranking women in their local matrix in line. That calculated balance between finding worth and finding fault with their subordinates is how women regulate each other's affairs. What Mystery and the other PUAs who advocate negging are doing is simply co-opting a tool of female discipline as a tool of male seduction. While Mystery and Strauss have several areas of overlap, Mystery comes across as more earnest, despite all of his flamboyant ways. His use of hidden cameras and CBT-derived strategies for overcoming approach anxiety allow him to critique his students' performances in ways most PUAs can't come near. Still, Mystery's success has bred plenty of resentment by lesser-known and lesser-skilled competitors in the for-pay PUA industry. And his charismatic style and his willingness to work with any desperate dude to overcome their challenges makes him a valuable public spokesman for the sphere. Hooking up smart. I hesitated to include this last site in this list, not because it's not a good site about seduction, but because it's about seduction for chicks, not seduction of chicks. Hooking Up Smart is one of those rare female-run blogs that has backed into inclusion in the Manosphere. Originally begun as a blog by Susan Walsh dispensing sound sex advice to young women, HUS soon became a valuable cultural exchange between men and women on the subject of dating. Susan's unusually fair treatment of men, and her recognition of the problems in gender relations from both sides, have made her blog one of the few places where feminine and masculine perspectives can be shared. Susan is in a difficult position, because while she wants to advise and advocate in favor of a young woman to make smart choices about hooking up, she has come to the realization that the feminist ideals about such things are not working out for young women at all. The sex and the city lifestyle, while glamorous and filled with shoes and dicks, does not ensure long-term happiness. Indeed, Susan wonders if it brings even short-term happiness. HUS is a kind of gender relations laboratory now, a place where men can find a sympathetic female ear and where women can find unabashed advice on just how and who to date. But it exists as such only because there are women who recognize that men have gotten the short end of the stick under feminism and are both angry and confused by the new mating paradigms. In the meantime, Susan manages to impart a fair amount of good dating advice to young women, and entertain some compelling topics of gender and sexuality and family and such from men around the Manosphere. Of course, being female, Susan doesn't get a lot of respect from parts of the sphere. She's known as Aunt Giggles to some fellow bloggers, and that's a shame. There are few female voices even willing to admit that men have problems, much less try to work with them cooperatively to broaden mutual understanding. Susan's is one of the loudest, and I dare say at this point her feminine perspective has led to as many men benefiting actively from her site as the women it was intended to serve. While it's clear that the revalorization of masculinity that the Manosphere represents will be self-directed by men, it's also true that it will be informed by the rational opinions, and even emotional rants, of thoughtful women like Susan. Susan herself freely admits to the damage that feminist thought has done to men and masculinity in our culture, and while she doesn't agree with a lot of what is said in the Manosphere, she is actually quite intuitive when it comes to the male perspective, and her own perspectives on what we talk about are often quite insightful. That's the thing about the Manosphere. It's not a boys-only club. It's a boys' issues-only club, and since girls are a boys' issue, hearing from them from time to time is helpful. Especially when they don't automatically want to cut your balls off at the start of the conversation. The red pill. I'm sure you've noticed the allusion to the red pill during the course of this book, and in an effort to explain this vital concept appropriately, I felt compelled to devote a section to it, alone. The red pill isn't a pharmaceutical. It's what happens when the men of this dirty comet of the Manosphere began looking at the basic practice of game not merely as a tool to get laid, at which it excels, but as a tool of male empowerment and positive masculinity. That will send shudders down the spine of many a thoughtful feminist, and for good reason. Men who use their sexuality as a means of personal empowerment undermine the very nature of the feminist ideology, the idea that sex and mating should not be overt factors in most areas of our society. Despite barking down that well for 4 decades, we now live in a far more sexualized society than the proto-feminists could have dreamed of. Sex is ubiquitous. Which is why the red pill was, in its way, as inevitable as feminism was. The red pill is a helpful metaphor for using game as a means of empowerment and self-realization. Since most of the core principles of game involve improving a man's presentation toward the alpha, and the alpha is where the action is, then what he often finds is that the changes he made to secure a steadier supply of cause end up improving his life overall. Sometimes dramatically. As game started becoming a life-changing skill set to so many men, they began to see a clear difference in their perspective on the world. Arguably Keone Galt, blogger of the highly influential Hawaiian libertarian Manosphere blog, was the first to see the metaphor of the red pill and the blue pill as apt for describing the phenomenon. In his seminal 2009 post, "Game is the Red Pill," he says. Now that it appears the debate between the PUAs/men going their own way/MRA blogosphere about game and its relevance and morality has cooled down a bit, I would like to reiterate the one point I believe is most relevant for why all men should take an effort to understand game without trying to marginalize it or write it off as completely erroneous, simply because you object to the morality espoused by the PUA, or that you think game is a silly, manipulative script that men follow simply to get laid. To use the Matrix allegory, game is the red pill. Something happens which makes us question those very rituals we've blindly followed, and we are confronted with a choice: shall we take the blue pill and choose to ignore any inconsistencies with our own paradigm which works pretty well, or shall we take the red pill and explore these inconsistencies knowing that it could lead us into a world we aren't familiar with, one that questions the very foundations of our current perspective? The rise of the Puerarchy. The Puerarchy, for those who are new to the term, is a Manosphere term of art used to describe the phenomenon most recently called out as extended adolescence, as this harsh assessment of the group by the guardian angels, of all people, points out the tendency for young men to spend a decade or so getting drunk, high, laid, and wiped out from video game exhaustion and porn marathons instead of applying nose to grindstone, getting a college education that will allow them to support their future ex-wives. It's perplexing for feminists because it means the pool of acceptable men for marriage and procreation, and productive tax paying to support the welfare state, is drying up. It's perplexing for conservatives in the Manosphere because the Puerarchy seems to be thumbing its nose as traditional conservative values of hard work and ambition, while freely succumbing to the pleasures of the flesh and the decadence of the West that tradcons shun. No one seems to like these guys. The left condemns them as slacking losers who won't grow up, and the right condemns them as dope-smoking losers who won't grow up. At last, consensus. The Puerarchy, from the Latin puer, boy, is what happens when feminism is the primary social force in our society. Feminism had fought hard against the institutionalized sexism of the patriarchy, but it didn't realize that when you take away the fathers from rule by fathers, you don't get a bunch of men who act like women. You get a bunch of raunchy, unruly boys who, eventually, utterly rejected feminism's lofty goal of a sexism-free society, because, quite honestly, there wasn't any room for them in it. But without the ordering influence of a strong father figure in their lives, these boys not only failed to develop the traditional masculine disciplines that had turned adolescent boys into responsible members of society for centuries, they ended up being lukewarm at best to their mother's ideals about feminism. Or even outright scornful. The men, boys, guys who make up the Puerarchy rarely think about feminism, but when they do, they don't think kindly about it. Then again, feminism has never thought particularly kindly about them either. If you had to pinpoint a particular cultural moment as the birthplace of the Puerarchy, you could do worse than select the 1979 movie Porky's. Porky's is the timeless tale of a group of young boys, desperate to lose their virginity, who attempt to patronize the floating whorehouse known as Porky's. Porky, a Jabba-like figure with a Confederate decorator, isn't amused by the underage teens. Hilarity ensues. Porky's was an exercise in pure juvenile raunch. After a decade of hyper-cautious treatment of women, gender relations, and sexuality in general, Porky's was the first tangible sign that the high-minded ideals of feminism weren't completely taking hold in society at large. Set decades in the past, in a different age where such lowbrow treatment of women and sexuality was normal, the hormone-laden adventure into manhood dwarfed the tepid treatment to the matter that The Graduate had presented a generation before. Porky's was the first of the great teenage sex comedies in our culture. The feminist response was swift and sure. Porarchies represented everything about men and sexism that feminism despised. It objectified women, treating them as objects of lust and vehicles of male desire. Disgusting, was a typical review. Porarchies' treatment of women and the role they played in the sexual development of young, adolescent males was exactly the sort of thing that feminism had set out to destroy in the culture at large. There could be no equality while such trash infected the popular mind. That was the message that erupted in response to the film. Their cause wasn't helped by the fact that Porarchies was funny as hell. And popular. Porarchies was the first major film disrespecting women by treating them openly as sex objects that had exploded in popularity since the feminist age began. Dudes dug it. It was a fresh and refreshing break from such icons of masculine mediocrity as Smokey and the Bandit. Hot Florida hookers, dick jokes, and raunchy sex humor was just more appealing to the male mind than the idea of Burt Reynolds tapping that hot Sally Field ass in a mutually fulfilling and meaningful relationship. Go figure. Porarchies was the first stirring of the dormant adolescent male response to feminism, the Puerarchy. Women's sexual cues and reactions were becoming unpredictable, and the popular wisdom on the age-old question of what do women want began to change on a daily basis. Women want to be respected at work. Women wanted to be valued for their contributions. A woman wanted a man who was willing to share in domestic responsibilities without shame. A woman wanted a man who valued time with the children and took a more active role in parenting. Women wanted to be empowered to challenge male-dominated paradigms. And in no other place did feminist ideology hit men more than in the sexual arena. Women were out there, sexy and independent and experimental, but they were also suddenly dangerous creatures. A woman could complain about sexual harassment if you commented on her appearance. A woman could garner moral outrage and cause social ostracization if you made an unwanted sexual advance toward her. Hold open a door as a courteous gesture, get labeled a chauvinist. Tell a dirty joke in the break room and get labeled a sexist. Talk about your sex life and you were creating an unfriendly working environment. Not only had women become coworkers, but competitors for jobs and promotions. And at home, young wives were being filled with a vague sense of unease and anxiety of their relationships with their husbands were not fulfilling, or if their husband wasn't a good communicator. One argument too many, and it was divorce court and starting over. Custody and support policies made picking up your kids and moving to California or another community property state to get a divorce and start over far easier than it had been a decade before. Bad personal decisions in the 1960s led to such relaunches throughout the 1970s and 1980s. And instead of attempting to work things out, with the expectation that the commitment to marriage would provide impetus to meaningful compromise, more and more women were simply filing for divorce, finding a new, better man than they began with, and starting over. The 1970s was the great age of hypergamy. In that vacuum popular culture provided their instruction, and popular culture said that women wanted sensitive, caring men who could cry, change diapers, and do laundry. Everything their dads had refused to do as unmasculine and overly feminine. But if there is anything that will force a man to redefine his masculinity, it's the prospect of pussy. Men in the 1970s who wanted to see their relationships survive the divorce frenzy gave their wives what they said they wanted, the perfect beta male. They stepped back from their traditional role of strong father and instead allowed their wives to lead, or maintain the polite fiction that there was an equal balance of power within the relationship. Faced with the constant threat of divorce, these beta men went to tremendous lengths to appease the more and more angry-seeming feminists and the effect they had on their wives and girlfriends. Feminism got its fondest wish. Fathers were made redundant or optional. The patriarchy was, for all intents and purposes, forever broken around the same time Nixon resigned. For one brief shining moment it looked as if history was on the side of feminism, as they got virtually every major policy changed that they desired while men lost out in both the zero-sum and the non-zero-sum sides of the equation. But feminism's stated goal of a non-violent world of feminized men and powerful, masculinized women had miscalculated about something very vital. Passing on the glory of womanhood to a new generation of empowered, motivated young women was fairly straightforward. But despite all the gender-neutral rhetoric and de-emphasis on traditionally masculine memes such as toy guns and tanks and trucks and soldiers, the young sons of this wave of feminists did not, on the whole, become the sterling paragons of female-worshipping virtue their mothers had tried to shape them into. Because when you take away rule by the fathers, you get a bunch of drunken punks scheming to avoid the judgment of their mothers. A bunch of dudes whose highest goals involve sex and recreation, not performance and achievement. If patriarchy is the rule by the fathers, Puerarchy is ruled by boys. Not men. Boys. Big, legally adult, binge-drinking, chronically masturbating boys. Boys are not men. When confronted with a challenge, instead of confronting it head-on, boys avoid it if at all possible. Just watch a group of 12-year-old boys with a job they don't want to do. They'll spend far more energy avoiding the job than they ever would have if they just did it, but that's how boys behave. Unfortunately, feminists don't believe that. Indeed, when they think of them at all, feminists have a lot of gross misconceptions about boys, and how to rear them. A recent blog posting on Raising Sons to Respect Women by Casey Edwards, the best-selling author of 4 books that no one has ever heard of, include these emasculating factors. 1. Don't let them watch porn. 2. Make them do housework. 3. Don't let them look at women or say anything about women that isn't glowing with praise. 4. Discourage them from stereotypical masculine endeavors that encourage their boyhood and gender identification with men. 5. Make them cry, because if it's good for girls, it's good for boys. 6. Enforce the new paradigm by forcing the boy's father, if any, if present, to conform to the above to set a good example. Of course, number 6 is horribly ironic. Fathers are needed to raise good feminist boys, but only to provide an example of how a proper pussy should act. It isn't really much of a problem, however, because in most feminist households a father figure is impotent and estranged, if present at all. Indeed, feminism doesn't even see the advantages of a father who can't submit to the greater feminist meme. Better to let the boy grow into adulthood learning how to be a man from women. The problem is that the theory that a patient, loving, and understanding feminist mother could substitute adequately for the influence of a father was tested millions of times in America during the great age of hypergamy. The idea was that if a boy grew up with a strong enough maternal influence and away from the poisoning influence of the patriarchy, represented by his father or any other strong, straight male, he would grow into a strong but deferent, non-violent young man who was respectful to women to a fault. After all, feminist theory ran, men carried the cultural taint of the patriarchy. If they kept their boys apart from them, then they wouldn't grow up to be assholes like their forebears. In theory. I think we all see how that turned out. While there are plenty of success stories, they were far from typical and represented the exceptions, not the rule. More typically, a woman confronted with a testosterone-poisoned adolescent male who suddenly realizes he's bigger and stronger than his mother becomes a common thread in the narratives of single-mother households with sons. A succession of tepid boyfriends and pussy-whipped stepfathers had little influence on such a boy. He'd been trained from birth to fear women, not men. Men, he was taught, were things to be loathed and ashamed of. And then he suddenly became one of those shameful, loathsome men, and everything just sort of goes to hell after that. The degree to which a boy rebels in adolescence varies from individual to individual, of course, but the usual, pre-feminist, scenario was this surge of testosterone was recognized for what it is by the fathers of the community, dad, uncles, grandfathers, and the ancient rites of manhood were conducted to deal with it. The exact method of their rite may have changed over history and culture, but the essentials are the same. In Sparta they dealt with it by abandoning boys to violent packs haunting the wilderness at 7, where they spent 14 years in the most savage Puerarchy in history before becoming the most feared and deadly pre-industrial infantry in history. In my grandfather's time, it was customary to deal with rebellion first by beating the shit out of the rebellious teen and then, in some cases, taking him to a whorehouse to lose his virginity properly. Then the expectations and responsibilities of manhood were taught to him, until he came of age and was ready to be his own man. In my grandfather's day, it was not unusual for a 16-year-old to leave home and have a wife and kids and a job or business by the time he was old enough to vote. These days, not so much. If you can get a 16-year-old boy to explain his life plans, if he mentions something other than World of Warcraft, clandestine porn or disc golf, you have a real prize on your hands. Mostly he just wants to entertain himself, whack off, and not be bothered. Especially by his mom. Absent fathers can't confront the rebellion of boys. As every culture has realized, when it comes to adolescence, you can only conquer testosterone with more testosterone. The young primate makes a big deal out of how strong he is. The older primates demonstrate that he's not so strong, and thus cowed he takes his proper place among the most junior adults. But mothers, especially feminist mothers who believed in nonviolence and reason and sharing of feelings in the face of aggression, they were pretty much helpless. Because, as a whole generation of single moms realized to their horror, boys really will be boys. You can't teach it out of them. You can make them ineffective, spineless caricatures of adult males, but you cannot make them men, and you cannot coerce them into respecting women when they don't even respect themselves. As a wave of feminist-oriented teachers hit public schools in the 1970s, boys were a problem. Always looming over girls at the top of test scores, always dominating classroom discussions, always taking the lead and pushing girls out of the way. That irritated the feminist sensitivities and the hurt feelings of those teachers, and before you knew it, they were restructuring education around the whole idea of promoting girls' achievements, whether they warranted it or not. Poor math scores among girls were due to the overbearing nature of boys in the classroom and a system that discouraged girls from serious academics. So to counter this, regulations and customs were implemented that slowly but surely took away the apparent advantages that boys unfairly had. Indeed, the educational establishment by about 1982 had firmly bought into the boys are trouble meme. The plethora of growing boys who were living without any paternal influence at all was not considered a factor. Clearly popular culture was the culprit, if there wasn't a convenient father to blame. Or perhaps it was just because boys were inherently fucked up. That's when you started hearing about ADD and other such issues in the 1970s and 1980s, not because they didn't exist before, but because a whole generation of boys had grown up without strong masculine guidance, and like boys everywhere they were pushing the boundaries of what they could get away with. As fearful as they were of their mothers, that fear wasn't enough to change their puerile activity more than concealing it better, at best. Single moms flooded school counselors as their adolescent boys acted out, sometimes violently. Is there any medical reason for this? They demanded. The counselors had an answer: call them hyperactive, drug them into a stupor, and then push little Susie like hell while little Johnny is in detention. There was even a point where school counselors were more or less empowered to make the diagnosis and recommend treatment. But while clinical ADD can be successfully treated with amphetamines, the fact was that there is no medical treatment for male adolescents no matter how badly their mothers wanted it. Like it or not, feminism had built the Puerarchy. They just hadn't realized it yet. From the boys' perspective, there wasn't much incentive to grow up. The prospect of getting older, getting a job, and marrying a girl just like dear old mom terrified these lost boys. The respect for women that their mothers had tried to instill in them using fear, persuasion, rejection, and big steaming piles of shame often turned instead to open contempt and disdain to the boys. If the best he could hope for was to grow up and end up like his dad, wherever the hell he was, whomever the hell he was, then these dudes didn't want to have anything to do with that. Drugs and alcohol were constant lures away from their bleak future. Stepfathers had no respect and no authority compared to mom. She terrified him, too. School was an extension of the matronly control mechanism. It was even worse in the African American community. With a skyrocketing incarceration and murder rate, an entire generation of fathers was wholly absent from the lives of their sons. In one black family I grew up near in the South in the 1980s, of 5 brothers only one had escaped jail or murder. But they had a bunch of kids in between incarcerations. And when those boys, my contemporaries, grew up, they had even fewer paternal resources. Adulthood to many of my working-class male African-American friends meant screwing as many bitches as possible and living large until they went inevitably to prison or to the cemetery. There were very few places for single mothers to turn, back in the 1980s, and most answers were unpalatable to feminists raising boys. The other avenues of raising a boy to manhood, the military and Boy Scouts, had been under constant ideological attack from feminism since the anti-war movement. They were tools of the patriarchy, after all, and their boys had to be protected from that. At a certain point in most of these boys' lives, there was a confrontation with their mom, often with the participation of another adult. Sometimes several. It might have been a formal intervention, a screaming and yelling match, a guidance counselor visit, a meeting with a pastor, or just an increasing silence and alienation. There comes a time when the boy looks at his mother not with fear or respect, but with disdain and contempt over both her impotency and her total lack of understanding of what it is to be male. The Puerarchy was filled with disdain. They had watched their mothers make one horrific personal mistake after another, and seen what happened to their fathers. How could they not feel contempt? When the boys realized that their mothers didn't have any real power over them, or they decided to ride it out until they graduated, they didn't bother to confront their issues, man-style. They avoided them. They took the route that boys traditionally take under stress. They went subversive. They became true Puerarchs. Porky's was the beginning of that subversive movement, the point where the first generation of the divorce boom realized that being respectful to women and not staring at their boobs, or even expressing sexual interest, wasn't the only approach to life. There was sex and booze and weed and, later, porn. By the 1980s there were video games, and in the 1990s, computers. By 2000, the internet was here and it was all over. Porky's had gone mainstream. Mom didn't usually know about half the shit their darling little delinquents got into, and the boys did a pretty decent job of hiding things. Their mothers, terrified what they might find if they looked too closely, either attempted to institute harsh controls over their sons or rationalized any odd behavior as a mark of their son's specialness. But the subversive wave was starting to build. 1982 was a watershed year. After Porky's there came other signs that the feminist message hadn't taken root in their sons. Movies glamorizing puerile behavior, including Fast Times at Ridgemont High, Risky Business, Police Academy, Bachelor Party. These early 80s raunch movies were extremely popular with the developing Puerarchy in the throes of rebellious adolescence. They represented a world where dudes got drunk and got laid and nobody's mother bitched about it. A good number of these guys were already drifting, the casualties of divorce and relocation. They were weekend kids, shuttled from one house to the other on the weekends. Or raised by grandparents or aunts and uncles while their parents tried to sort out their crap. They were raised on cable TV and VHS tapes. Your life is ruled by your mom, and your dad, well, he's going to have a new wife soon. Even if your own parents were together, they were the minority in most neighborhoods, and they almost always had serious problems. The Puerarchy's ideas of marriage, family, love and sex were horribly skewed by their personal experience, which had shown them the bitter reality of life during the sexual revolution. While their sisters were being praised for every minor achievement, they were blamed for aping the stupid antics from television and movies that had been their only real guidance into male maturity. As the years went by, and the divorce rate climbed to near 50%, happily married couples became as rare as full-service gas stations. Cynicism and irony became a way of life as step-siblings and step-parents came and went. The string of John Hughes films about the screwy sexual misadventures teens in a safely white upper-middle-class upper Midwest neighborhood was a Brady Bunch standard by which their own personal horrors were measured. Family itself became ironic. In the African American community, things were even worse. Divorce and abandonment and single mothers, incarceration and murder, easy access to drugs and guns made the once hallowed working-class family structure that had sustained the black community through slavery and integration into a shattered network of aunts and grandmothers and sisters bravely trying to keep the family together against the violent tides of chaos. Even as the black middle class was growing strong and finding the same challenges to marriage the rest of the middle class was, chaos and violence could all too easily find their way home. The statistical future for poor black boys was abysmal in the 1980s, and the defiant, militant attitude of the strong mothers in their lives made becoming a black man in the 1980s a challenging proposition. Things could have been unbearable if there hadn't been fantasy escapism to retreat to. Comic books. Star Wars. Raiders of the Lost Arkansas, Star Trek. Cartoons. Dungeons and Dragons. Atari video games. And computers. Computers most of all. Things could have gotten totally out of hand if we didn't have computers. Especially computers that could talk to each other. In 1988, I got a job at the prestigious public university in the Office of Information Technology doing some data entry on a grant. That's where a mystical Welsh-descended poet in charge of my work-study job introduced me to the terms Internet, hypertext, DARPA, email, and the World Wide Web. It took me a couple of days to figure out the implications, but at that point I was writing science fiction and I knew about all that Star Trek stuff, and oh my god, was that the world just changing? Why yes it was. Late in December 1989, shamelessly killing time wandering the very tiny World Wide Web, I chanced across a series of Usenet newsgroups called the Outs. As in alt.sex, alt.sex.stories, and alt.sex.pictures. I of course had to jump on that last one. It took an hour and a half with our blistering fast modem connection, but in 1989 I got to download a file onto the workstation to see a picture of a chick's bare boobs and a good 50% of her bush, for free over the internet. All the cool kids were doing it. First the techie geeks and science nerds, but soon even the liberal arts majors were getting in on it. It was just too darn fun. There was talk of even letting any student who wanted one get a university-sponsored email address. A few weeks earlier, I had met my girlfriend in a chat session on the local campus intranet. Oh my god. The world just changed again. And our moms had no idea what was about to happen. Thanks to the internet and great examples like Revenge of the Nerds and House Party to Aspire to, sneaking your dad's pornos became passé. If you really wanted action, and you didn't know an action-inclined girl, then you got a computer for Christmas from your guilty dad and started an email account for school, and you started, pretty much from the beginning, to look for porn. You knew it was out there. You heard about it. Other dudes gave you hints and codes on the sly. And it didn't take long to find out where to get it. This was back when it was technically illegal, and certainly against the spirit of academic freedom the founding fathers of the internet had in mind, to use a DARPA-created, government-run computer network to transfer a lurid photo of two cheerleaders exploring the love only two teenage cheerleaders can. Just pictures, at first, but it wasn't long before the video formats stabilized and you could get small, 10 to 15 second clips that actually showed 4 or 5 repetitive thrusts. But if you put it on endless loop, it was enough to whack to. We knew that we were violating everything our self-righteous, feminist-encrusted mothers stood for about respecting women and not objectifying girls, and how porn was evil, even though they, themselves, were going through a wildly experimental phase with vibrating toys and video porn. Their hypocrisy made the rebellion of internet porn all the richer. The Puerarchy thrives on subversion, and passive-aggressive rebellion was our specialty. Besides, getting it on the computer was just easier because hey, your mom would never guess that 85204729.jpg was that one with the really big tits in the convertible it took you a day and a half to download at night, when no one else was using the phone lines. And after all that work, by God, you earned that blissful orgasm. But the thought of millions of young men beatifically whacking their evil penises at home to the images of women was a thought crime that could not be borne by the feminist establishment. With the welfare of girls firmly in mind, it took on the evil specter of pornography and sought to deal a permanent blow to it, and male sexuality in general, through a series of legislative initiatives that, alas, kept coming up short. You see, by the time a law would get close to getting passed on the subject, the technology would change so radically that the legislation was outdated. Go back and read the Digital Millennium Copyright Act for such quaint language. Most of the early attempts only targeted pictures, the power of online video yet undreamt of. The fact was, the dudes of the Puerarchy weren't going to get rid of their porn because it was far, far better than actually dealing with the pushy, entitled, and prone to lawsuits women their own age. In the olden days, a dude might have to take a girl out on up to 6 or 7 expensive dates before he got anywhere. Even in the age of early loss of virginity and eager sexual experimentation, once you got past the actual orgasm part of the agenda, the rest was pretty unfulfilling for a dude. So good porn beat a bad girlfriend 9 times out of 10. But porn wasn't just restricted to the Puerarchy, our dads were watching it, too, with increasing frequency. And that was a problem, because while some of them were sharing it with our moms and enjoying a good married sex life with some bells and whistles, other dads, the frustrated betas and mild-mannered gammas and deltas who had been fed a subsistence level of sex for years, just plain went nuts. Porn was the evil specter that loomed over marriage in the 1980s. The ubiquity of VHS made getting new XXX movies as easy as going to the back room of your local video store. And when a married man is faced with a choice of kissing his wife's ass for a week for a mediocre lay on Saturday night, providing he'd been good and not pissed her off, or whacking off 6 times to lusty busted sluts, the choice became obvious. Masturbation became preferable to jumping through the hoops your 1980s, feminist-tinted wife put up for you to have sex with her. And she had to have those hoops there. To do otherwise was to cede sexual control of the relationship to her husband, and that wasn't something any woman, much less any feminist, was eager to do. Eventually the wives started to notice that. It was hard not to when your sexual power evaporates that quickly. Everyone starts to notice it. And wives panicked, but instead of lowering the bar on sex and trying to meet their husbands halfway, they freaked out and tried to turn masturbation into sociopathic illness. Porn was disease, was the message. Watching it killed desire, ruined marriages, and was tantamount to infidelity, according to the feminine consensus of the time. Feminism backed that play strongly, save for a few sex-positive women ahead of their time who saw traditional female sexual power as a good thing. One of the main complaints against the porn industry, and at that point, it really started to be an industry, at the time, besides the usual moral indictment for exploiting and objectifying women, was that exposure to porn gave men unreasonable expectations about their sex lives. In other words, it made women work too hard. These unreasonable expectations included oral and anal sex, exhibitionism, voyeurism, and exposure to pretty young girls with big fake boobs. These weren't real women, feminism argued, these were caricatures of real women that didn't exist in real life. And no, just because those porn stars insisted that they were real people didn't matter. The fact was that men who watched porn in the 1980s were no longer satisfied with starfish sex, where a woman merely lies there like a starfish while her mate has sex with her, with little movement and devoid of passion. They wanted blowjobs. They wanted anal sex. They wanted wild times with happy feminine chicks who really, really loved getting screwed. They wanted to feel master of their universe, not the foil in a bad television sitcom. Compared to the disapproving, anti-sex and anti-male women they were often married to, video porn was like a glimpse into a strange and wonderful world of male sexuality, and the fact that women were generally against it made it that much more alluring. 1980s VHS porn represented a departure from the place of porn in our society. Until about 1977 or so, almost all the porn in America was consumed in less than 1,000 theaters and bookstores spread out across the country in nondescript, often unmarked buildings. Usually these places were a haven for clandestine gay hookups, scaring off many of the more mainstream customers. But once VHS brought POM into virtually every local convenience store, it suddenly became, if not respectable, at least common for a dude to grab a movie or two to fill his idle hours without feeling like a criminal or a pervert. That was, in its way, as liberating to straight men as the Stonewall riots had been for gay men. Having access to any kind of sex without going through the gatekeepers of porn, their wives, freed men from the sexual stranglehold 1980s wives imposed on them. While the 1970s had been the unabashed golden age of hypergamy, the 1980s became the golden age of whacking off. And while radical feminists like Andrea Dworkin went into a tizzy, declaring all heterosexual sex as fundamentally rape. The newly powerful religious right did its best to demonize porn from a purely moral standpoint. Dudes tended to ignore both of them and continued whacking off. That kind of passive-aggressive resistance to feminine authority wasn't exactly revolutionary, but it was important. Porn represented an escape from judgment and rejection. Your wife might have a perpetual headache, but Amber Reynolds never did. And her tits were better, too. And she did anal. She was awake and willing 24/7, and you could rewind to the best parts over and over again without her getting tired or complaining. How is that not a bad thing for men? Wives were frustrated. How could they compete with the perfect bodies of young girls? How could they keep their husbands attracted to them and away from the other woman of porn? For a few, the answer was to up their game, break down and learn a few things, and keep their marriages functional. Some even went so far as to be conciliatory about the whole thing, and abandon some of the worst elements of feminism in favor of happier unions. But most of the irate women who discovered their hubby's secret stash of videotapes retreated to name-calling, shaming, and emotional blackmail. Where it worked, their dudes got rid of their porn, yeah, right, and fell back into beta mode. Where it didn't, well, divorce was always an option, and POM addiction, while not a medical diagnosis, was a devastating enough charge in a divorce to compel a lucrative settlement. They weren't entirely wrong. Porn did destroy marriages by bringing unfair competition into the bedroom. Women who weren't willing to do the same thing as the porn stars were doing with frightening regularity ended up sexually estranged from their husbands, who could have their desires filled in fantasy while they became increasingly disenchanted with the reality. To their wives, it was a seemingly impossible task. They were competing with another woman who wasn't really their one, who didn't fart or nag or bitch about her girlfriends. So the only reasonable thing to do was, of course, shame their men about their sexual urges and convince them to appreciate their meager offerings and treat them as highest art. That didn't scare dudes away from porn. You can't unsee an interracial double penetration, for instance. But the objections of those wives just made it a more attractive alternative. For the first time in a long time, men had some sort of leverage in the bedroom. A man could increase his sexual education and enjoyment, explore his own sensuality, and his wife didn't have to be involved at all. That in and of itself was enough to inspire dread in their wives. Of course, some who went into the alluring world of fake boobs and eager pussies never came back to their wives. Once these men saw the possibilities, they took advantage of the same liberal divorce laws and went in search of a sexual nirvana not even the specter of HIV could cloud. Or, if a dude had crappy game in high school and had become discouraged from pursuing a real relationship with a woman, porn offered an alternative worthy of consideration. Sure, it didn't fill your heart with the emotional bounty a relationship could. But look at the unpalatable alternative. The Puerarchy is usually divided into cads and losers, with the majority of eligible women all competing for the relatively small pool of natural alphas, cads who are dipping their wicks like it's on sale at half price. The rest of the pool, the beta, delta, and gamma losers who are running lame game and getting laid only by chance or circumstance, are blindly competing for the 85% of women who can't manage to end up in an alpha harem. Those losers are the Puerarchy, the subversive chorus of socially antagonistic extended adolescents, the lost boys who can't or won't go fully into a mature manhood. The guys who made Vin Diesel and Grand Theft Auto household words. They're the dudes who are still hitting the clubs looking to get laid when they're in their mid to late 20s, or older. Some guys never quite leave the Puerarchy. They just keep going back to the clubs and running their game on the next generation of young women. When it came down to a choice between porn or pursuing a relationship, porn often won out. And if porn won out, the dude was, whether he knew it or not, on his way to the Puerarchy. If one had to come up with a working definition of a Puerarch, it would be a man who, usually without being conscious of it, has rejected the social expectations usually reserved for mature males in our society in favor of an extended adolescence spent catering to their own selfish pleasure. By definition, a Puerarch has not moved on to full male maturity. Although he has left childhood far behind, he is nowhere near real manhood. Nor do I reserve marriage and family as the only acceptable standard for real manhood. The Puerarchs lack the thoughtful deliberation of the men going their own ways. They're just here to get high, get laid, and have a good time, not establish a new masculine paradigm. Along with porn, a staple of the Puerarchy the feminists did not anticipate were video games. Starting with the simplistic electronic console game of Pong, the rapidly evolving generations of video games spawned huge industries and employed thousands. Since most of the gamers were male, it's not surprising that most of the game content was male-oriented, violent, gory, and sometimes overtly sexual. And dudes ate it up. While not a vice of our fathers, video games provided hundreds of hours of masculine therapy, effectively giving us a simulation of the hunter-gatherer skills we men have largely lost and lament. First-person shooters were particularly popular and an epitome of male orientation. Needless to say, women in general and feminists in particular hated these games with a passion. When you tried to ask women in the 1980s and early 1990s about video games, their views were almost universally negative. Even educational games, devoid of objectionable content, were suspiciously viewed as time sinks. While a small minority of women played, the industry was and continues to be predominantly male-run and male-played. A little investigation at the time made it easy to see the objection to Junior playing 10 hours of SimCity a day. It made Junior unproductive. That is, he skipped schoolwork and got bad grades because he devoted too much time to Donkey Kong. Once computer games came home with home computers, the fight was on between mothers and sons in the suburbs. It was one thing to have that violent crap in the mall arcade. It was another to have it playing over and over, all day long. If Mom could get Junior to graduate in the hope that he would get married and provide her grandchildren, Junior seemed far more interested in Lara Croft than in pursuing archaeology, or even a girlfriend. With a computer, a dude had access to porn and entertainment. If he lived near a Taco Bell, it's unlikely that he really needed a working vehicle, much less a girlfriend. And no one back then felt like they needed a wife unless their religion encouraged it, strongly. Another gift to the Puerarchy has to be sports. While the feminists were rewriting the playbook on human mating in the West, sports leagues were consolidating and improving and investing in technologies and rivalries that made sports an industry in itself. The draw was the huge amount of beer that men drink while watching it, and the all-important beer company ad revenue. Once cable television was predominant, and then satellite television allowed it to be imported into rural areas, sports exploded as a common male interest. Once relegated to a morning scan of the box scores, televised sports didn't just provide the thrill of Monday Night Football, it allowed dudes to watch every kind of sports any time of day. With a reasonable amount of money and a lazy boy chair, a man could fill his spare time with a never-ending stream of competitive endeavors. And once the internet came along, allowing men to take the raw statistics of their favorite teams and players and construct fantasy leagues, not only was a whole new industry spawned, millions of men stopped their blind chase for low-quality pussy in favor of the more gentlemanly, and far easier, pursuit of professional sports. A subset of the rise of the importance of sports in modern masculine culture is the fairly recent rise of gambling, particularly poker. Texas Hold'em has become a passionate pastime for millions, and they tend to be predominantly male. While internet gambling is technically illegal in the United States, hundreds of thousands of men waste precious time and money every day playing poker online or on their phones, with human opponents or computers. Poker has become the manly alternative to more juvenile video games for some, and there's no doubt that it encapsulates several masculine virtues: risk-taking, estimation, calculation, achievement and competition. Thus arose the Puerarchy, fueled by beer, porn, video games, gambling and sports. It's not a conscious movement, like the MRAs or the men going their own ways. It's a cultural phenomenon based on male apathy and self-gratification in response to the feminist utopia we live in. The Puerarchs are the lost boys, the fatherless, or fatherlight, dudes who don't have any ambition beyond their next burger, next game, next orgasm. But they don't want a Wendy to come play mommy for them. Indeed, they have very little respect for women in general. Despite having feminist thought shoved down their throat by their moms and their schools and society at large, they remain unconvinced by it, and thoroughly uncompelled. They have very little respect for themselves. And they have very little inspiration or incentive to aspire to anything else. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Women hate the Puerarchy, even as they court it while young and combat it when they mature. Puerarchs are guilty of the most unpardonable sin in the feminist lexicon, they just don't give a damn about women. And almost as bad, they don't feel compelled in the slightest to go out and find a woman to enrich their lives, or spend their money on. Puerarchs may not have made the conscious decision to go their own way, but they do so by default. They are the whipping boys of feminism, the immature mouth breather who treats girls like objects and scorns the beautiful nature of sisterhood that feminists revile so frequently. That the Puerarchy is a concentrated version of some essential male qualities doesn't faze them. Some women are just unnerved by the idea of a perfectly good man sitting at home by himself watching sports, playing video games, eating pizza and drinking beer with the guys and not calling her. Or any woman. Feminists go further, actively condemning such poor sportsmanship. After all, it should be any man's pleasure to work in service to a woman, shouldn't it? A lot of folks expected these dudes to man up when they hit their mid to late 20s, but that didn't quite happen. Oh, some got married, some had kids, some did what they were supposed to, but a significant portion of them didn't when the time came. Lacking incentive or inclination, they latched onto the internet as it evolved and either made enough money to get a really hot girlfriend or watched a lot of porn and played a lot of video games. Then folks expected them to man up in their early 30s, and a few of them did get married or divorced or whatever, but a whole lot of them didn't. Indeed, they didn't seem like they had much inclination to grow up, much less man up. Yet the calls for them to do that are shrill and growing louder. Even feminists understand that there's a problem with dudes right now. They just don't understand what that problem is. They think that manning up, which is insulting to hear, particularly from folks without testicles, will solve the problem. If more dudes step away from the porn and video games, then they can be more productive members of society. Right? More productive for whom? Psychologist Dr. Philip Zimbardo, you may remember him as the professor emeritus at Stanford University who is world-renowned for his 1971 research, the Stanford Prison Experiment, wherein students were divided up into prisoners and prison guards and then observed being inhuman to each other under the color of authority, and Nikita Duncan, in their 2012 book and TED Talk The Demise of Guys, Why Boys Are Struggling and What We Can Do About It, claim that the video game and porn culture of the Puerarchy are ruining guys. Yeah, that's what did it. Not the systematic denigration of masculinity. It was Pac-Man and Poon. Why? Young men become hooked on arousal, sacrificing their schoolwork and relationships in the pursuit of getting a tech-based buzz, write the researchers for CNN. They go on. Video game and porn addictions are different. They are arousal addictions, where the attraction is in the novelty, the variety or the surprise factor of the content. Sameness is soon habituated, newness heightens excitement. In traditional drug arousal, conversely, addicts want more of the same cocaine or heroin or favorite food. The consequences could be dramatic. The excessive use of video games and online porn in pursuit of the next thing is creating a generation of risk-averse guys who are unable and unwilling to navigate the complexities and risks inherent to real-life relationships, school, and employment. There you have it, folks. Video games and porn are bad for dudes not because they're, bad for dudes, but because they're bad for women. Puerarchs don't achieve. Puerarchs don't get MBAs, or if they do, they don't get married, they buy jet skis, beer and hookers. Puerarchs are guilty of the high crime of working for their own pursuits and interests, and not one which favors a woman in any way. These dudes aren't risk-averse, they're just bored and apathetic. They take plenty of risks, they just don't do it in a feminist-approved way. Instead of going out and finding a future ex-wife, they're going out and spending their money on cars and games and DVDs and computers and the ESPN sports package. Hardly a productive career, from a feminist perspective. Neither feminists nor psychologists actually care about the young men themselves. Their interest is in how to turn them into more productive and rewarding, for other people, citizens, regardless of their own passions and interests. In fact, no one actually asks the Puerarchs if they want to man up. They just assume that they'll be happier, like a dog is happier after getting neutered. But wait, there's more. It's not just making us slobs, it's messing up our brains. Such new brains are also totally out of sync in traditional school classes, which are analog, static and interactively passive. Academics are based on applying past lessons to future problems, on planning, on delaying gratifications, on work coming before play and on long-term goal setting. Guys are also totally out of sync in romantic relationships, which tend to build gradually and subtly, and require interaction, sharing, developing trust and suppression of lust at least until the time is right. Apparently Doc Zimbardo isn't aware of the romantic holocaust that is the dating 2.0 world. And that's hardly fair. That's applying feminine standards and perspectives of romance and relationships to men, and that's as inept as applying masculine standards and perspectives of porn and sexuality on women and expecting the same results. Sexuality is a big, complicated, many-hued thing, and male sexuality is its own freaking animal, separate and distinct from what women desire and are aroused by. Relationships only build gradually and subtly when there's the potential for commitment or more than a mostly physical encounter, and in most cases there just isn't. Interaction, sharing, developing trust. That's a female approach to the sexual marketplace. The male approach is usually more direct and practical, revolving as it does around the disposition of our dicks. It doesn't require all of that stuff, and usually we'd just rather skip it, so now we're labeled by pathology for the crime of not acting more like women, or how women want us to act. It's not that guys are totally out of sync in romantic relationships, they just don't care for all the crap and expectations of a romantic relationship that is, in all likelihood, lead to a bad end and a broken heart. Viewing the current sexual marketplace in this way is completely approaching romance from the female perspective without regards to romance from the male perspective. It ignores the more sex-based romance dudes prefer, hint, it's more like a porn movie than a romance movie, and denigrates male sexuality by insisting on a suppression of lust as a precondition. That is some bullshit. The fact is, dudes are perfectly happy with the sex-heavy, romance-light mode, for the most part. It keeps things from getting complicated, expensive, and messy, even if it means you have to learn some game to pursue it. No, it isn't romance, but that is their issue. Mostly, dudes just want sex. It's our primary motivator. Not romance. Sex. That isn't good enough for feminists and psychological pundits, however. Male sexuality is a threat to feminism, and shrinks aren't a big fan either. Apparently dudes are just fucked up because they aren't as willing to put up with feminine bullshit as much anymore, and they lay the blame for this barely suppressed resentment and anger at the feet of Jenna Jameson and the Mario brothers, not on a culture that systematically devalues and dehumanizes young men. Doc Z concludes. We are in a national, and perhaps global, guy disaster mode that needs to be noticed and solutions advanced to fix a totally novel phenomenon, which will only increase in intensity and breadth without the concerted efforts of educators, game makers, parents, guys and gals. That is, if they aren't careful, then these dudes will go on enjoying themselves without knowing the special joy of supporting an ex-wife and estranged children from afar. The very idea that men need to be fixed out of the Puerarchy is mistaken. As feminism chose to abandon the social and cultural expectations of women, so the Puerarchy has turned its back on the social and cultural expectations of men. No, they didn't turn into the perfect domestic housecleaning god and sensitive crying man lover the feminists expected, they were still dudes. When it stopped being a good deal for them, they wisely retreated into the dude universe where sexy babes are always happy to see you, your electronic machine gun never runs out of ammo, your teams always win and the pizza is always there within 30 minutes or it's free. In other words, in a free society, these men have every right to withdraw to pursue their own electronic happiness, and should be able to do so without judgment and condemnation. If Porky's was the Puerarchy's inception, its coming of age was clearly the cult classic film Fight Club. Fight Club, a 1999 flick about a young man who starts an underground boxing club and eventually founds an international cabal of men to screw with the universe, is the Puerarchy taken to its logical conclusion. The nameless main character, played by Ed Norton, is haunted by a friend, Tyler Durden, Brad Pitt, who encourages him to fight back against his socially induced apathy and establish meaning for himself through innumerable petty pranks and subversive elements. Fight Club is an ode to the Puerarchy, the way that 300 is an ode to testosterone. If there ever was an escapist fantasy about getting away from the dominating influence of women and pushing for a masculine ordered life, Fight Club is it. It gained instant cult status and was the inspiration for untold numbers of antisocial acts by the Puerarchy. The allure of Fight Club is its complete abandonment of feminist-inspired context and the unapologetic pursuit of dudeness through violence, subversion, and sabotage. Through the complex plot machinations, Norton's character not only finds masculine meaning within his own life, but provides context for other lost men to reinvent themselves in post-industrial society. Eventually, Norton uses the group to destroy credit card companies through an act of terrorism, but by that point he has clearly lost control of it. Anti-feminist messages may not be profuse throughout the flick, but pro-male ones are. The director, Fincher, spoke of the nameless protagonist thusly. He's tried to do everything he was taught to do, tried to fit into the world by becoming the thing he isn't. The narrator cannot find happiness, so he travels on a path to enlightenment in which he must kill his parents, his God, and his teacher. At the start of the film, he has killed his parents. With Tyler Durden, he kills his God by doing things they are not supposed to do. To complete the process of maturing, the narrator has to kill his teacher, Tyler Durden. While that might be an overly intellectual approach to the film, most of the Puerarchy latches onto a few key concepts. They are embodied in quotes that could be official slogans of the Puerarchy, if not the Manosphere in general. Fuck off with your sofa units and strine green stripe patterns. I say never be complete. I say stop being perfect. I say let's evolve, let the chips fall where they may. Fuck damnation, man. Fuck redemption. We are God's unwanted children. So be it. Man, I see in Fight Club the strongest and smartest men who've ever lived. I see all this potential, and I see squandering. God damn it, an entire generation pumping gas, waiting tables, slaves with white collars. Advertising has us chasing cars and clothes, working jobs we hate so we can buy shit we don't need. We're the middle children of history, man. No purpose or place. We have no great war. No Great Depression. Our Great War's a spiritual war, our Great Depression is our lives. We've all been raised on television to believe that one day we'd all be millionaires, and movie gods, and rock stars. But we won't. And we're slowly learning that fact. And we're very, very pissed off. It's only after we've lost everything that we're free to do anything. I felt like destroying something beautiful. You're not your job. You're not how much money you have in the bank. You're not the car you drive. You're not the contents of your wallet. You're not your fucking khakis. You're the all-singing, all-dancing crap of the world. Listen up, maggots. You are not special. You are not a beautiful or unique snowflake. You're the same decaying organic matter as everything else. The things you own end up owning you. How much can you know about yourself? You've never been in a fight. I don't want to die without any scars. So come on, hit me before I lose my nerve. Is that what a real man is supposed to look like? God damn. We just had a near-life experience, fellas. Our fathers were our models for God. If our fathers bailed, what does that tell you about God? You have to consider the possibility that God does not like you. He never wanted you. In all probability, he hates you. This is not the worst thing that can happen. We don't need him. A guy who came to Fight Club for the first time, his ass was a wad of cookie dough. After a few weeks, he was carved out of wood. After fighting, everything else in your life got the volume turned down. And then, something happened. I let go. Lost in oblivion. Dark and silent and complete. I found freedom. Losing all hope was freedom. Do you know what a duvet is? It's a blanket. Just a blanket. Now why do guys like you and me know what a duvet is? Is this essential to our survival, in the hunter-gatherer sense of the word? No. What are we then? We are consumers. We're the byproducts of a lifestyle obsession. I'd be very, very careful who you talk to about that, because the person who wrote that is dangerous. And this button-down, Oxford cloth psycho might just snap, and then stalk from office to office with an Armalite AR-10 carbine gas-powered semi-automatic weapon, pumping round after round into colleagues and coworkers. This might be someone you've known for years. Someone very, very close to you. Or maybe you shouldn't bring me every little piece of trash you happen to pick up. I flipped through catalogs and wondered, what kind of dining set defines me as a person? Marla's philosophy of life is that she might die at any moment. The tragedy, she said, was that she didn't. We are all part of the same compost heap. When the fight was over, nothing was solved, but nothing mattered. We all felt saved. I can't get married, I'm a 30-year-old boy. Like so many others, I had become a slave to the IKEA nesting instinct. Reject the basic assumptions of civilization, especially the importance of material possessions. Warning, if you are reading this, then this warning is for you. Every word you read of this useless fine print is another second off your life. Don't you have other things to do? Is your life so empty that you honestly can't think of a better way to spend these moments? Or are you so impressed with authority that you give respect and credence to all that claim it? Do you read everything you're supposed to read? Do you think everything you're supposed to think? Buy what you're told to want. Get out of your apartment. Meet a member of the opposite sex. Stop the excessive shopping and masturbation. Quit your job. Start a fight. Prove you're alive. If you don't claim your humanity, you will become a statistic. You have been warned. Most of the week we were Ozzy and Harriet, but every Saturday night we were finding something out. We were finding out more and more that we were not alone. It used to be that when I came home angry and depressed, I'd just clean my condo, polish my Scandinavian furniture. I should have been looking for a new condo. I should have been haggling with my insurance company. I should have been upset about my nice, neat, flaming little shit. But I wasn't. And, of course, the immortal. Welcome to Fight Club. The first rule of Fight Club is, you do not talk about Fight Club. The second rule of Fight Club is, you do not talk about Fight Club. But perhaps the most profound message was encapsulated by this statement. We're a generation of men raised by women. I'm wondering if another woman is really the answer we need. If you look at Fight Club as a manifesto of the Puerarchy, coming as it did at the end of Gen X's extended adolescence in 1999, then a few things become clear. 1. The Puerarchy isn't interested in material culture or traditional ambition because it sees no real benefit for itself. 2. Young men in our society are filled with anger and longing for paternal guidance. Women just do not have the answers to our questions. 3. The Puerarchy is more than happy to fuck things up in a subversive manner just because they can, and it amuses them. 4. Despite 30 years of trying, feminism couldn't remove the desire for young men to be masculine, even if it killed them. The violence and the anarchic overtones got Fight Club pegged as a juvenile fantasy by the critics, and it didn't do as well as expected at the box office. The initial marketing campaign was changed to make it less offensive, and that killed the buzz. The buzz was alive and well when it hit DVD, however. And when it did, dudes ate it up like double wing night at Hooters. Fight Club seemed to epitomize every petty frustration and secret anxiety of the Gen X Puerarchy. For some of us, it marked a transition to a more responsible place in our lives. For others, it was permission to go their own way long before the term became popular. Fight Club celebrated masculinity like 300, but it wasn't the noble, heroic masculinity that flourishes in a culture which respects it. It was the stunted, pernicious masculinity of false expectations and disappointment, the one that strikes back through subversion and withdrawal, objectification and ridicule, when it tries to grow in an environment devoid of respect for masculinity. What amuses some Manospherans is all the sudden public interest in men that, otherwise, feminists just can't stand. When gender feminists aren't condemning them for just being male, equity feminists are criticizing them, unfairly, for not growing up and facing responsibility. Why don't the dudes just man up and get real jobs and be men? Can't they see how pointless the Puerarchy is? Aren't there more rewarding things for them to do, like support a wife and children before they leave him? Disgusted commenters everywhere, from the religious right to the mainstream left, keep asking that question of these dudes. The answer is one of those classic "why on earth do women use twice as much toilet paper as men?" stupid questions. You see, porn and games from the internet and sports and fantasy sports and motorsports and such aren't compelling them from pursuing real life. At most those attractions impel them. The internet is merely providing a haven that allows the disaffected males of the West a place to hang out and have fun in the face of widespread cultural rejection, without feminine oversight. That's golden, for us dudes. It's not that we want to go someplace and talk shit about women, it's that when we try to go someplace and talk about women, there always seems to be some woman, or misguided male, who wants to give a shit about it. The fact is, real life for boys and men these days is so far removed from traditional fonts of masculinity, not to mention traditional masculine incentives, that there just isn't really much interest in putting so much energy into something that is ultimately going to feel like such a sucking chest wound to the male in question. Easier to load up on pizza and hack /electrons for another 12 hours than even contemplate the misery and horror of trying to convince a chick to drop her panties for you because you're a nice guy who's just being himself. Because killing electronic zombies is just a hell of a lot more fun than being lectured about a bunch of boring crap you have to put up with before you can get laid. Especially boring crap about how men suck. Easier to ignore the women, whack off, and kill more zombies. Which makes feminist heads spin with frustration and anger at being ignored by Puerarchs. How dare they? The irony of this should not be lost on anyone. After persuading our civil society that violence and aggression were universally toxic things to be universally despised since the end of World War II, after convincing us that all masculine endeavors were automatically oppressive colonial racist sexist imperialistic attempts to gain control over everyone else, and how we should be ashamed of our power and masculinity, well, there just isn't much left for us dudes, is there? Try to achieve, and you're an oppressor. Try to slack off, you're a loser. There is no middle ground. There is no way out. The forces of academia and public policy have systematically undermined any real incentive a guy has to evolve out of guydom, get some ambition and man up. So they just aren't. The Puerarchy isn't stupid, crude, obnoxious, subversive, ridiculing and self-serving, but it isn't stupid. Manning up, to a dude in his 20s, is as close to a ticket to hell as he could ask for, the way things stand. The issue isn't the internet, games, porn or how our brains get wired in early childhood development. Those are subtle and ephemeral explanations for a far deeper, far more meaningful evolution in masculine culture. Like, for example, gender relations. The true gall of Doc Zimbardo's perspective is to assume that boys who don't want to go to work and school and become daddies anymore are somehow messed up when for 2 generations we've had plenty of girls who did want to go to work and go to school and not become mommies, and they are celebrated, not diagnosed as having some sort of condition, for their willingness to depart from their traditional norm. Masculinity is seen by the feminist-informed public policy machines of the world as a medically treatable condition, not an ideal for half of the human race to aspire to. In their quest to equalize the playing fields of the world, feminists have convinced themselves that an impotent male is the only civilized male, and manhood as a class is something to be despised. Boys are problems in school, guys who don't try to compete in the work environment are considered lazy or unmotivated, and men who don't conform to the female social network standards of behavior are losers, creeps, or assholes. Yeah. Give us more of that. That's why the Puerarchy is so important to the Manosphere, even if the blogs of Puerarchs aren't often represented there. The fact is, the Puerarchy is a powerful masculine cultural force, and at this point it isn't self-conscious enough to recognize its male orientation. If you had to name the Puerarch sites, you could do worse than listing the incredible softcore success of Joe Francis' Girls Gone Wild video series and the Maxim magazine website. Some of the over 2,000 fantasy sports sites would also be there, as would be all the internet gambling sites and, last but certainly not least, porn and video game sites. Put together, an argument can be made that a goodly fraction of the entire internet is devoted to the Puerarchy. It's not self-aware, it's not self-motivated, it's not organized, and it has no organizing principle beyond if dudes dig it, it's cool. But that's why the Manosphere looks favorably toward it. The Puerarchy is the junior varsity of the Manosphere. The Manosphere is an approach to masculinity that serves men, even if it leaves society at large in the lurch. That's fine, as the feminists have been telling us, as society will get along perfectly fine without the active participation of straight white men, or men in general, sorry black and gay dudes. The sad fact is that after the feminists put the signs away, ultimately you're lumped in with us, for decades now. Pursuing personal glory over public service, personal fulfillment over the fulfillment of a relationship, and personal satisfaction over the ambition traditionally associated with the corporate young go-getter is pretty much all we have left to depend upon now that we can no longer depend upon women. The Manosphere needs the Puerarchy because they embody an important concept for the 21st century man. Our masculinity is whatever we define it as. It used to mean jumping out of planes and defending the empire, to the acclaim and respect of a grateful nation. It used to mean charging up the corporate ladder to achieve success sufficient to have a wife and family, with the tacit approval of the entire community. It used to be taking the hard shots, making the hard calls, and building a civilization from scratch. It used to be. That was when being masculine, being a man, and being a successful member of society was an aspiration worthy of respect, not revilement. Now, thanks to the Puerarchy, masculinity includes SportsCenter, WoW, YouPorn, your favorite online porn store, Drawing an Inside Straight, The Perfect Craft Microbrew, the upcoming season, Sarging for Chicks on the weekends, Booty Calls at 4 a.m., the playoffs, the preseason, Snap-on Tools in WD-40, .3006 and 9mm, whatever men want it to be. As free as the men going their own ways are, the Puerarchs are exercising that freedom wholesale. A lot of people are worried about the Puerarchs. But the Puerarchs aren't worried. While his sexual market value is stalled in 20-something land, the fact is the Puerarch can afford to coast for a decade. No high-quality woman is beating the bushes for a guy without potential, anyway, and the results of long-term relationships at this tender stage of life are pretty well known. So he gets a laptop, a crappy car, a room to call his own and a menial job with little future in it, and he relaxes and enjoys himself. And that bugs the shit out of every woman in his life. The difference is, this Puerarch's best reproductive years are ahead of him, while his female equivalent, studiously taking the corporate world by storm and eschewing family and relationship in exchange for success, is squandering her best reproductive years away. At 29 he will just be ready to begin his actual maturity into post-extended adolescent manhood. She'll be suddenly aware of all the babies she's not having, and hearing from her older spinster sisters how there just aren't any good men out there. By the time she's ready for motherhood, she's far past her prime reproductively, and in terms of attractiveness to her target cohort, she just can't compete. The man up and marry the sluts cry from the Christian church and other conservative voices just has no effect on the Puerarch. The prospect of marriage sounds awful to him, colored by a tradition of divorce and neglect and the constant scorn of feminist voices. The string of rejections he suffers through in the early years hardens him from taking anything a woman says seriously, unless she's his boss at work. The Puerarch's happy fun time is a kind of post-industrial Valhalla, where a reasonably cushy day job allows him just enough resources to indulge in whatever cheap electronic form of entertainment he likes, and easy access to casual sex through Craigslist, plenty of fish, or other venues for desperate women give him all the milk he needs. And there's always porn. It's unfortunate that some Manospherans look at the Puerarchs with disgust, when they could well prove the most reliable indicators of the future of 21st century masculinity. While they are far from the salt of the earth one relies upon to see the next generation, they still have their place in the Manosphere. The reason the Puerarchs are valuable is the same reason the Spartans valued the agoge. The Spartan agoge was the essential feature in the renowned warrior's development in the ancient world. Designed as a means to build a perfect army of perfect warriors, the agoge was the brutal period of training and ordeals a young Spartan man undertook in order to be admitted to the glorious Spartan army. It began before puberty, at age 7, when the boy was roughly pulled from his family and tossed into the company of his fellows in the cold, barren wilderness of Lacedaemon. This wasn't mere cruelty. Under the belief that the raw energy and powerful hormones associated with puberty made it dangerous for the youths to be inflicted on Spartan civil society, the agoge was designed to hone and temper that youthful adventurism with a host of values akin to the scout oath: loyalty, bravery, trustworthiness, discipline. And they didn't do it with soothing words and rationally convincing arguments. They put those boys through one rigorous test of their capabilities after another, and plenty of them didn't make it. But the ones who did were extraordinary. Just watch that Ode to Testosterone, 300, if you want to see what the result was. Why make the comparison to the Puerarchs and the agoge? Because the ancient Spartans were a highly pragmatic people. They used the ill-behaved, violent, aggressive and belligerent boys undergoing the agoge to keep their helots, state-owned slaves, in line. When there were stirrings of trouble amongst the servants, then the Spartan elders would permit the agoge to run wild and focus the bulk of their violently energetic inclinations upon them, not regular Spartan society. Two birds. While the modern Puerarchs bear only a passing resemblance to the agoge, the fact is that they are here and they have no real reason to want to change and mature. Men of the 21st century would be best served by recognizing the power of the Puerarchy and seek to use it as leverage in their own mating strategies. Because the Puerarchy, despite all of its faults and flaws, has one extremely potent power at its disposal. It scares the hell out of feminists. Truly. Just as feminists hate the Puerarchy, they also fear it, like a 3-day frat party at a beer festival. Fear it for the potential of sexual violence it represents. Then again, pretty much any group of straight men seems to evoke that fear. Fear it for the poor prospects of quality men it leaves for their daughters and sisters. Fear it for the creeping sensation that the feminist ideology went horribly wrong somewhere, and created this monster as a result. In this the feminists get it right. In many ways the Puerarchy is the result of feminism, divorce, and single mother families. If a dude's parents stayed married, then he tends to lean towards marriage eventually. If a dude was raised by a single mom and an absent or distant dad, then he enters extended adolescence and stays there until he matures out of it or he is transformed into a real adult man. He becomes a guy, and may never, ever transform into the wolf alpha or ambitious beta that the rank and file of femininity seems to favor, after it gets over the bad boy phase. The Puerarchy is valuable to the general manosphere because it represents all of the things that feminists, and women in general, fear most: crude, unambitious boys who just want to get in your panties, pump and dump you, and then ignore your calls and pleas for equality in favor of a 30-hour WoW marathon. Lost boys who never want to grow up and do what a woman tells him to ever again. Cagey players with nothing but notches on their minds and no compunctions about treating women with appalling disrespect. With halfway decent game the guys can obscure the playing field, keep the distinction between clear alphas and cagey betas foggy, and present the worst of male alternatives in the sexual marketplace. The more they leer and catcall, the more they make bad pickup attempts and run weak game, the more collective womankind shrinks away from that possibility, making them even more susceptible to decent game. The Puerarchy lowers the bar on masculinity, in the dating realm. And it can provide shock troops in times of crisis. The most powerful example of Puerarchy as agoge has to be the international hacktivist collective Anonymous. Using the internet, anonymity, crowdsourcing and raw, male, anger to fuel its philosophy, Anonymous has become a kind of anonymous army of Puerarchs who, collectively, can have a devastating effect. They have leveled their dose attacks over the internet at a wide variety of institutions, waving the moral authority of absolute intellectual freedom as their banner as their distributed infowar system wreaks havoc on their targets. The effects of an anonymous attack are usually temporary, As the boys, and by all accounts, the thought leaders of Anonymous are male and young, lose interest after a while. Usually they're happy to get in the news, make their point, and then move on. The symbols that they've chosen to represent them in their various crusades are telling, namely the menacing smile of the Guy Fawkes mask made popular in the Puerarchy by British graphic novelist Alan Moore's brilliantly visionary dystopia, V for Vendetta. The story is compelling, and the art and writing are essays in brilliance. The main character of the comic book, V, is an underground radical anarchist who is fighting an oppressive totalitarian British government after a nuclear war. He wears the Guy Fawkes mask to both hide scars received in a government-run prison camp experiment and to represent himself to the people of London as everyman. Then he systematically destroys the men and women behind the oppression through fiendishly, Poe-esque displays of violence in his bloody anarchist vendetta. V is the true, fantastical aspiration of the Puerarch. Like Tyler Durden of Fight Club, he moves from subversion to violent rebellion as a matter of course. V, like the boys of Anonymous who wield such great power from behind the mask of the internet, is frustrated by the society he is presented, so he unmakes it through subversion and revolt. Through the application of violence retail, through the skillful use of knives, or wholesale, through explosives. It's a heady rush, to be one of the ones deciding which evil corporation or repressive regime to attack next, when your mother thinks you're just killing zombies or whacking in your room. All of the frustration you feel when you're rejected by girls or told what to do or labeled a problem kid comes out. The Agoge of Anonymous are powerful, because they are feared. Being part of an international subversive internet terrorist organization is often the first real taste of power these boys ever get, and it tastes of ambrosia on their tongues. The same impulse that fueled Girls Gone Wild and Anonymous powers more sophisticated and socially acceptable acts of rebellion and subversion, such as the regular exposure of secret and classified government and corporate documents by the website WikiLeaks. The site's founder, Victor Assange, is a kind of mature Puerarch who gets his juice out of exposing the secrets whispered in the corridors of power to the light of day. WikiLeaks doesn't often count the potential consequences of the material it releases to the public, it just throws the bomb and sees where the pieces land. That kind of shit is bold, risky, brash, and a clear strike against the status quo. It's also incredibly dangerous to do under your own name. Assange has been relentlessly pursued by his enemies for his boyish temerity, and will likely fall to an assassin's bullet. You just can't do that to powerful people and escape retribution indefinitely. But the impulse to pull the curtain off of the old man behind the big scary floating head is pure Puerarch. Boys who harbor frustration at that level might not choose to express their rage and anger over the internet, or by engaging in activism. As we have seen all too often, tragically they trade such transitory pleasure in petty acts of defiance for more nihilistic means. All too often, they pick up a gun. But back to more light-hearted fare, the Puerarchy can perform a valuable service to the rest of us men by helping to weed out the blatantly unsuitable potential wives. If you want to have kids, and you're a budding wolf alpha or high beta future dad, then your crew of Agoge can help sort the, sexually liberated, uninhibited tarts from the potential future Mrs. Wolf like a magnet. The Puerarchy tests a woman and demonstrates her character through the sharp, relentless grinding of hookup culture. If a girl rides the Puerarchy carousel long enough, it becomes pretty clear just what kind of quality wife she's going to be. And what kind of ex-wife. In the world of the feminist utopia, the world of sexual equality, women are encouraged to behave sexually like men by feminism. An oft-touted refrain from the lips of young sexually active feminists is, "I want to be able to make the same mistakes a dude would." But it seems to have escaped the notice of the feminists that, unlike the nasty old patriarchy, men are also free to skip the commitment element of sex with little or no consequence. That's what the Puerarchy is based upon. Nor is it reserved for the young, dumb, and full of cum. An older man may re-enter the glorious adolescence after a divorce, for instance, or during a bachelor party. And it's amazing what kind of credibility an older dude in your crew can generate in the field, fellas. Or he may just decide, at some point, that he is a permanent hetero bachelor. That a stream of casual sex and high-stakes video poker is a better deal than the prospect of wife, kids, ex-wife. Ultimately, that's what the Puerarchy represents, the freedom of a man to drop out, to take his balls and go home because he doesn't like how the girls are playing. Tucker Max, Grand Puerarch and author of I Hope They Serve Beer in Hell, has until recently made a career out of it. He's not alone. There are plenty of Grand Puerarchs selling their subversive vision. They've expounded on the idea that living up to his potential is mere code for working like a bitch for the benefit of others, that being happy and poor is better than being stressed and rich, and it gives you time to work on your golf game. Whether they realize it or not, men going their own way and the Puerarchy are existential threats to today's feminism. A boy who picks up his ball and goes home is useless to a woman. The hope is that they'll grow up. Even non-feminist identifying women wish that. The hope is that the Puerarchy is a temporary and ephemeral condition of boys being boys, and all they need is some maturity, a job, and the love of a good woman, who will divorce him someday, and he's a productive member of society. The problem is that the incentives for him to do that are all negative. The Puerarchy isn't going away, on the contrary, it's growing at an amazing rate. And once men can get reliable temporary vasectomies, the Puerarchy will essentially be institutionalized. Imagine a whole subculture of stubbornly single, cocky and maddeningly alluring lost boys, who have little or no interest in a woman beyond her vagina. Even if they stay celibate porn whackers, the very idea of guys sitting around, playing video games and drinking beer and not contributing to the welfare of some woman drives some feminists insane. That's the beauty of the Puerarchy. It represents a viable and quite alluring alternative to the grinding wheel of American corporate achievement. It gives the bewildered young betas of the world a place to run to and hide, a safe zone where they can objectify women with impunity and indulge in madcap shenanigans without fear of feminine judgment or shame. And figure out what they want to do with the rest of their lives. Eventually. The Puerarchy is the magical island of guys, where Porky's plays 24/7 and the 3 Cs are comics, consoles and cuz, not communication, commitment, and cunnilingus. It's a refuge for juvenile behavior. And as a social screening and filtering mechanism, it's adept at discovering which girls are worth a second look and which are just worth a ride home in the morning. That's because the Puerarchy is where even good guys hang out these days. When the alternatives are as dire as they are, a picky dude who wants to have kids someday can lurk around the edges of the Puerarchy and discover the hidden gems among the Jersey Shore rejects. They can scope out good potential wives while their own sexual capital accrues, and start the vetting process in plenty of time to find an alternate, if necessary. Thanks to the Puerarchy, the good men, the strong, dedicated future family men, are now hiding among the beer bottles and bong resin and douchey drinking buddies. And they are virtually indistinguishable from each other. And when they do finally make their wife selection and head for the checkout, more often than not they've passed on feminists in favor of more quality fare. It doesn't matter how much money a girl makes or how high she is in the organization, in the world of combat dating, when it comes to happily ever after, the real deal is Alpha Prince Charming not going with the strong and independent woman in her 30s, at the crest of their career. They're either staying in the Puerarchy and waiting for better pickings while in the company of cougars, or they're finding younger or more traditionally minded girls to eventually marry. From the safety of extended adolescence, the future Mr. Right is rewarding feminists with a pass for the brass ring. Which means, essentially, that as a reproductive strategy, feminism is failing. Keep it up, fellas. Most Gen X boys were shell-shocked from watching what their fathers endured in their multiple divorces. They knew firsthand just how much divorce could fuck a kid up, and since they had no desire to do that, they married later and later, if at all. They got divorced a bunch, too, but in fairness they had a better track record than their parents. A lot of them just had a string of live-in girlfriends who were pursuing careers of their own. During the 1980s, women were decidedly on top of the food chain, and men were barely represented. A couple of Dirty Harry movies, Caddyshack, Schwarzenegger, and that was about it. Political feminism failed us, as men. While it was supposed to liberate women to be able to compete fairly with men, it failed those same women by destroying the mating matrix without a workable plan to replace it. It's at this point that feminism jumps tracks with reasonable humanism and starts down the path of destruction. That's when feminism becomes a vehicle to promote female interests, not a true struggle for equality. A telling point in the failure of political feminism came with the Bill Clinton/Monica Lewinsky sex scandal, when political feminists were forced to grit their teeth and support Clinton's overtly sexist behavior even though it violated every aspect of their anti-sex perspective. If Gen X boys had any token allegiance to feminism as orthodox thought, that killed it. Bill Clinton had game. He'd gotten head in the Oval Office, and even though he had to admit it in public, he got his wife and the feminist establishment to continue to support him even as they rushed to condemn his action. Master Alpha. Meanwhile, we were all a bunch of simpering betas, meekly sliding from one low-key relationship to another. A precious few of us lucked out and found someone we thought we could stand, but Gen X boys weren't in a hurry for the illusion of security a wedding in a suburban ranch house was supposed to bring. Many of us were forced into the idea of family by an untimely teenage pregnancy, not our own volition. Others wisely chose to wait until the right person came along, and work on our careers until that fateful day. Even the traditional households, where old-time religion prevailed and wives submitted themselves to their husbands like the good Lord asked, even they were seething pools of strife. So it went, as we went through the internet boom of the 1990s, and everyone started making money by thinking for a living. But no one knew how to talk to the opposite sex, let alone practice a long-term mating strategy that didn't involve a divorce lawyer. In my generation, getting married was like throwing yourself on a live grenade. One thing that didn't change was the continued trashing of the American male. Masculinity continued to be under assault. Aggression, competition, assertiveness were all actively discouraged in males throughout their educational career, and an increasing female-oriented curriculum that emphasized the manly achievements of men gave us a daily kick in the balls at social studies. Men were bad, they taught us in school. There was a deep yearning to fix the problem among men. In the 1980s and 1990s there was a whole industry of relationship fix-it books for the commitment phobic. Once again it was all men's fault. If there was a relationship issue, it was almost always something that the man needed to change about his approach, or his communication, or his demeanor to adapt to the needs of women. Book after book on having harmonious marital relations essentially told us that we weren't kissing enough female ass, so we should kiss it more. Yet despite this feminist utopia, women weren't happy. They didn't like their careers or find them fulfilling in many respects, but their relationships sucked. If they found a decent guy, he seemed almost always emotionally wounded. Their sense of entitlement made their criteria for a good mate far, far less realistic, and when they did find a good one they couldn't seem to figure out how to live with him without coming to despise him eventually. One relationship after another fell to "I love you, but I'm not in love with you," and ended with one unhappy woman and one utterly confused and bitter man. The problem wasn't that the relationships were bad. The relationships weren't any worse than any other relationship. The problem was that the few rules about relationships that survived the great feminist cataclysm were all about how to make sex and love everything that women wanted it to be. But not men. And that was a problem. Masculinity continued to take a browbeating until September 11, 2001. That's when we remembered why masculinity was a good thing again. While it's cliché to say everything changed on September 11th, in this case it's true. That fateful day marks the recovery period for masculinity. Those images of heroic bravery, of big macho firemen and policemen running towards the burning buildings while everyone else ran the other way, were powerful. They reignited the genuine interest of girls liking masculine men doing unapologetically manly things, and they reignited the interest of men to consider being strong, aggressive and justifiably angry for the first time in their lives. As tragic as it was, 9/11 made being a boy a good thing again, for a while. In the months and years to come as we sent our young men overseas, we began to see the perception of masculinity in America change, moving away from the negative stereotype encouraged by feminist ideology and towards a far more practical, pragmatic perspective. But that just pissed the feminists off. Positive images of masculinity were countered with highly negative ones, with the lone gunman and the suicide bomber taking the place of the Holocaust and the atom bomb as anti-male memes in feminist-influenced culture. As the century turned, and the generations advanced, the political patriarchy was mortally wounded, but that didn't mean that the feminists were victorious. In wounding the patriarchy, feminists helped create the Puerarchy. Rule by boys. Their worst middle school playground fears come true. Discontent with how boys had been raised to manhood and how masculinity was being unfairly emasculated was bubbling up through the popular culture, with movies like Fight Club, 1999, taking the existential angst of the 1980s and going dark with it in a particularly masculine, particularly subversive sort of way. By the time 9/11 rolled around, the 30-something Gen Zers were starting to get seriously disillusioned with anything related to feminism already. And we'd barely even heard about the internet yet. The divorce industry. Modern marriage bears little resemblance to its pre-feminist, pre-industrial counterpart or even the tribal hunter-gatherer marriages before that. Post-industrial, post-feminism marriage is an armed camp between two actively warring parties, where the common goal is murky and cloudy, and it's easier to end a marriage than work to save it. Marriage 2.0 is combat dating taken to its logical conclusion. Part of the problem is infidelity. When feminism and the sexual revolution opened up the Pandora's box of sexuality, it also opened the door on rampant hypergamy. While it fulfills a woman's genetic need to establish a stable and productive home for her offspring with a genetically superior mate, it also undermines that very stability when she discovers that she may not have gotten the best possible deal and wants to start over. When her husband just isn't doing it for her and she thinks she can do better, the modern woman is entitled and empowered and encouraged to dump Mr. Loser and find Mr. Winner, no matter what she may have promised Mr. Loser. That's hypergamy. But men aren't the only victims. My mother-in-law, Mrs. Ironwood's mom, was a victim of aggressive hypergamy. Back in the 1980s, her husband hired a pretty new assistant in her 20s. And within a year the woman had aggressively poached her happily married husband of 17 years and ended her marriage. The details are unimportant, but thanks to the feminist encouragement to do better, the modern American woman's attitude about marital fidelity of other women's marriages is largely, if you can't keep him, I can. I can't help but notice that their attitude has changed very little when it comes to their own husband's fidelity. The fact remains that it is now easier for a married person to cheat on their spouse with little or no prospect of getting caught. Or if they do get caught, few realistic consequences outside of ending the relationship. The threat of divorce, used so viciously by women as a tool of marital negotiations in the late 80s and early 90s, was eventually answered by men threatening to get a little poon on the side. Or not threatening to, and doing it anyway. Thanks to divorce and liberalized attitudes about sex and an anonymous internet, there are literally millions of sexually frustrated women in America who will, quite frequently, fuck a complete stranger. Indeed, married men are preferred in the sordid world of marital fidelity because, it has been revealed to me by one frequent mistress of the Craigslist casual encounters section, married men just know how to fuck you right. Their own wives aren't usually giving it up, so by the time they get there, they mean it. There are whole websites devoted to arranging infidelities, and they're doing a booming business. Promising discreet encounters with sexually frustrated MILFs, among other marketing approaches, these casual encounter sites often bring together unhappily married people for clandestine encounters that could conceivably end their marriages. But they do it anyway. As the cultural penalties for infidelity evaporate, it has become more and more likely that one or both parties of a marriage will seek sexual solace in the arms of another person. Modern marriage is fraught with landmines, and sex is among the biggest. It's usually the canary in the coal mine of marital happiness. When a married couple stops having sex, there's a problem. And for the last 30 years, that problem has been big business. Ever since the 1980s, there have been a steady stream of books trying to bridge the gap in understanding between the sexes and find a working model that allows both husband and wife to prosper without feeling taken advantage of in the relationship. Marriage counseling has become a growth industry as one couple after another seeks assistance before taking the plunge into divorce. Hundreds of books offering marital advice have been written from every conceivable perspective. And most of the books and most of the marriage counselors have one thing in common. They mostly fail. The granddaddy of all the relationship self-help books has got to be Men Are From Mars, Women Are from Venus, the runaway bestseller by John Gray, Ph.D., published in 1988. Men Are from Mars was the first serious, popular admission that maybe, just maybe, all this talk of equality wasn't as productive as feminists wanted to think. Indeed, MAFM-WAFV states in the title that the two sexes have vastly different perspectives and worldviews, almost as if each gender was from a different planet. The book in the series of books that followed made some compelling observations about human mating behavior, particularly when it comes to sex and marriage. For example, it acknowledged the existence and purpose of the man cave, and how a husband retreats to solitude in the face of loss, hurt, or rejection. It pointed out how women often operate with somewhat predictable emotional cycles that men should be wary of. It pointed out the difference in communication styles, and tried to explain the meaning and mystery behind them to each other. The book falls far short of being a comprehensive relationship guide or even a holistic explanation of human mating behavior. But it did, for the first time, bring the popular notion that men and women were somehow fundamentally different from each other, and therefore terribly difficult to equalize in a marriage, into the popular mind, and made it acceptable to talk about said differences in polite company for the first time since 1974. That was huge. Gray was dealing with one of the major problems facing American men in the tailpiece of the 20th century, how to live with a woman in an approximation of an old-fashioned marriage without wanting to cheat on her or have her leave you. He used his own marriage as a guidepost, and ended up becoming a best-selling author and divorced. I'll leave you to draw your own conclusions about the efficacy of his methods. But Gray had launched the first real post-feminist discussion on relationships, and it was one that, surprise, dealt positively with the idea of male sexuality. Gray was a pretty big proponent. Before meeting his wife, he spent several years as a celibate monk. Celibacy will motivate you. Among Gray's revolutionary proposals, the idea that men naturally wanted and needed sex to feel fulfilled, and that was something that women who wanted to get married just had to deal with. All the feminist hype about marriage turning women into chattel had done nothing to decrease the general feminine desire for wedding cake. Gray was one of the biggest books on making your marriage work, but it wasn't the only one. A quick survey of Amazon.com on the subject reveals the vastness of its exploration. Further, examining the rise in the number of marriage counselors and couples groups designed to improve a marriage, and you have a whole culture and economy revolving around men and women's inability to get along for more than a few years. Add in divorce lawyers, social workers, travel agents, and the huge wedding industry, which now looks at its clients as potential repeat customers, and you have a generous fraction of the economy invested in marriage. And divorce. Mostly divorce. For all of our investment in trying to make marriages work, we're largely failing. While some look to declining divorce rates as a positive sign, looking at how much faster marriage rates are declining demonstrates the alarming direction we're headed. We've developed a keep kissing frogs until you find Prince Charming philosophy that facilitates hypergamy. We have an entire class of women who don't consider another woman complete until she's had at least one divorce. We have people who are trying to redefine divorce away from failed marriage despite the obvious logical fallacy involved. We have people who want to celebrate divorce, like it's an expected milestone and not a sign of serious issues. We have Oprah and Dr. Phil and Dr. Laura and a host of other doctors and experts and celebrities of all stripes informing us how we should be running our marriages in order to be happy, while they're often failing at their own marriages. The government and the churches and various conservative and liberal think tanks have addressed the issue and made recommendations. Yet nothing seems to be able to stop the cycle. Fall in love, get married, have kids, stop having sex, divorce, repeat. But where are the great role models for a good marriage? How do good happily married couples get there, and how do they stay there? Neither sex has a corner on infidelity or sexual interest, as we've seen. Neither one wants to reproduce more than the other. Neither one is inherently unstable or impossible to work with, despite what we might think on occasion. Where in our culture can we look for good role models? How can we teach ourselves how to be married and stay married, and stop looking at that as a bad thing? Part of the problem is sex. Marriage 1.0 used to be the only legitimate way for a man to have sex with a woman without violence ensuing. For millennia, young farmers would marry their village sweetheart, have a dozen kids, and grow old together. If you tried to screw without the priest's permission, you got in trouble and sometimes found your ass married to a complete stranger because your dick got the better of you, the infamous shotgun marriage. But that's the old way. Marriage 2.0, the post-feminist marriage, rewrites the contract at a fundamental level. If marriage 1.0 was essentially a reproductive contract exchanging masculine strength, resources and security for access to sex, childcare, and the occasional home-cooked meal, then marriage 2.0 lacks that social necessity. Since about 1960, it's been quite possible for a woman to build her own security independent of a man. Since about 1990, it's been possible for a man to have sex with a woman totally independent of a relationship with her. Sex for security just isn't an adequate exchange in the post-industrial world, not great enough, at least, to hang a marriage on. In marriage 2.0, sex is on the table, but it's not central, exactly. While the expectation of sexual fidelity exists, feminism has successfully managed to remove the sexual obligation from marriage. If a woman wants to marry a man and then never have sex with her husband, then there is no social, cultural, or legal obligation that she do so in most states. While that's a victory for feminism and independent women everywhere, combine that with the cavalier way in which women frequently end their marriages these days, and the allure of matrimony to dudes starts to plummet. After all, one of the whole reasons a guy gets married is knowing you've got a date who's a sure thing Saturday night. Take that prospect away, and there isn't really any good reason for them to marry unless they want kids. And even then, it's not absolutely necessary. Certainly, no sane or reasonable person would condone forcible marital rape, but some feminist theorists have gone so far as to call all heterosexual marital sex rape, due to the lack of consent implied in the process. And some have declared that any sexual component in marriage is completely secondary to the other factors. Certainly enough wives seem to treat it that way, so that the talk about marriage in the bedroom bulletin board is packed with frustrated high-desire husbands trying to contend with moody, low-desire wives who don't seem to know what to do with their marriages. A frequent complaint is that when the husbands try to ask their wives why they aren't interested, often they're handed a variation of "I dunno, I'm just not happy." Which, as most Manosphereans know, is one of the first things your future ex-wife says to you. Sex and marriage has evolved into an armed truce. It's amazing how many feminists, equity feminists, that is, are willing to lay aside their feminist principles and subject themselves to the scorn of their feminist, and usually single, friends by actually wanting to have sex with their husbands, and having sex with their husbands even when they don't want to. The difference between a 1950s wife doing her marital duty and the 2012 wife doing hers, however, is different by context in some important ways. The 50s was the tail end of the agricultural era in which marriage 1.0 thrived. The new century presupposes a level of equal responsibility and accountability for the couple's sex life, and adds whole realms of pressure unheard of in the 1950s, premature ejaculation, pornography, oral sex, anal sex, menstruation, old boyfriends and girlfriends, Facebook, texting, and, most importantly, the female orgasm. The quest for the female orgasm has been central in most of the sex in marriage books and seminars over the years, and while you can explain that in a lot of ways, what it comes down to is that wives frequently lose desire in sex when subjected to the modern pressures of career/husband/family/community. Part of that is the betasization of the men they marry, as they are tamed and trained by her. Part of it is her body's natural desire to find an even better mate, and to start finding fault in her husband. The idea is that if the wife can come hard enough, then the sex will be so magical that the rest of the marriage will hum along. What actually happens is usually far more disappointing. Expectations raised by countless talk shows, self-help books, romance novels and porn become a distraction, and when the experience doesn't live up to the hype, something's wrong. That something is often the husband. It's not that dudes aren't interested in making women orgasm. On the contrary, for some that's a religious passion. Whether you see it as an acquirable skill, a natural endowment or a native talent, the ability to get your woman off is a huge ego-building skill for a man to have. If he cannot do that consistently with his wife, particularly with the pressure on them both to have a good marriage, sexual tragedy often ensues. She gets more disappointed, starts rejecting him more, stops communication. He gets disappointed, anxious, and responds to her rejections by withdrawal. A couple of rounds to this usually earns the couple a trip to their attorneys. But that's not how it has to go, and there are plenty of folks who manage to stay married. The question is how. Are they just lucky to have found the one? Or are they just better at being married than everyone else? With the allure of nearly risk-free infidelity constantly on the horizon, both parties are far more vulnerable to cheating spouses than ever before. Keeping a fuck buddy secret isn't hard. There are plenty of websites that can advise you how, and finding out about your spouse's indiscretions is harder and harder. So trust becomes an overriding issue. Yet plenty of couples manage to maintain a healthy marriage without freaking out over every phone call. Is it the drugs? Actually, there's plenty of interest and insight into the issue in the Manosphere. Indeed, there is a veritable font of masculine wisdom about being married, the province of the old married guys, OMGs. The men for whom marriage is an art, not a minefield. The men who might, just might, have a way forward from the current mating chaos. OMGs. Old married guys. If the bulk of this book has been about how impossible it is for men and women to get together in this chaotic time, and how men are giving second thoughts to the feminist-inspired marriage 2.0, then this last section should be a relief of sorts. It's actually about people who are trying to make the whole thing work. Old married guys. Ed. I'm keeping the title despite Athol K's objection to the term, as he finds that he does not like being referred to as old. I assured him that in this context, old implies married only once and for 10 years or more. His objection stands. Believe it or not everyone in the Manosphere is a bitter divorced conservative who can't get laid. Not everyone thinks marriage is inherently a bad deal for men, or that it is impossible for men to be married and still live an existence of positive masculinity. There are indeed those who stare matrimonial danger in the face every morning and grapple daily with the maelstrom of intergender relations. We call those men husbands. There are plenty of happily married husbands in the Manosphere, myself included. While we enjoy our marriages tremendously, we're quite aware that our happiness isn't so much a fluke of luck or happenstance as a result of hard work, dedication, and patience. From everything that has been said about the modern institution of marriage in the Manosphere, one might conclude that finding a decent mate and marrying and having kids is doomed, but that's not entirely true. Those who can get past the 50% coin flip that is marriage 2.0 for the first few years have, by necessity, had to figure out how to negotiate a modern post-feminist marriage without recourse to legal representation. That's not very easy. But if the future of Western civilization is based on the idea that a husband and a wife can live together and raise a family without being hassled, then knowing how to be married becomes an essential civilization-building skill. In a lot of ways, that fact makes Athol K the most important man in the Manosphere. Athol K, for all practical purposes, refined what we know as the red pill. The red pill. The red pill metaphor comes from the popular Matrix film franchise. The main character is given a choice: take the blue pill and remain in a realm of illusion and willful self-deception. Take the red pill and see the objective truth behind the reality, down the rabbit hole as it were. This parable was adopted by the Manosphere to represent the two approaches to developing a mating strategy. Simply put, the red pill symbolizes the conscious decision to eschew the fiction of ideology when it comes to intergender relations and instead utilize the observable truth on the ground. The blue pill symbolizes the willingness to substitute ideology for objective reality and hope no one notices. When a man takes the red pill, he has given up his illusions about women, mating, dating, reproduction, and the way men are treated in our society, and he has substituted a cold analysis of objective reality to inform his choices. In this context, the red pill is a personal, not a political, solution to the issues that feminism brings to bear on a marriage. Taking it is powerful medicine, and the cure may kill your relationship if it's not strong enough to handle it. but the point is that there is no political ideology around the idea of the red pill. While the OMGs and the MRAs overlap at several points, the focus of the red pill isn't changing the world to make it a better place for everyone. It's about changing yourself to make your relationship a better place for you and your wife. The red pill isn't a political ideology, it's a course of personal transformation that reframes your social architecture. Here's the deal, fellas, what if you ignored feminism? Seriously. As a man, what if you chose to ignore the idea that men and women in relationships were equal in that way that really means she's more equal than you? What if you were the actual captain of your ship, without female input, without the need for female affirmation or the necessity for female approval? What if you conducted your affairs as a man and wife as if you were actually personally in charge of your fate, not co-hosts on the same dreary syndicated morning talk show? I'm not talking about ignoring the women you work with. Good, bad, or indifferent, women are not going to get out of the workplace, and at this point we've evolved the social conventions for men and women to work together professionally without too much overt sexism or sexuality interfering. There are still gaping wide gaps in this, but for the most part our society has made the adjustment. My generation of men grew up working with women, being professionally supervised by women, and having women work under us. I'm talking about ignoring feminism as it allegedly relates to your personal life. You've likely grown up with dominant female figures and distant male figures in your life, if you're like most Gen X men. If you got married, likely it was with the expectation that you and your wife would co-lead your family, that you would defer to her judgment and speak your mind like equal partners, yada yada yada. And if you proceeded along that course, you discovered very quickly that being equal partners really sucked. Suddenly issues that would be no-brainers in our grandfather's day are major concerns. The root of the problem is economic. In the old days, when we all grew wheat for a living, then the security for sex and reproduction model of marriage worked just fine. The woman got protection, physical security and food security for her offspring, and the man got reproductive rights and sex more or less on demand. When we industrialized and women could make their own money, the need for the security of a husband lessened. When men could safely get sex outside of marriage without getting shot regularly, the need for the sexual and reproductive capacities of the wife lessened. After 40 years of feminism, industrialism and post-industrialism, we're now at the point where men and women are both eager and willing to commit to a permanent relationship, but are having a really, really hard time finding a compelling reason to do so. Wives don't need husbands anymore, but men still need to be needed. Men don't need wives anymore, but women still want to be wed. It has left us with little to negotiate within the sexual marketplace except our sterling personalities. And no one wants to go out with someone because they have a good personality, much less marry them. No matter how dedicated to feminism a woman is, she's likely more dedicated to the idea of true love than the idea of equal pay for equal work, when it comes down to it. Of course, once they do find themselves in an actual relationship with a man, in danger of true love or the various varieties of less than true love, then their idealistic vision of what a perfect marriage looks like starts to get challenged. Couples fall out of attraction with each other, fall out of love, and then fall into the arms of another, usually. There's no sexual compulsion to stay in the marriage or even be faithful for men. A good 20 minutes scouring Craigslist will get him laid in most cities, now, and if there's a town that's not crawling with women looking to poach a good dude, I need to hear about it. Likewise, there's no security component compelling a woman to stay in a marriage, now that she has her own money, own career, and own security. Both of those sound like coercive things, sex for security, but that was the economic reality of the last 10,000 years or more. Now the only thing compelling a couple to stay together is true love and economic convenience, if you take reproduction off of the table. Those coercive, compelling things that kept women enslaved to the patriarchy for all of those millennia, fiendishly giving them mere food security and civilization while they brutally demanded regular marital relations, were also the things that allowed the long-term prosperity and social security that created the surpluses that lead to industrialization, which allowed women the freedom and security to pursue individual careers. We've got true love and both names on the mortgage, and sometimes it's just more of a pain in the ass to fix up the house for sale than it is to put up with whatever bullshit your mate is throwing at you out of boredom. You get two people who each work a busy day, have separate interests and separate circles of friends, slowly losing touch with each other as the attention demands of a 21st century keep our level of interaction with each other as spouses low. All too often the next step is sexual dysfunction, which leads to marital troubles, which can make all pretense of true love wilt under the heat of two strong, independent people, or two weak, codependent people. Either way, it's rarely a recipe for long-term success. That would be sad, but not tragic, if the problem was limited to two people who can't get their shit together as a couple. But it's not. People have babies, and those babies grow up. When you add in the reproductive angle, then marriage stops being about whether or not you both like reality television and World of Warcraft more than sex, and more about being the parent of a 16-year-old kid in another state who breaks into old people's houses at night to go through their medicine cabinets, looking for quality pharmaceuticals. When couples become parents, their bad decisions start having repercussions that affect lots of other people. A reader of mine pointed out that the book The Unexpected Legacy of Divorce, a 25-year landmark study by Wallerstein, Lewis, and Blakesley states that divorce results in the loss of childhood, as described by most children of divorce. When your parents split, you might not be grown up, but you ain't a kid anymore. This is a scary, scary time for the modern young parent. Poor economy, uncertain climate in so many ways, tumultuous world events in the background, and now there's a kid in the equation. As stress goes up, the temptation to fix your problems through a quickie divorce and do-over is tantalizing. And the only thing really stopping you from pulling the trigger isn't sex, it isn't security, it isn't societal condemnation, it's the fact that you probably know all too well how divorce can damage a kid that keeps you working on your marriage because, shit, if all of our ancestors managed to do it, shouldn't we be able to? That and the prospect of trying to date in the current sexual marketplace has replaced sex and security as our compelling reasons to stay married, once true love runs out. So, wouldn't it be easier to just not let the feelings of attraction and infatuation that initially fueled your commitment to your partner fail than to try to grind your way through marriage like a long prison sentence? Isn't having wild, passionate, crazy sex all the time and enjoying the pleasure of each other's company and working together toward a common, mutually agreed upon goal, all the things marriage is supposed to be? Ideally, wouldn't that be more fun than getting your house painted and your bushes trimmed to add to the curb appeal and therefore your final settlement in the divorce? Well, think about it. Athol K did. Athol K's expertise in sex is not in his formal education, he is a nurse. Note, I didn't say male nurse, because his gender has nothing to do with his vocation, and vice versa. Any dude who looks down on what a nurse does as women's work is a self-professed idiot, which my experience working with nurses tells me that he has a whole lot of practical clinical experience backed up with a demanding and difficult medical and scientific education. Being a nurse is not easy, and what you have to go through to get there is hard. In addition to his nursing degree, he has a BA in sociology. He is not without some intellectual street cred. There's another element of his nursing background that Athol tells me is handy in his new job as marriage guru. Despite mad attempts to the contrary, nursing remains a predominantly female occupation, just as engineering remains a predominantly male occupation. This remains true even in Scandinavia today, after 4 decades of the biggest anti-gender stereotyping effort a culture has made in human history. So Athol points out that for 14 years he was, in a very real sense, conducting field research on his co-workers. But he holds that his lack of formal education is one of his greater strengths, allowing him to bring a fresh perspective to the subject untainted by the quest for tenure and a cushy sabbatical. It also allows him to be a generalist, whereas most marriage experts are highly specialized. Athol's genius is that he's able to concoct a number of different disciplines into a coherent system and still make you giggle at the dirty parts. In consideration of the echo chamber of academic feminism in the Northeast, in which the collision of gender theory and academic politics produced a small cadre of ivory tower sophisticates who quickly lost touch with reality, I can see his point. Feminism may have had strong roots in academia, but as social theory goes, the red pill's strength is its grassroots approach. Athol runs the highly popular Married Man's Sex Life blog, kind of a gateway drug for the manosphere, from which many chapters of the book have been culled, distilled, and refined. The man knows how to do research and relate it in a useful and entertaining manner. As you can guess from the title, it's about being married, being a man, and having sex with your wife. A lot. Athol's story is similar to so many dudes in America, it's almost cliché. Fell in love, married young, had a couple of kids, and then the long postpartum sexual malaise set in. The sex never stopped, but Athol found himself struggling with feelings for another woman, and Athol started to panic. He loved his wife. He had sex with his wife fairly frequently. Why was he then actively contemplating an affair? He's a nurse, he works around women all day long. Women who work long hours, devote their lives to a thankless career, and don't have the time or energy to date. If you're going to contemplate an affair, being a nurse beats the hell out of construction work purely on opportunity. Athol remembered that he had a hot wife who he loved, the family they had, the good life they had together, and he was perplexed why his junk wanted to fuck that all up. Now, in the traditional Hallmark sappy rom-com, this is where he runs across town, breathlessly pledges his love to his wife who instantly understands exactly what the hell he's talking about, and they meld into a passionate kiss, fade to black. Only, Athol wasn't stupid or sappy. Like most men of his age, he gave up on the instant happily ever after fix as unrealistic fiction a long time ago. That might sound unrealistic, but the fact is that both men and women want to believe in the power of true love and happily ever after, dudes as much as girls. We've all been fed our entire lives on the Disney version happily ever after fairy tale story. In real life, researchers have found that better marriages have a more realistic and pragmatic expectation going in, which makes meeting those expectations more likely compared to this unrealistic fairy tale bullshit expectation of a spouse fed to us by rom-coms, romance, novels, vampire porn, 50 Shades of anything, Disney cartoons and the like. Happily ever after is frequently what a man turns to when his marriage is in trouble. That usually leads to kissing your wife's ass, perhaps a few pieces of jewelry, a vacation or something to mask the problem. Athol was too smart to think that he could distract himself from the real issues with such fantasies. Instead, he did something far more productive. He took his problem to the internet and began to do some basic research in the field of long-term human mating and attraction. He started to reverse engineer his own desire to stray, and in the process he learned an awful lot about monogamy, human desire, and dominance. There's a lot of compelling scientific research on the subject that says all sorts of things. He dug into the project in his spare time, boldly searching for the secret key to sleeping with his wife more. He began by starting with the Height Report, one of the original and seminal scientific examinations of modern sexuality, then went to the work of biological anthropologist Dr. Helen Fisher, an author and Rutgers professor who is also the chief scientific officer at the dating site chemistry.com. If anyone knew about how two people were attracted to each other, after all, it would be the person whose job it was to match them up. She explained the neuropsychiatry of desire and led him to the realm of evolutionary psychology. Athol's practical explanations of the intricate science behind human desire and mating that he expounded upon in his eventual landmark book on the subject, The Married Man's Sex Life Primer 2011, is one of the best, most complete and concise discussions of the subject I've ever read, and I've been a practicing sex nerd for years, and a promising amateur long before that. Athol absorbed as much about the evolutionary underpinnings of human and general primate mating behavior, the really good stuff about sexual attraction and desire, as he could. He already had a good working knowledge on the importance of serotonin, oxytocin, vasopressin, and other hormones and neurochemicals that are largely responsible for how we feel at any given time, thanks to his time as a psych nurse. He incorporated what is known about how the human female estrous cycle has an impact on desire and mating. He looked strongly at evolutionary biology, which led him to the highly controversial field of evolutionary psychology, which basically uses science to establish how we really mate and as a result undermines 50 years of feminist theory. It's interesting to note that the feminists' only real response to the inconvenient truth about human mating is that evolutionary psychology can't prove that. Which is precisely what the murderer says when they've tacitly admitted the crime, but are struggling for a way out. Interesting, no? But Athol didn't stop there. He wanted a pragmatic answer, and while science is great on theory and basic research, Athol recognized that the complexity of an adult long-term relationship was probably not going to be found in simple primate studies. If you were really going to understand this whole human mating thing, you needed real field research, not lab studies and bullshit voluntary response sociology questionnaires filled out by white middle-class art history majors. Athol was genuinely moved by the stories people were suffering. He's a nurse. He felt compelled to help them with their issues of desire in marriage, even as he was learning to repair his own. So Athol went back to the internet to find some more resources about how you can actually sleep with your spouse, not just kiss their ass. In the process, he stumbled across the rudimentary Manosphere, particularly the sections on game. After all, if you want to learn how to fish, you ask a fisherman. If you want to know how to seduce your wife, you ask a PUA. He may have already done it for you, for all you know. Athol discovered mystery, first, and the flamboyant PUA made a lot of sense in Athol's context. Mystery's technique of adding comfort-building beta during a pickup was reminiscent of what Athol saw as required for married game. He studied Rawasi, back in the day, and the other great PUAs and studied them as diligently as he studied Dr. Fisher's work. He broke down the practical techniques the PUAs were employing to their theoretical constituents, and found a way to codify them in the greater context of female desire. Between science and street lore, Athol started to figure a few things out. But even that wasn't quite enough. Single gain worked okay in a bar or with a girl from work who still didn't know you very well, but when one seduces one's wife, a quick nice shoes, babe you DTF, is unlikely to do the trick. You just can't use something gimmicky in a long-term relationship or a marriage and expect any kind of decent results unless you accidentally stumble across some heretofore unknown wild fetish your wife has. Marriage is work, and wives are jaded and cynical about sex by default. So Athol made the rounds at websites and forums devoted to marriage in general, and keeping marriages together in particular. Of particular use was the Talk About Marriage site, a kind of last refuge for the desperate. It's frequented by husbands and wives, and some of them have a great deal of insight into how successful relationships work, even if it's on the basis of what patently didn't work. In the light of the ease of no-fault divorce, the folks who end up looking for answers at TAM are often in the last throes of a troubled marriage headed for the jagged peaks of dissolution. The stories told there can be very revealing, and often horrific. Sex, in particular, is seen as a key indicator as well as a source of real problems in marriages, and when there's another problem, a couple's sex life is often the first sign. Infidelity and emotional distance were frequent subjects. Spouses stuck in relationships with LD, low drive, spouses frequently complained and begged for help as their troubled marriages headed for the wall. Sexually incompatible people who truly loved each other struggled with their own desires or lack thereof. The ruins of one marriage after another served as cautionary tales. Relationship-wise, it's kind of like wandering through a junkyard full of wrecked marriages. It makes you wince to see them, when you realize there were people inside. But it is instructive. Nor were these folks ignorant of relationship basics. On the contrary, thanks to the brutal cycle of divorce, most of these folks had a history of exploring their relationships in popular culture terms that went back decades. The marriage-saving and ending industry is booming, after all, and most of these folks had run through all of the low-hanging fruit of the marriage-saving tree. They know the jargon, and it's almost boilerplate. Everyone has a secret, or better yet, 7 secrets, or 9 habits, or 15 rules, 4 precepts, 10 cardinal points, 17 key concepts, or 5 extremely thoughtful observations on the subject of how to conduct your intimate affairs. Some were more successful than others. Mostly they just gave you something to talk about at parties to make you appear culturally educated. But in the quest to understand why their personal relationships kept crapping out, these folks had looked everywhere, from scripture to psychology to meditation and beyond for the answer to the universal question, how do I live with him/her without choking him/her to death in the middle of the night? Metaphorically speaking, Athol began seeing patterns in married relationships, particularly the sexual components. Noting how the usual disastrous implosion happened, with either an affair or an ultimatum, and recognizing that a couple's sex life is the canary in the coal mine of their matrimony, Athol started seeing that attraction, desire, and fidelity were all part of a complex dance of basic human mating, even in a marriage. Perhaps especially in a marriage. Along the way he began to assemble a lexicon of terms of art useful for describing heterosexual relationship dynamics. Not the usual Greek and Latin-derived scientific terms, which were boring and confusing. Instead he went with simple, easy-to-understand shorthand terms which any dude can relate to. He kept religion and politics out of it, especially the preconceived notions popular in feminism. And of course, as he spent more and more time researching the subject on other people's blogs, he began to blog himself, the Married Man's Sex Life blog, MMSL. And damned if he didn't figure it out. It started by taking the red pill. Our society has been looking for a female Viagra for years, now, at least as long as we've been looking for the male Viagra. The problem is, female sexuality is vastly different both physiologically and psychologically than male sexuality, as you may have picked up. Unlike the feminist ideal of both sexes being equal, in point of fact our biology steers us so profoundly in different directions that in the realm of sexuality men and women are as different in what turns them on and keeps their motors humming as you could imagine. As my fellow sex nerd Dr. Emily Nagoski is fond of saying, there is no little pink pill like Viagra is the little blue pill. Female sexual response is dependent on a host of factors, and while some of them are, indeed, chemical, it's unlikely that we'll ever have an actual pill that you can pop to get wet panties and throbbing bosoms. That's largely because female sexuality is generally context-dependent. There's a lot of stuff going on in there, and if everything isn't lined up right, then discord results. Male sexuality is like a bow and arrow, female sexuality is like a harpsichord. But women do get turned on by stuff, and when you shift down through the commonalities of reported experience and make an exhaustive enough set of observations, you can start figuring out what some of that stuff is. That's more or less what Athol did. And in the process, he discovered how to introduce the red pill into his marriage. Athol started out frustrated. He knew how love and attraction and marriage were supposed to work. Boy meets girl, boy and girl fall in love. Boy and girl have a tumultuous courtship, an amazing wedding, and then happily ever after. But that's not how things worked anymore, if they ever did. Dudes were supposed to relax, be themselves, try to be funny, respect women, and never, ever do anything sexual without prior permission or at least a whole lot of legwork. If they managed to find a woman who would marry them, then that same approach should take them through the trials and tribulations of marriage successfully. Only it didn't work that way. Part of the problem, he realized, was the wives he was reading about were regularly falling into patterns of attraction that just as often led to acrimony and miscommunication than to the coveted nookie. Wife would ask husband to do something, he would do it, and then he would expect her to be grateful and appreciative of how nice he was by having sex with him. No more Mr. Nice Guy calls this a covert contract, in that the man is engaged in a transactional relationship, and the woman wants her lawn moved and doesn't think a blowjob is required for the act. Only what actually happened was that the wife got more moody and cranky the nicer and the more sexually desperate the husband got, until her attraction for him was crushed under the weight of his own attentiveness. The husband got frustrated, the wife got frustrated, and when that happens enough times over enough years, people in our society usually end up finding a reason to get a divorce, because things aren't working out. Someone contemplates an affair or actually has one, and it's often game over. Athol didn't want to have an affair. He loved his wife. He got along great with his wife if he was a nice guy, she was a nice girl. He wanted to have sex with her. A lot. Every day. But all of his nice guy, be yourself stuff didn't work in most marriages, he realized. The nicer a husband was, the more distant and unapproachable the topic of sex was to his wife. As Athol worked, he slowly realized that his approach, and the approach of the vast majority of married dudes these days, was just wrong. Wives, like their single contemporaries, don't want nice guys, no matter how many times or how loudly they say it. If they did, then nice guys would be getting laid like linoleum, not divorced. While nice guys do make great dads, they just don't pull the trigger for their wives' sexual response, which leads to disinterest, boredom, and an eventual quest for excitement that can all too often lead to infidelity. Wives also don't want their men to be sensitive, despite what they say. Sensitive bleeds into whiny, and no matter how devout the feminist, the woman who gets damp panties from a whiny dude is as rare as dudes who get off on nagging. Women don't want to baby their husbands, that's a libido killer. So, as the eternal question has raged since Socrates' time, what the hell do women really want? Because the feminist standard answer of a nice sensitive guy who isn't afraid to cry and can handle housework seems to be a recipe for divorce. To answer that question, Athol turned to the same resources used by Ogiogas and Cy Gadum in their groundbreaking book 8 Billion Wicked Thoughts, What the World's Largest Experiment Reveals About Human Desire. The authors, two number-crunching neuroscientists with dirty minds, were doing what Athol was doing. They were just doing it wholesale, not retail. Instead of attempting to piece together what human desire is out of a multitude of clues, they did what most people do these days. They hit the internet. Specifically, search data on porn terms, and eventually they broadened this statistical analysis to include terms associated with male and female desire. As a result, they got huge amounts of data not on what people were ideologically supposed to get turned on by tasteful nudes and female-positive softcore, but what people actually paid money to masturbate to, both men and women. Unsurprisingly, despite 5 decades of feminist rhetoric against poor body image and self-esteem crushing skinny supermodels, apparently dudes like skinny young chicks with big boobs and an enthusiastic attitude about sex. And women still like tall, dark, and handsome broad-shouldered billionaires who may or may not suck blood or sparkle. A Billion Wicked Thoughts, like Athol, broke down human desire and attraction into its constituent parts, but unlike Athol, they didn't rely on anecdotal evidence and hearsay. They had raw, hard data on what people paid money to do to explore their own sexuality. What they actually do. What they actually like. What they are actually attracted to. Ogas and Gadum caught a lot of flack, some of it blatantly politically generated, for flawed methodology, poor datasets, and the occasional contradiction, if you weren't careful about how you read it. But I can't fault their conclusions. Indeed, their book is becoming the standard by which the billions of dollars porn and romance industries hone their marketing efforts. We'll get to this in a bit more detail in a moment, but for now put aside all of the critical disdain Ogas and Gadum have suffered for the simple reason that their assessments were seen as accurate enough for very smart business people to make decisions that made them millions of dollars. Their conclusions are also congruent with 40 years of adult consumer product and entertainment purchasing decisions. Like Rush, their kung fu works. In formulating a new model, Athol adopted the traditional socio-descriptive Manosphere terms of alpha and beta, but instead of using them to describe people, as the PUAs often did, he used them as a term of art to describe behaviors. Alpha and beta. In a marriage, he contends, a husband and a wife do their sexual dance largely around how the woman responds to the man. That is, the man's actions within the relationship are the prime agency around which their mutual sex life revolves. It's partially dependent upon her menstruation cycle, energy level, and other factors. Those are the context in which a woman mates, but in general the set of behaviors associated with inspiring sexual excitement and attraction, creating a cascade of dopamine in a woman's brain Athol called alpha behaviors, while the set of behaviors associated with building comfort and security, also attractants, but not sexual attractants, he considered beta behaviors. And it turns out that if a man wants to get wildly laid by his wife on a regular basis, then managing his ability to display the appropriate levels of alpha and beta at the appropriate times tends to build a long-term sexual interest and excitement in a wife that keeps the marriage functioning sexually. So what are these alpha behaviors? They look suspiciously like a dude running really tight game. Let's go back to the PUA's basic alpha/beta language for a moment. Imagine the hot dude at the party that every woman is gushing over. He's tall, well-built, dresses well, has a commanding manner, is smart, funny, charming, bold, aggressive, and possibly strongly opinionated. He's the bull alpha, the player who attracts women like iron filings to a magnet. All women, even the married ones. Indeed, his ability to attract women often leads to developing a harem of women who pursue him, not the other way around. He's the cad that women's panties dampen over. The alpha. Now imagine the typical loser dude at the bar, not even necessarily the fat omega with the skin problem who still lives in his mom's house, but just the normal, everyday beta dude who dresses unimaginatively, clutches a drink protectively in front of him like it's a shield, can't say 5 words to a strange woman without stammering or looking away, and generally apologizes his way into some chick's panties after she's been pumped and dumped by hot dude above. He's the dad that women settle for and eventually divorce out of boredom or unhappiness. The beta. These two stereotypes represent the balance that Athol advocates a man present in a relationship in order to inspire sexual attraction in his wife, which therefore leads to an increase in sexual activity. By using his masculine skill set to control a woman's context as much as possible, invoking her desire for beta comfort, while simultaneously presenting a strong, dominant and decisive figure for her to admire, thereby inciting her desire for alpha excitement, at the appropriate times, Athol invented married game. While most single game advocates push being more alpha all the time, because that inspires excitement and sexy thoughts, Athol recognized that a relationship built on alpha alone was hot, but extremely short-lived. A relationship based on mostly beta was tepid, at best, and eventually doomed to dysfunction. Only by a husband striking the proper balance at the proper time can he ring his wife's bell over and over again the way she likes it. If you're wondering why Athol focused on the husband, and not the wife, is simple. Sexuality is not equal. Just ask Dr. Nagoski, who in her quest to scoff at Big Pharma for foolishly pursuing the little pink pill repeatedly points out that female sexuality is responsive in nature. It reacts, unlike male sexuality which is usually spontaneous in nature. Therefore giving your wife a little pink pill won't work if she spent all day worrying about her mother in the hospital or the kid's shoes and whether or not she's going to be promoted. The context is wrong. But if a man takes the red pill, displaying an adept combination of supportive beta and sexually aggressive alpha at the right times, damp panties. Athol recognized that the primary issue with today's failing marriages isn't the lack of communication or equality, it's too much communication of the wrong sort and too much equality. In general, husbands want more sex from their wives, and in general wives want more, something they can't really describe but they read about it once from their husbands. By taking the red pill, husbands learn what that indefinable something is, alpha, with a generous side of beta. I say in general. I do understand implicitly that there are millions of wives out there who would love to see more native, spontaneous desire in their husbands, and more sex in general, but are frustrated with how to ask for it without either hurting their husband's feelings or having an affair. Sexuality changes over time for women, too, whereas once a week was fine when you had 2 small kids underfoot. By the time they're teenagers, a lady might like it a couple of times a week, but by that time hubby is content with his Saturday night special. Keep reading, ladies, if that sounds familiar, there might be something in here for you. If you ask a bunch of women in poorly faring relationships what they really want, they'll describe their usual fantasy laundry list of romance novel tropes. And when you break that down through the prism of the red pill, what they're usually asking for and divorcing over is a lack of alpha in their men. Even hardcore feminists complain about the lack of backbone in their husbands, the constant deference, and the hesitant approach to sex. Even hardcore feminists, especially around ovulation, apparently desire to be taken without a complex, libido-killing negotiation about their feelings and whether or not doggy-style sex is inherently sexist and oppressive. Scrape all of the feminist frosting off the cupcake, and most women just don't respond sexually to the type of man that they say that they want, and that many of them find themselves with. What they want, as Athol discovered, is more alpha in their diets. Male dominance. Let's take a brief intermission for a moment while every feminist who read that screams hysterically. And, there. We're not talking about the whips and chains BDSM scene. Athol discovered that the key to turning a wife on revolved around the husband's ability to project a strong alpha image, conduct strong alpha displays, and consistently and regularly take the lead in how the affairs of the family are conducted. He tested his theory on his sweet and loving wife, Jennifer, by suddenly taking a far more active role in leading his family. That is, he started actively leading his marriage with the expectation that Jennifer would just naturally follow him, and darned if she didn't. He didn't do it just sexually, but in all aspects of their lives. Because you can't be beta all week and then suddenly turn up the alpha on Saturday night and expect it to work. The key to the panty-dampening nature of the red pill is for the husband to assume an alpha persona to be the dominant partner in the marriage. Every day. Now, one would expect that any sane woman of the feminist post-industrial era would naturally bristle at the suggestion that she needed or even wanted management from her husband. The very idea that a husband should be the dominant partner in a marriage is a challenge to basic feminist principles. It's sexist, it's demeaning, and it's an affront to the dignity of women to think that a man could and should be the head of a modern household by default. Indeed, make that suggestion to a single woman and it enrages them more often than not. Talk to a wife of 30 years, however, and she might disagree with her. Athol consciously took control of his house, without asking his wife's permission. He started being more socially and physically dominant, incorporating the best single game recommendations concerning personal appearance, kino, and other physical presentations. He started being more sexually dominant, using the game technique of frank controlling to not only initiate sex more with Jennifer, but to operate with the expectation of regular hot sex. Regular meaning more than thrice a week, in his case, don't be jealous, daily. Hot meaning, well, you know. Hot. Intense. Soul cleansing. He began assembling an arsenal of techniques and tips and rules of thumb about just how to be gently dominant in his marriage, from how to schedule his day to how to react to his wife's rare unreasonable demands, fitness tests or shit tests in red pill parlance. He worked to establish himself as the primary household decision-maker, encompassing everything from where to live to what to have for dinner. That's not saying he didn't solicit the advice and counsel of his wife. He just quit waiting for her to be all equal and cooperative and consensus building, and he just handled it. And lo, Athol was amazed. Jennifer ate it up like a fat kid with a bowl of frosting. He started getting laid like tile, enthusiastically and eagerly. She started to really enjoy their marriage. His stepping up or manning up or being a dominating dude or taking the red pill or whatever you want to call it made her life easier, because, come to find out, the big complaint from the post-industrial working wife is not that her husband is too domineering and demanding, it's that he's an indecisive pussy. Even nice girl Jennifer and nice guy Athol could get deadlocked in passive-aggressive mutual submission deadlocks that made her nuts, and less attracted to Athol. From her perspective, that is, from his blue pill perspective, he's just trying to respect her independence by giving her options and choices, because men have had it drilled into their skulls that women like options and choices and being in charge all the time because it makes them feel all independent and strong. The red pill fact is that the modern post-industrial woman is often working a job that demands she constantly make choices and decisions to the point that by the time the inevitable "what do you want to do for dinner tonight?" question comes up, 9 times out of 10 she'd just prefer someone to tell her what was for dinner. Decisiveness is one of the key elements of Athol's program of steadily progressing alpha-style presentations. Because nothing dries up panties more than the phrase "I dunno, what do you want to do?" Athol K went on to develop an entire program of work in this direction, not just learning to up the alpha, but learning to up the beta and knowing when it's time to do which. He added a mandatory physical fitness regimen, because women's likes the abs, they do, and exercise increases male testosterone levels which in turn increase aggression, made a concerted effort to balance his newfound alpha with deliberate applications of beta, and, importantly, he quit kissing his wife's ass in the hopes that she'd deign to have sex with him. He instead proceeded with the understanding that having sex with her husband was naturally part of the program, and not only did he start boldly initiating sex more, he worked out a set of protocols for dealing with escalation and rejection and seduction. And she was far, far more enthusiastic about the enterprise with her new alpha-fied hubby. The most important element to my mind was this: Athol made the decisive leap from understanding his marriage as a poorly functioning co-equal partnership to seeing it instead as a dynamic opportunity for him to demonstrate attractive male leadership. He didn't hold Jennifer down and make her acknowledge him as her lord and master, to my knowledge what happens in the bedroom, and all that. He just stepped up and took responsibility, leading his wife and his family without permission or apology, and with the expectation that they would follow. Darned if he wasn't right. As Athol developed his idea into a blog and then into a book, he took a lot of heat from some quarters. Large parts of the Manosphere were skeptical of the whole idea of a properly functioning marriage that didn't look exactly like the nearly extinct Marriage 1.0. And feminists saw the idea of male domination in a relationship as atavistic and foul. Jennifer, on the other hand, was a whole lot happier. And so was Athol. And so the word spread. Don't believe for a moment that taking the red pill and telling your wife what to do will give you a perfect marriage. It's a lot more complicated than that, and mandates a good understanding about the forces involved. It's kind of like knowing the chemical formula for dynamite, but not knowing chemistry. Athol's red pill approach to marriage requires an awful lot of groundwork on the part of a husband before he can expect to reap the rewards. It's a natural reaction to being exposed to a calm, dominant man in control of his situation, not a forced acquiescence based entirely on the fact you have a penis. The red pill is the result of a wife respecting the decisions and actions and leadership of her husband. In other words, if you don't act like so much of a pussy all the time, you get laid more. Who knew? Athol maintains, and I and many other Manospherians support, the idea that a red pill marriage is not a betrayal of either the humanistic pursuit for political and social equality between the genders, nor is it a betrayal of the quest for a more authentic masculinity. He sees it, as I do, as a variation of men going their own way. The whole point of the men going their own way movement, of course, is in response to the depressing state of marriage, family, and women in general in our culture, a way for men to work in their own best interest toward their own personal masculine goals. But what if your own personal masculine goals include reproduction and a long-term stable relationship? Does that necessarily make you a pussy? Well, as it turns out, no. Making the active, purposeful decision to have kids with a woman, and living with her under the same roof and under the same personal commitment, is also a valid way for a man to go his own way. The difference is that a man with game, the wisdom of the wise old men, the understanding of the fungibility of women in relationships and the knowledge of his own masculinity can thoughtfully and deliberately weed through the vast numbers of modern women who are, simply, not good wife material and narrow his focus only on those he finds worthy. Then after an intense period of mutual vetting and investigation, a man can take a wife and become a father in a more enlightened, less hazardous way than the traditional true love / the condom broke sort of way. Athol and the married men who follow him are not simply beta pussies talking a good game online. They're married men who love their wives and are just now discovering that what their wives love about them includes more romance hero-style bad boy alpha sexitude and less obsequious beta whining that encourages drip sex, that is, just enough to keep the marriage from dying. Unlike the bull alphas who skip merrily from pussy to pussy, dangling the hope of commitment before the noses of dozens of women without ever quite pulling the trigger, the committed family man in a red pill marriage is a wolf alpha. All the sexy alpha traits, but paired with a deep and profound sense of commitment and dedication to the family unit. Wolves are social animals, unlike bulls. The social hierarchy in a canine pack is simple and straightforward, but it's also ever-present. There is an alpha leader, and there is the mate of the alpha leader, and everyone else takes a place in line after them. The welfare of the pack is more important than the welfare of an individual of either gender. Study canine social dynamics and you learn a lot about our own. After all, we probably learned a lot from them. Canines are the oldest of man's domesticated critters, and for the last 50,000 years we've been sharing waterholes, discarded kills and campfires with them. Wolf alphas are the ultimate dads. They often assume a leadership role, often have the respect and admiration of their fellow men and the attraction of other women, and they are devoted to the welfare of the family and group before their own welfare. When Athol took the first tentative steps in improving his marriage by telling his wife what to do, not asking her what she would like to do, he was on the way to becoming a wolf alpha. Of course, when the inevitable "I don't want to be dominated by my husband" shrieking began, Athol had to find some better way of describing the model without invoking images of whips and chains. How can one portray dominance in a civilized, easy-to-get way without inspiring angry protests from manly-looking women? The key is to understand that the red pill, as compounded by Athol, isn't merely the idea of a man dominating his wife. It's the idea of a man dominating his life. Domination and submission are tricky subjects when it comes to sex, marriage, and politics. It was the domination of the patriarchy that enraged third-wave feminists. It was the domination of men under the law and in society that inspired first- and second-wave feminists. By the fourth wave, men really just weren't dominating anymore, which kinda pissed off the fourth wave. But domination and submission are essential elements not just in human mating, but in all human society. When we go to work, technically we are submitting ourselves to our supervisors as representatives of the company. In turn, we may be the dominant members of a team, with subordinates answerable to us. Dominance and submission are merely active and passive models of behavior. A dominant male initiates sex, a submissive female eagerly accepts that initiation, hilarity ensues. That's basic biology, not even remotely restricted to human mating. So how do you convince a strong, independent woman to accept dominance from her husband without pissing her off or making her call him master? Athol settled on what he calls the captain/first officer model. Anyone familiar with Star Trek, The Next Generation, and that should be everyone excluding the Amish, understands the role that Captain Picard plays on the ship. He's the captain. He makes policy decisions and gives orders. Mostly, he gives orders to Commander Riker, his first officer, who then sees the orders executed. It rarely occurs to viewers that Riker is subordinate to Picard, that Picard is, in fact, the dominant one, but once it's brought up, they understand that implicitly. Picard is captain. Riker is first officer. Picard gives orders, Riker makes them happen. It's not a coercive relationship or an unhappy one. They are two passionate professionals dedicated to a common goal, and more, they are two strongly opinionated, highly competent men dealing with issues of life and death and authority and responsibility. There is mutual respect and eventually admiration on both parties' part. There is no defiance or resistance to the giving of an order because Picard demonstrates over and over that he knows what the fuck he is doing, and even if he doesn't, he's still the captain. And Riker has demonstrated over and over that his success and achievement is due largely to his ability to execute Picard's orders efficiently and, when necessary, creatively. That doesn't make him less valuable or less important to the functioning of the ship. That makes both of them equally important, as long as Riker continues to understand his subordinate role and Picard doesn't back away from his dominant role. While that might seem a simplistic assessment of relationship power dynamics, the fact is that it works. Well, a man who feels his marriage is in trouble, and that's a whole lot of dudes, often finds that by running Athol's MAP, male action plan, of getting in shape, learning married game including understanding his wife's and his own sexuality better, and adopting a more dominant presentation, that his marriage improves, dramatically. Even in cases where the changes are subtle, a woman's subtextual radar responds to dominant displays. That doesn't mean that she will necessarily like or enjoy those displays, but as long as she stays interested and intrigued, not bored and apathetic, she's invested in the intimate relationship. I can hear an entire chorus of feminists and blue pill dudes out there asking, well, why can't the female be dominant, then? Isn't that fair? It might be fair, but it doesn't work out nearly as well as feminist theory says it should, because women still stubbornly persist in being attracted to dominant men, not submissive men. Unless a woman's own kink is dominating a dude 24/7, and she finds a dude who enjoys that sort of thing, taking turns or actively deferring to your wife all the time does nothing for your sex life. On the contrary, it often kills it. Athol makes several compelling points about this as he dissects the anatomy of the typical affair. In the context of both hypergamy and oat sowing, he learned how to look at a marriage and predict, with a relatively decent degree of accuracy, who is likely going to be more tempted to cheat. Is it the husband who isn't getting enough sex and doesn't feel understood, particularly with the 25-year-old Zumba instructor, or is it the wife who has lost almost all attraction for her milquetoast hubby and fucks him just enough to keep him from leaving, until she meets that hot guy at work? By reducing marriages to dominance and submission, alpha and beta displays, spontaneous desire and reactive desire, and seeing marital sex lives through the perspective of menstruation and ovulation and hormones, Athol manages to bring a whole new language to the problem. A recent post sums up some of his more profound insights about troubled relationships. 1. You can't fix bats hit crazy. Only medicated, or run. 2. If you are being beaten by your spouse, or they are smashing up the house, film it and dial 911. 3. You aren't a doctor. Don't start, stop, change, or throw away any medication. 4. If there was no sex at the beginning of the marriage, don't expect any now. 5. If you take a cheater back, do it only once. Otherwise you'll just be cheated on forever. 6. Don't fuck other women behind your wife's back. Don't send dirty texts to other women. Don't send pictures to them. Shit tends to come back around. 7. Stop getting drunk. 8. Start working out. 9. If your wife disappears all weekend and comes back with a UTI, she cheated. 10. If they move all their shit out of the house without telling you why, change the locks and don't let them come back. This is all good, solid, practical marital advice, but it's elemental to the red pill to understand it in context. And it's a lot more practical than muttering "bitches be crazy" under your breath as you give up on ever understanding women for the nth time. The men who follow Athol's blog and have adopted the strategies in his book have, for the most part, seen some resolution in their marriages. In a few cases they have recognized that there were no solutions, see, bats hit crazy, and proceeded to divorce. The number of positive reviews of Athol's books on Amazon tells the tale better than I. But in most cases where men and women have been able to apply his advice, they've seen some remarkable and positive changes in their marriages. Like, getting laid 3 times as much changes. Like, my wife surprised me at work with a nooner changes. Like, my wife can shut up about how great I am to her jealous girlfriends changes. Indeed, the most common comment following a man's successful adoption of married game is it's kind of like discovering you suddenly have superpowers. And what do the poor wives have to put up with, besides nearly constant sex? Athol's recommendations for the successful running of the map include such bold alpha and strong beta moves as doing laundry, hitting her L-spot, pressing her up against a wall for a deep, forceful 10-second kiss, deciding on dinner and making reservations and handling all the details, making sure the kid's homework is done, taking pride in his appearance and paying attention to his attire, seeks to be socially dominant and successful in his work life, being assertive and even aggressive when it comes to challenges in everyday life, letting her know which bills she is to pay and when, working toward having rock-hard abs, cultivating a permanent funny/cocky attitude reflective of confidence. Sounds oppressive, doesn't it, ladies? Athol's suggestions for men are highly controversial. Stop apologizing for stupid stuff. Quit being so available to do her bidding. Quit allowing her to volunteer your labor or your time without consultation. Announce an agenda and your expectation for her to perform and how. Tell her, don't ask her. And above all, demand that she treat you with respect, or else. Or else. There are few fundamental things a man can insist on in a relationship. Demanding that he be treated with respect by his wife, even when they are fighting, should be one of them. Indeed, in the Manosphere, under the influence of the red pill, it is. And under Athol's map, it's absolutely required. I cringe at the number of times I've seen some poor beta husband shrivel under the nasty, emasculating comments of his wife even though he's busting his ass for her. With the red pill, if there is not at least a civil and respectful tone toward both parties, at all times, then there is a problem. Athol recommends a husband discontinue the conversation suddenly and immediately until things cool down and his wife is willing to offer an apology. But walking away in the middle of an argument isn't the only response a red pill man can give a wife who doesn't treat him with respect. Not the fawning, obsequious devotion many women imagine a man means when he says that sort of thing, but a simple avoidance of treating your man like a child, not calling him names, and not interrupting him while he's speaking shouldn't be too much to ask in any marriage. It's axiomatic of the map that a man approaches relationship from a position of strength, and allowing yourself to be disrespected without answering in your own home is not alpha. The rest of the map is designed around just this thing, making a man as individually strong as possible. Strong men tend to be dominant. Dominant men tend to get laid. QED. Athol had plenty of competition, of course. Around the same time he self-published Married Man's Sex Life Primer in 2011, there were a couple of other, more standard books on improving your marriage and or sex life floating around. For a lark, I decided to compare one to Athol's book, side by side. I chose the fairly typical, unoriginal book How to Sleep with Your Wife, by Dr. Vicky Levkoff, published around the same time. Unlike Dr. Levkoff's fairly standard issue Just Be a Nice Guy, Be Yourself, and Do Whatever the Hell Your Wife Tells You to or No Nookie book, the Married Man's Sex Life Primer 2011 speaks directly to men in language men can understand. Whereas HTSWYW offers essentially an elaborate plan on how to kiss your wife's ass and why you should love it if she makes you crazy before she deigns to grant you her favors, Athol's approach is nearly the polar opposite. Far from condescending, it is one of the more empowering books on sexuality I've ever read. It begins with the premise that it is perfectly normal and natural for a man to want and pursue a profoundly sexual relationship with his wife, and proceeds with how to attain that golden goal through a comprehensive examination of the known science of sexual attraction, desire, and courtship. That might not seem like such a radical notion to you, but the fact is that feminism has often sought to shame men about their sexuality, inside of marriage and out, to the point where men themselves have questioned the normalcy or natural origin of his libido. Convincing dudes that it was okay to want to fuck their wives all the time and that didn't mean they were perverts or deviants, just dudes, was an important first step. Athol's coverage of testosterone and estrogen, vasopressin and of course the all-important dopamine and oxytocin, and their various effects on men and women as they go around pair bonding, falling in love, and otherwise trying to have sex with each other are essential to understanding. Knowing to initiate sex during her ovulation period, and maybe a little hair pulling in the heat of the moment, is just one of the many pieces of advice he goes to. Cranking up the beta during her period is another. But he doesn't stop there. Athol continuously refers to evolutionary biology and its role in the way our mating evolved, and makes quite a point of invoking prehistoric necessity, humorously called the time before writing, to explain particulars of human sexual behavior. He brings a nurse's familiarity with anatomy to the discussion about a wife's menstrual cycle and what it means to her husband. He expounds on the sex lives of our paleo ancestors, and why it's important to us, in a way that any dude can appreciate. Married Man's Sex Life Primer 2011 makes a strong case for monogamy and against any kind of mate sharing, but it's not a standard issue American quasi-monogamous marriage he's proposing here. Partially because he's a Kiwi from NZ. Instead he proposes that the best way to a man's happiness is to get laid like tile within the bounds of his marriage. And then he gives his reasoning against infidelity just as powerfully as he runs step by step through the stark decision-making process a man uses to consider a divorce. But it's not a mere demand for service he's proposing, either. PUAs have a device like that, known as dread, in which they seek to inspire dread that they will abandon the relationship in their women. Athol advocates using that or a divorce ultimatum only as a last resort, but he does suggest that a man in a red pill marriage do his best to ensure his wife knows that he's willing to walk away if necessary. Partially because that's the best response a man can make to a hysterical shit test, and partially because women, as the PUAs noted, seem to despise men who can't live without them, while the boys who could care less if they lived or died they'll do in the parking lot. No, instead of merely demanding sex, Athol's advice is much more insidious. He suggests keeping your wife attracted and aroused virtually all the time. The MAP. The centerpiece to the book is his male action plan, MAP. It's a comprehensive method for a man to reinvent himself in a way which will leave his wife little choice but to either fall in healthy lust with him again or admit to mental issues and seek professional help. Or it will at least force the issue in a bad marriage and allow a man to cut the bonds cleanly before pursuing a better match. Along the way, key traditional elements of masculine identity combine with an enlightened approach to modern sensibilities. In Athal's MMSL world, alpha and beta aren't opposite ends of the dial, they're two separate, distinct, and important controls a man employs to attract and keep a mate. Simply put, use alpha to attract her and hold her sexual interest, and beta to make her comfortable and assure her of your commitment. Alpha doesn't mean be a dick all the time. Beta doesn't mean be a pussy all the time. But you have to know how and when and in what proportions to be both nurturing, in that specific fatherly sort of way, and commanding, in that strong Captain Picard way, without being abusive. Included within the MAP are suggestions for improving both alpha and beta qualities, the use of physical fitness in your regime, the importance of setting boundaries within your relationship, holding your wife accountable, the use, not abuse, of domination strategies to encourage your wife, the potential consequences of ignoring major problems in the relationship, and the importance of a good, healthy, and attractive physical appearance in your relationship. The MAP is the first step toward developing married game. Athal presents some intriguing strategies for married game, as well as examples from his own life that illustrate how to apply game to your marriage. He and his wife Jennifer are very much in love each other, and apparently have an enviable amount of lusty sex while maintaining a two-career life with 2 adolescent daughters to raise. That's a perspective many men can relate to in contemporary America, and the fact that both Athal and his wife freely use humor as an essential part of their marriage to disarm potential negatives and accentuate positives gives us an outstanding example of how to do likewise in our own relationships. Dude is funny, no joke. There's a lot of specific terminology to master, much of it which has been discussed at length in this book and some which has barely been touched: sex rank, rationalization hamster, red pill/blue pill, sex strategy, body agenda, pre-selection, fitness test, beta orbiter, nice guy, oneitis, L-spot, women love that one, and of course the all-important term, game. Athal tries to be comprehensive, and he's looking to find good, common rules of advice while acknowledging all of the really bad advice couples have suffered through over the years. He revisits some pop culture answers to marital problems, addressing the importance of date night and what it entails from a male perspective. For instance, we spell that sex, ladies. Just a hint. Athal is devout about his insistence of positive affirmations, saying I love you and meaning it on a daily basis, for example, and other beta-oriented stuff. But he puts it in red pill context, which makes it less demeaning to the masculine spirit and more approachable as a practical matter. Such displays of affection aren't weakness, when sincerely given and properly warranted. It's when they are compelled or expected that we start to lose control. While Athal's focus is clearly on post-marital life, he devotes a good amount of space to proper wife selection, something far too few men even consider while they're searching for a decent date. He points out some telling red flags in a potential wife, things that we rarely think of as we're ogling the boobs across the room that could spell our doom. Athal empowers husbands to take control of themselves, their wives, and celebrate their sexuality and masculinity without shame or remorse. His map is far more about tearing yourself down to the bare metal as a man and rebuilding your masculinity and your control over it without fear of being judged. The map emphasizes the idea that dominance comes from strength, and therefore a man should be strong. Workouts are a priority. So is improvement in dress, hygiene, if necessary, and style. Making more money doesn't suck, either. All of these things contribute to a husband raising his objective attractiveness, his sex rank, slowly over time. Being assertive, taking responsibility, taking over control of decisions from what to cook for dinner to where they'll spend their retirement. Who can argue with becoming a better man? Athal also respects the power of porn. He is neither a crazy advocate of porn or staunchly anti-porn. he freely acknowledges the role that porn can play in a sexually healthy marriage, and for a sexually healthy man. But he also points out that constantly whacking off to porn is not real alpha behavior, and is ultimately not going to get you laid. Unlike others on marriage, Athol understands the dangers of porn in a relationship, but he addresses it with acceptance, without judgment, merely as a practical matter. Resistance to Athol's message is high in feminist quarters, mostly because they can't get past the male domination meme and understand what's actually happening. They're appalled at the notion that men should game their wives. That's manipulative and coercive, goes the theory. Men should only have sex with their wives when their wives want to have sex with them. From the Manosphere, the reaction was more muted but no less ardent. Men weren't supposed to do laundry and other household chores. That was part of the problem. Male dominance is great, but how can you be dominant when you're in a relationship with a woman who refuses to accept your dominance? This issue is also important because of the whole gender pay gap. For the first time in history, a demographic cohort of women is out-earning their male counterparts. Newspapers and magazines are running stories on the lack of men, and the lack of desirable men that can out-earn their women. Why is this important? Because the consensus of opinion, based on their patterns of marriage and divorce, indicate that despite their own successes and achievements, women still prefer their mate to be more successful, achieve more, and enjoy a slightly higher social status than she does. All of those are alpha-building traits, issues of male dominance that inspire a sexual response. When a woman comes home from a hard day at the office and discovers her husband has been working on his music all day, it's just really hard to get excited. But the Mancession, the Great Recession of 2008, decimated the male capacity to perform, even if the desire was there. Since it hit industries employing lots of men, men were the ones hardest hit economically, men and the families which depended upon them. Traditional muscle jobs in factories or in raw materials harvesting or other manly occupations dried up. And women who had been planning an early retirement with their husbands were now working overtime just to pay the mortgage. When the dude you married can't even make rent, attraction fails. Expect this trend to continue. In the future, most men aren't going to out-earn their female peers anymore. Fewer and fewer are even entering the professional fields to begin with, and fewer are seeing their education through to fruition. There just won't be nearly enough professional men to marry all the professional women who want high-performing husbands. Women, if they decide they want to marry, will have to deal with the idea that they are and probably always will be the breadwinners. There is no rich Prince Charming who's going to ride over the hill and whisk them away. More than likely they'll be responsible for rent, food, groceries, and retirement savings as the higher earners while their husband works on his comic strip or his disc golf game. And just how many women will put up with that indefinitely? While that shouldn't bother a secure, empowered feminist career woman, theoretically, in practice you get women complaining about their lazy husbands who don't have dinner ready or the house clean when they get home from a hard day at the office. In other words, exactly the kind of paternalistic, patriarchal crap that 1960s housewives got fed up with and revolted from. That was the impetus for women flooding the workforce, financial security and independence from men, and an end to domestic servitude. But feminists see money as power in a relationship. And it is, to an extent. A man who makes more than his wife has power in his marriage. But does a wife who makes more than her husband automatically have the power? While career women are having to deal with unemployed, depressed husbands who can't find the confidence to even get aroused, their frustration at the equal opportunity grows palpable. And a man in such a relationship feels emasculated by it. How can he assert himself in any way when he is dependent on his wife for everything in his life? That sort of thing doesn't build a confident husband. It builds a scheming gigolo. Athol's map and his frank recommendation for male domination in a marriage might seem to run counter to the trend toward feminization of men and the masculinization of women feminism has fostered. As I said, he took a lot of heat for the stance from women too invested in feminism to look objectively at the issue. Over and over again he had to defend himself against those who were offended that he might suggest women in general get off sexually from being dominated in bed by their husbands and lovers. Athol knew he was onto something because his readership was not, as you might think, made up of a bunch of hopeless, hapless omega men. It was about half women who were interested in the red pill lifestyle. Some were eager, some were skeptical, but all were interested in this radical theory that chicks dig dominant dudes, despite what feminism claims. Athol said that buff, strong, assertive dudes made panties wet. And then 50 Shades of Grey hit the charts and validated everything he said. 50 Shades of Grey. Everyone seems to be running around being shocked, I say, at the stunning popularity of the 50 Shades of Grey e-novel, involving a virginal young woman and a dark, dominant and kinky billionaire, of course, in a series of BDSM experiences that have panties dripping across the globe. It's the latest in mommy porn, and you can expect a lot more like them in the future, if my agent is to be believed. There will be a movie. The entire adult industry took a serious upsurge in 2012, thanks to 50 Shades. There is a nationwide shortage of glass Benoit balls at the moment. People are suffering. Mommies and middle-aged spinsters everywhere are getting a serious case of the hornies over this book. Good on them. But what disturbs the feminists is the fact that this highly popular, and abysmally trite, book is, indeed, highly revelatory about the female sexual psyche, and those insights lead to some dangerous, to them, and politically inconvenient truths. Among these: A. Women like porn. B. Women like porn, a lot. Romance novels, soap operas and celebrity rags are a massive industry for just this reason. C. Women like their spicy, explicit, porn served up with a side of BDSM, that is, dominance and submission. And throughout all of these books, it ain't the heroine who's cracking the whip. D. 50 Shades is an admitted ripoff of the equally awful and equally feminist lambasted Twilight books, and copies the romance of the original along to a depressing fault. The massive popularity reflects the above-mentioned truths so well that a lot of men are starting to rethink their entire approach to sex with their wives or girlfriends. Why did it twist the knickers of the feminist establishment and a plethora of bloggers to such an uncomfortable sense? I can sum it up in one word. Game. The appallingly formulaic nature of these stories is so brutally revealing about the truths behind what women want that feminists are referring to this book as glorifying violence towards women just by its male-dominant theme. The fact that it's porn is secondary. The objection here from the feminists is primarily that men aren't allowed to be dominant with women anymore. Despite the fact that it's clear from the sales and the hype and the millions of soaked panties that seems to be precisely what the women of America want. What women want, that is, what gets them sexually excited, which is the part we dudes really care the most about, is dominant, alpha-presenting men. Strong, silent, tall, dark, handsome, rich, debonair, passionate. It's the James Bond/dark triad thing under all of that gray. He's the ultimate romance hero, minus the sparkly vampiric abilities. That is, he's a bad boy with a heart of gold who is just misunderstood deep down inside, and who just needs enough magic vagina in his life to coax him into blissful matrimony. But it's the bad boy part that sells. Feminists don't want to admit that rich is sexy, because that would make them a classist. Handsome is sexy, but they don't want to downplay the importance of a good personality and being a nice guy, so they don't mention that part. But dominant is sexy. Power is sexy. Masculine strength is sexy. Men who don't cater to the whims of women are sexy. If you take the hero gray and make him an affable and sensitive billionaire who just cares so darn much about the heroine that he does everything she says, and everyone will see the eventual high-profile divorce evolving. The hero has to be a bad boy, because panties don't get wet over good boys or nice guys. That's why True Blood remains so popular. Add in the supernatural, and then you get a panty-drenching female entertainment combination you can take to the bank, over and over again. Feminists have a right to be concerned. Not because these books advocate violence against women, but because it very clearly lays out just what gets most women the hottest. And if a man knows what gets a woman hot, and let me assure you it ain't his keen housekeeping skills, then men are going to start, actually doing that stuff. The dominant stuff. Not catering to the whims of women and being overly deferent and not asking permission to use the bathroom and everything. What a disaster for feminism. Think about it, millions of women just discovered that they like dominant men and BDSM-style sex. They fantasize about being told what to do. They have a deep-seated sexual desire for submission in their soul, and if the right dude shows up and knows some game, they'll go nuts. Now think of millions of men suddenly cluing into the fact that their wives and girlfriends really want them to be more dominant, but no, if they ask them to be or tell them to be, it won't count. That's known in the Manosphere as Solomon's Dilemma. A woman cannot ask a man to lead her, or it doesn't count to her. He just has to do it. And she has to decide if he's worthy of following. Feminists often proclaim that men are afraid of strong women, and while I take issue with the shaming nature of that statement, the fact is that few men can cope indefinitely with a woman who is stronger than himself, and few women want to carry the load for the marriage on behalf of a weak husband. That's why 50 Shades and MMSL are a potent combination. If half of the blue pill beta husbands out there who busted their quasi-feminist wives reading 50 Shades just to see what the fuss is about suddenly strapped their testicles back on and stood up for themselves in their marriages, we'd see a sea change in how American sexual culture and the sexual marketplace works. Don't believe one former nurse and one sleazy, poorly written trilogy of smut? Then see what Dr. Nagoski, who specializes in the nature of feminine desire, has to say in her blog posting What Women Want on her feminist sex blog, The Dirty Normal. Women want to succumb. I searched hard for that verb. It means to yield to superior strength or force or overpowering appeal or desire. Other verbs I considered: submit, acquiesce, yield, relent, let go, surrender, capitulate, accede, relinquish or abandon control, be controlled, be dominated. None of those quite express what happens in this tricky little dynamic. First, you must appreciate her, then you must remove things for her to worry about, and then you must provide a force to which she can't help but succumb. I worry whenever I talk about this that people will get it horribly wrong and think that I mean women want to be controlled and dominated by whatever alpha male has the incapacity for empathy to do what he likes without reference to her feelings. That is emphatically not what I mean. Emphasis mine. Note how she doesn't want you to get this horribly wrong. Women want to be dominated, apparently, but only by nice sensitive guys who care about their feelings. In other words, she's asking for alpha from a guy who only speaks beta. Note also the bolded part. You must provide a force to which she cannot help but succumb. That is, a force she cannot resist and doesn't want to. Dr. Nagoski does little in telling a dude just what he has to do to manifest this force. It's not her fault, that's far outside of her wheelhouse, but this feminist sex educator is apparently in favor of, well, a male being dominant, and not providing an opportunity for resistance. In practical terms, that's like saying be lovable but not telling you how. But back to Dr. Nagoski. Here, essentially, is how it works. Women spend a lot of time having to be rational and responsible. Culturally, men are given a lot of permission to be irresponsible, to pursue sex even when it's inappropriate, and women are supposed to be the gatekeepers, women who fail to keep their gates, or who indeed pursue sex rather than wait to be pursued, are condemned as irredeemable sluts. Reputation is a big deal for a lot of women. So culturally there's a lot of pressure for a woman to resist. Biologically there are additional reasons. Apart from the metabolic mortgage that is pregnancy, a woman has twice the risk of infection from penile vaginal intercourse as a man. Also, with our different oxytocin receptor systems, women might be more prone to attaching emotionally to a sex partner. Sex is riskier for women physically, reproductively, socially, and psychologically. There are a lot of reasons for a woman to say no. Under conditions of great, ideally, absolute trust, women want all those reasons to shrink into insignificance in the face of your overwhelming, passionate, barely restrained need for her. So, women want a dude who can pay her scads of attention, appreciate her for whatever reason, remove things from her worry, that is, be rich enough to keep the wolves at bay and buy her pretty things and take care of whatever she needs you to, kind of like, well, a lot like some handsome billionaire might do. And she doesn't let up. What does a man have to do to demonstrate this? Your job is to flood her reason, to provide so much evidence that you want her, that all her ideas about resisting are washed away. She should feel drowned in desire, incapable of rational thought. I'm guessing that evidence Dr. Nagoski refers to isn't a neatly laid out PowerPoint about why a wife really should reasonably consider intercourse this evening, complete with charts and graphs. She's talking passion. She advises a man who wants to give a woman what she wants demonstrate his passion, not, presumably, simpering, meek, and well-spoken passion, but strong, manly, heavily sexualized passion in a non-sexualized manner, until the force of your actions is so personally overwhelming that the lady in question can safely discard all of the good sense and good decision-making Dr. Nagoski usually advises her female readers to cultivate. In other words, Dr. Nagoski is advocating that a man be the dominant, alpha type of dude who makes panties wet and women stutter. Of course, after 40 years of feminist browbeating, there's not much hope of that sort of thing happening spontaneously. Why? Yanking off her clothes impatiently, pulling her hair, pinning her to the wall or the bed, turning her over bodily, scraping your teeth on her lips, these are all valuable forms of physical control and force that you can play with. Doesn't sound like your average feminist sex advice, does it? The big problem with Dr. Nagoski's approach is that it assumes an awful lot. It presumes the kind of mental and emotional energy necessary to generate this forceful play and not have you coming off looking like a lame-ass beta chump to your woman can't be generated out of thin air, nor can it be convincingly faked. If the woman has the power in the relationship, then no amount of posing and pretending to throw her around or pull her hair is going to do the trick. You might act a good game, but if you're beta Monday through Friday, you can't convince your subconscious that you checked your sneakers at the door and put on man boots. And you damn sure can't convince hers. That's a problem with a lot of sex advice that focuses on female pleasure exclusively, is that it assumes a lot about men, and how they work. While male sexuality is simple, compared to female sexuality, that doesn't make it less sophisticated. Male sexuality is tied up with all sorts of things. A man in a marriage has a complicated relationship with his wife, assuming they are faithful. His sexuality is dependent, to a certain extent, on how his wife views him. If she treats him respectfully, he can build the kind of self-confidence that leads to desire. If she screams at him for every shortcoming, his chances of suddenly transforming into the man she wants are nil. Women who put on some trashy underwear and demand a spanking, like one UK woman did recently after reading 50 Shades of Grey, can't expect their husbands to turn into a lusty, self-confident he-man if they've treated him like a moronic child for years. The lady in the UK later filed for divorce, since her husband was incapable of fulfilling her sexual needs when she asked him to. Personally, I think the dude dodged a bullet. But back to the good Dr. Nagoski. Moreover, the judicious combination of force and gentleness is particularly effective. Pin her to the bed and then kiss her very softly. Grip her hair hard and then lightly breathe along the line of her neck. Because with every display of force and control you provide, she's asking herself, can I trust this person? Am I safe? The gentleness lets her answer, yes, I'm safe. I can let go. And then another bit of force, another bit of control lost, and she asks herself, can I trust this person? Am I safe? A little more gentleness, and she can answer, yes, I'm safe. I can let go. She wants to let go. She wants to succumb. Take her. Prove that she can trust you, prove that she can grant you access to all of her, absolutely, and that you'll reward that trust with complete, utter pleasure and affection and love. Only, the kind of man able to generate that kind of confident masculinity is a rarity now, and one who can do it in the face of harsh feminist disdain is rarer still. If you know one, hoard him like gold. Because most of the rest of men in this day and age aren't remotely capable of that kind of sincere action. Hell, I've seen grown men stutter nervously when they've proposed sex with their wives. This is the kicker though, ladies. The kind of confident masculinity necessary for Dr. Nagoski's good sex scenario is only possible when the culture of masculinity that allows it to manifest naturally is intact. Otherwise they're just faking it, and you can pretend all you want but your vagina will know. Dr. Nagoski is looking for lusty leading men, and feminism has turned out an endless array of buffoonish sidekicks and lovable losers. The men who can manage to generate passion like that, through the force of their own masculinity, are natural alphas. They're rare. And their standards for commitment are usually breathtakingly high. What Dr. Nagoski is essentially describing is a man running tight game on his wife. The only way you can get to the above scenario is if you have cultivated a consistent and constant level of attention and distraction with the woman in question. You don't get there by deferring to her and kissing her ass. You lead her there, without asking her, or she's not going to go. The only way to get there for 99% of the dudes in the world who aren't natural alphas is to learn game. If the betas, gammas, deltas in America learn game, then feminism as we know it is headed for a rocky road. If the few happily married women out there suddenly stop plotting affairs and exit strategies and start getting righteously boned by their reborn husbands, then they'll be a lot less likely to explode into rage over the stupid stuff feminism throws them, like designating Rushvi as a hate group because his kung fu actually works. So does Athol's. If you want proof of his theory, a compelling argument can be made based on the wildly popular success of the birth of mommy porn. It stands to reason that if enough women in a society can be captivated by a sudden cultural emergence, that it signifies something meaningful to them at a core level. When 50 Shades of Grey became an internet smash and then an instant bestseller in 2012, it didn't matter if not all women are like that. 50 Shades proved enough of them are, and showed us just what they like to think about when aroused. If you haven't read them, you probably don't understand what the draw is. It isn't the stunning prose. In fact, as a man who makes his living making the English language his bitch, reading even a paragraph of it is as painful as losing a toenail. It's not the bad Twilight fanfiction. It's not even the butt plugs and Benoit balls. It's the male dominance. 50 Shades has the women of America leaving slug trails through Walmart and taking 90-minute bubble baths, and what's curling their toes is simple male dominance. Apologists swear that it's the romantic and psychological elements that are responsible, but I've never seen anyone whack off to a relationship discussion dialogue. These ladies are jilling like mad, and they're jilling to the lusty scenes of Anastasia submitting utterly to the uber-dominant Christian. Dominant. Submission. Bestseller. If one crappy book is enough to scar 40 years of feminist theory about sex and gender roles and the proper use of neckties for millions of women, then how strong can gender feminism's intellectual arguments be? Not stronger than the collective power of female arousal, clearly. 50 Shades of Grey informed millions of women about how they get aroused. My sainted mother-in-law read it. 50 Shades did something else. It also gave women exceedingly false expectations about ever achieving that blissful state of being effortlessly mastered with the poor beta chumps they married. After getting hot and bothered by Christian Grey's masterful alpha personae, upon closer review, he's actually not that alpha, and his fondness for butt plugs, the dude with the pot belly you yelled at about the leaves again this morning, just doesn't have much to offer. Of course, the dude will probably get laid just because he got in the way of her libido, and he's certainly happy about that, but if a man is delighted in how sexual his wife is, for any reason, that's not in gender feminism's best interest. Exploring your sexuality is empowering as a woman, but submitting to a man is a violation of a fundamental feminist ideal. That's a dilemma for gender feminists, because on the one hand they want to encourage sexual exploration in women, just not for the perceived benefit of men. So the feminist consensus says that while that's okay for women to read about that sort of thing, it's just for women to read about. Because if this information fell into the wrong hands, then the beta boys might learn game. And then the feminists lose their sexual power over them. Because, gentlemen, according to gender feminism, we are the wrong hands. You can dissect any of these books and the same meme comes across, no matter what the hero's specifics. He's an alpha, or super alpha, depending on the ego of the writer, dominant, and he stands up to the heroine's bullshit. He teases her, he's even cruel. He nags her. He refuses her. He insults her. He frequently calls her names. He adores her, secretly, but shows it through a conflict-laden dialogue that often sounds more like a challenge than a seduction. But that just hides his passion for her, and only her, until he realizes it, proclaims it publicly, and takes her to her happily ever after, marriage. No, really. That thing that feminists hate. They don't make romance novels with married women as main characters, because in the female sexual psyche, that's when romance stops. Try to find a single married heroine in the romance section of your bookstore. One who ends up with her original husband at the end of the book. You won't find it. It's not commercially viable. That should make you think. If the wedding is the ultimate unexpected conclusion of the idealized romantic standard for women in these books, then what does that mean for us men in the aftermath? Well, as most of you know, it's not pretty. Women know instinctively how to get married. They apparently don't have a clue how to be married, usually, because the books they read never told them about that part. They have no married romance standard. They have no ideal of what a good marriage should be, although they sure know a good divorce when they see one. American women in general, and feminists in particular, really have little idea about how to be married, happily ever after or not. They have Redbook, and More magazine, for gals over 40, instead, and the divorce section of the HuffPo to help encourage them to flee the desolate institution for an imaginary wonderland of interesting billionaires with big dicks and a fetish for middle-aged divorcees. While men are watching it porn on video, women have endless fantasies of masculine control and domination and eventual matrimony that they express through romance novels and soap operas. A Billion Wicked Thoughts looks at the genre in depth. Romance novels, the popular ones, all have high alpha leads with dominant, generous personalities. Men with controlling natures have a particular allure. Domination runs extremely high on the list of common female fantasies. And the plot lines feature plenty of rape and near rape, far more than porn can ever claim. Let me assure you, if a movie came across my desk with a positive outcome rape scene, it wouldn't get sold. But hundreds of romance novels sell every hour on Kindle and Nook, replete with control and male domination. You want rape culture? Check out the romance section, ladies. Video porn is wholesome by comparison. Even for happily married women, these stories are designed to take them back to when they were single, horny, and looking for Mr. Alpha Dick again, not to the middle-aged married pot-bellied clueless beta husbands they're struggling to deal with now. That's telling about the sexual psyche of America's collective womanhood, because right now these awful books are selling like Jenna Jameson's used underwear. Don't believe me? Go look at the Amazon Kindle stats in the romance genre. Some women are buying and reading up to 6 books a week, now that no one can see the covers of what they're reading. I'm curious how many of them self-identify as feminist. Essentially, these books are screaming out that women want to be gamed, before marriage and after, and no self-respecting gender feminist would ever admit to that. That would imply that women had no control of their own sexuality, their desires, their sexual destinies. And ceding control of their sexuality to a mere man is an unthinkable betrayal of all of their feminist forebears. So feminist bloggers have up to now either dismissed these books as harmless fantasy by whistling past the graveyard of the truth, or they form a harshly expressed condemnation of the poorly written books because of their abusive nature, while likely hoping that they don't alienate their own fans, who are buying these books like hotcakes, by calling them out. Why are they so pissed off? Because these exercises in literary mediocrity and sexual excess are telling the truth about women's sexuality, and that has to remain a feminist state secret, if women want to maintain power and control in America's bedrooms. That secret is that women's sexual attraction is responsive, and that it responds the best and the most with those dominant cues associated with storybook heroes: tall, rugged, muscular, broad shoulders, commanding demeanor, decisive personality, keen wit, power, money, celebrity. You know the drill. They want Mr. Right. Prince Charming. A tiger in the bedroom and a pussy in the rest of the house. Independently wealthy, power, and inexplicably devoted to their magical vaginas. They want the primal alpha experience, the super alpha cock, but the whole purpose of the romance in feminist terms is the taming of the primal alpha into a female-controlled situation, i.e. happily ever after, i.e. marriage. You can see why they are appalled, and are trying to discourage the popularity of these books. Here's a list of anti-feminist messages and dangerous myths in 50 Shades from a feminist website, Her Circle Zine by Marina Del Vecchio. It's not exhaustive, but it gives you a good place to start. The virgin versus the deviant. Steele has to be a virgin in this book, because another experienced woman, like her roommate, Catherine, would never give in to BDSM willingly. And as she's a blank slate, he can't teach her a kind of sex that she had never been aware of, a kind of sex that is deviant and submissive and offensive. But because she doesn't know any better, hasn't had any other kind of sex, virtue and intrigue can be discovered in the sex that he offers her. If deviant sex is all a woman knows, all a man knows, since Christian Grey had only been exposed to this kind of sex himself at the age of 15, then that is the only kind of sex that will appeal to her until she can discover the other. Apparently Steele just isn't slutty enough to be that slutty at the end of the book unless she was an ignorant virgin raised in a cave by the Amish at the beginning. Because women get very little exposure to sexuality in our culture, apparently. And experienced women apparently don't like BDSM or dominance and submission. That's going to come as a big surprise to a lot of folks out there. According to Ms. Del Vecchio, BDSM is deviant sex. Lesbian sex isn't deviant these days, cheating isn't deviant, divorce isn't deviant to feminists, but put a man in charge and all of a sudden you're a deviant. Show the remotest sign of backbone, and feminist doctrine calls for a nasty reaction. Try to actually be dominant in your relationship. You're one step away from being a rapist. If you're a woman, Ms. Del Vecchio wants you to go out and screw someone hunky pool boy, interesting coworker, a soldier on leave just so that you can have a frame of reference before your magical vagina is ever after contracted out to a handsome billionaire. Or more likely the schleppy beta husband you settled for when your Prince Charming didn't appear. 2. A woman's love can change men. E.L. James also asks us to believe that we, as women, because we are innocent, soft, and inherently maternal and loving, have the power to alter a man's history, to change him. If we show in real love, that he is worthy of love, he will become virtuous. Christian Grey is not a villain, but he has a dark side that only therapy will change, not a woman. He objectifies her. Don't get me wrong, one educated woman said to me about this book, but he changes, because of Anastasia and the love she has for him. No one has the power to change anyone, but this trilogy offers us the stereotype that women are virtuous and self-sacrificing by nature, willing to give up their needs and wants in order to appease their men. A woman does change a man. Not necessarily her love, mind you, but no man can come out of a relationship with a woman unchanged. Of course, what women, particularly feminists, mistake for love is the idea that they are actually entitled to change a man in the first place, not just change a man, but change all men into something more like, well, women. Note how Ms. Del Vecchio approaches the frame. There is something wrong with the hero of the story because he doesn't do things the way she thinks he should. He is damaged and flawed, and while the Manosphere understands why the heroine is attracted to the uber alpha stud, Christian Grey, she's blaming the heroine's deeds and decisions all on love. Del Vecchio's essentially taking issue with the great rationalization hamster, the cultural hamster that American women frequently listen to instead of feminist theoreticians when they want to get righteously laid without guilt or self-loathing or concern for the patriarchy. True love is for vapid idiots, seems to be the feminist rhetoric. Unless they, themselves, are in love, in which case all bets are off. The gender feminists who does find a man who will consent to marry her is rare, and even rarer is such a relationship that doesn't implode under its own weight. Even if it survives those critical first years, rarely does love persist to the extent necessary to sustain the marriage, and life under such a regime is often unbearable for both parties. A life as a corporate spinster, on the other hand, is rich, fulfilling and full. In theory. American women are not listening to feminism when it comes to relationships anymore, however. That's because the equality-driven ideology of feminism is attacking the holy concept of true love, and woman's allegiance to true love trumps feminism's relatively tenuous grasp on their hearts in a big way. True love is the one thing that gives single women hope of personal happiness, instead of a future of corporate drudgery, loneliness, and pathetic one-night stands. True love leads to a solid relationship, a devoted husband, and children in most women's minds. Feminists want to tackle that idea and replace it with men are pigs, or at least submoronic idiots who need to be patronized. Add to that the idea of the feminist meme that the love of a good woman can't change a man, and you have an ideology at odds with the rank-and-file womanhood. The red pill fact is that we do have the power to change other people. In fact, we cannot help but change other people as we influence and interact with them. But beyond that, I have to agree with Del Vecchio that women are not virtuous and self-sacrificing by nature. That's a rationalization. In this age of entitled feminism, the woman who is willing to give up anything for a man is a rare and precious thing. Whereas the expectation that a man has to give up anything his woman asks him to is foremost in her mind. To Del Vecchio and her feminist sisters, it is only proper that Gray give up his self-crafted identity for the questionable benefit of Steele's magic vagina, and not the other way around. He's a man. He's not entitled to control his sexual destiny without the firm, guiding hand of a woman keeping his baser nature in check. But this one is most telling. 3. The female submissive. Both Twilight's Bella and 50 Shades of Grey's Anastasia are virgins. Both of them find themselves overcome by the experienced and brooding heroes with dark histories. This idea that the good girl is intoxicated by the bad boy is a motif in movies and literature, but why is it so intoxicating? Why cannot our heroines be strong, experienced, and not so easily overcome by bad boys and by the darkness they embody? Feminist theory teaches that women's bodies and place in society have been defined by men, since we all live in patriarchal societies ruled by them. Even though 2 women have written these books, they are reinforcing the erotic representation of women as men would portray them. Men love the sweetness and innocence of women, but they also want to see that innocence turn to a dark and erotic form. Both Bella and Anastasia do turn. In Twilight, we see Bella's sexual desire for her vampire hero, Edward. She tries to have sex with him for a few books, but he denies her because he may hurt her in his passion. With Anastasia, we see another virgin chained to a rack, being introduced to an anal plug and one orgasm after another. But she loves it. They're both innocent submissives with sweet and quiet strength, and they are both turned, by the men they love, into dark mistresses intoxicated by sex. Now we're getting somewhere. Ms. Del Vecchio recognizes the allure of the super alpha for women, but thinks it's a minor cultural thing, not a deeply embedded biological draw. The fact is, even hardcore feminists can fall for the bad boy, no matter how strong and experienced and informed they are. And while Ms. Del Vecchio expresses confusion at why this happens, I think anyone with any familiarity with game will recognize why. And that's what is scaring feminists about this book. This demonstrates the difference between what women want, that is, what they want from men in terms of social and interpersonal relationships, and what women want, the things that arouse them sexually and drive their desire. The blue pill is essentially mistaking the former for the latter. The red pill is essentially saying the former is predicated on the success of the latter. Feminists want to deny the power of game, the use of dominance cues to arouse sexual attraction for use in seduction, because they want to deny that sexuality has anything to do with how things are supposed to work in our society. Their struggle against sexism frequently gets turned into a struggle against sex, specifically male sexuality. Feminism won sexuality in the divorce, seems to be the attitude, and only feminists get to say what is and what isn't real or good sex. There is never an acceptable time under feminism for men to take control, especially of sex. Game has to be bad, therefore, because it removes the control and the initiative from the woman. Possessing a poorly understood sexual desire that responds to the very behavior feminism sees as a threat is a serious Achilles heel to the movement. Women are free to make their own decisions about their sexuality, they say, and game is an unfair and worthless attempt at re-establishing male control of women. Feminist objection to the book is basic and pretty revealing. If the man controls the sexual relationship, then he is going to want to control the rest, isn't he? They're right. because as I mentioned earlier, you can't be just dominant in the bedroom. You either carry it with you all day or you leave it at home, but you can't be beta all day and then flip a switch and suddenly be the alpha she wants once the bedroom door is closed. You have to present alpha in everything you do throughout the day, or it won't hold up. If you're dominant, then that means your wife must, by default, be submissive, and submission to a man denies female empowerment. At the very least, under feminism, the two partners in a relationship are nominally co-equal, with the female holding de facto power over her male partner by virtue of her magic vagina and threats of divorce. Only you can't have a co-equal dominance in a relationship. That's a poor rationalization at best. One of you must lead, and one must follow, or you don't get anywhere. And 50 Shades reveals just which one most women want to be. Not only are they not railing against the idea of male dominance, American women are all but demanding more backbone and more muscle in their men even as they complain about how unjust life still is for women. It's Solomon's dilemma. She cannot respond to your mighty alpha mojo if she gets a vote about where and when you deploy it. Either you are in control, or you aren't. And if you are, then they aren't, and that doesn't work for them or their ideology, no matter how damp their panties get. So feminists have a choice. They can either admit that they like dominant men, or at least most women like dominant, masculine men, and deal with us honestly about sex, society, equality, and everything, highly unlikely, or they can get pissed off with their non-feminist sisters and blame them for the fact that women think with their crotch a lot more than they want to believe. I wonder which way they will go. Feminism is at an impasse with femininity. It's kinda cute. That's where 50 Shades and the feminist outcry that followed stems from. Women clearly seek sexual fantasies where they are the submissives in the relationship. They overwhelmingly identify with characters who are dominated by their men. No matter how strong, smart, and resourceful the heroine is, it's inevitably her beauty and sexuality that get her out of trouble and into a wedding dress. She tames her bad boy, be he pirate, vampire, or billionaire playboy. Weak-willed feminists and non-feminist women say it's just harmless fantasy, and to them, it is. It's a way they can stretch their sexual imaginations, they argue. Sex isn't all about orgasm and sweatiness, they explain, there's romance, and that's what women want. Which seems to be another way for American women to say yes, I want to be dominated, but I don't want you to dominate me. Sex just isn't that compelling for most women. They don't have the kinds of spontaneous desire men do. They often can exercise their need for entertainment and titillation, maybe jill off but probably not, and count it as a sensual experience, the end. What it reveals about them isn't important because it's private, which means they don't have to talk about it and reveal the weakness of their desires, to the men who are supposed to be in charge of pleasuring them sexually. For dudes, sex is a different thing altogether. It's one of our prime motivating factors. When you boil down competition, money, success, acclaim, respect, it's all part of our innate masculine mating strategy to get laid as often as possible. We will do whatever it takes to get the poon. It's easily the most reliable thing about men. For men, sex is one of the top 3 things on our minds at any given moment. Women score the success of a relationship based on how secure she is before sex even enters into it. Men score the success of a relationship based on how much and what kind of sex they get. Period. A woman often will use this knowledge to their advantage, using sex to influence men or get something is as old as magic vaginas. See how Enkidu got tricked, trapped, and tamed in the Epic of Gilgamesh, over 5,000 years old. Even die-hard feminists don't hesitate to use this power in their personal relationships. They see it as a legitimate tactic in their struggle against the patriarchy, and a perfectly reasonable one against their poor, misguided, hapless husbands. How much would you like to wager that the majority of feminist marriages that end up in counseling are there because of sexual starvation of the poor beta-gamma-delta husband? Keeping the initiative, the hand, in a sexual relationship gives a feminist power over that man. And game fundamentally changes that around. When a man finally understands the things that trigger a subconscious sexual response in a woman, constantly teasing her throughout the day, distracting her with innuendo and flirtation, eluding her attempts to shit-test you, and generally be the cocky asshole that makes her pussy wet. Then he gains power not just over his own libido, because he can better judge his chances, but over his relationship. Once you learn game and have hand over her, the sexual initiative is yours. If she tries to use sex to influence you, she knows she's going to have to commit to an awful lot in order to get the edge back. That might be problematic. Women don't think about sex spontaneously nearly as often as men. They think about it responsively. If you are constantly throwing her sexual cues, she has little choice but to respond. If American wives start to be sexually, and otherwise, satisfied with their lives and deeply attracted to their husbands, they might stop trying to hate men. Feminism's success is predicated on American women being uniformly dissatisfied with their sex lives. No husband is going to be as good as a handsome stranger or brand new vibrator. But the red pill counters that no sated wife is going to be tempting the divorce gods with a girl's night out gone awry. If beta husbands and gamma LT boyfriends start leading and acting all alpha, in the bedroom and out, then feminism might lose some of its most passionate adherents, divorced women. Athal's take on married game, and the commentaries by other bloggers who have adopted it, have been profound. They've started no less than a movement among married men and single men looking to get married, a movement that raises the standards on women in some uncomfortable ways. In creating Married Game, Athal's book brought all of the manosphere under one roof, so to speak. It demonstrated how to deal with a post-industrial heterosexual relationship from a male perspective in a way that wasn't inherently punishing to either men or women. It took into account the different divisions of labor, the difference in incomes, the difference in sex drive, and it found reasonable counters to them. In the process, Athal revalorized the idea of the husband. The husband, as captain of the metaphorical ship that is his family. And the wife as first officer. The submissive one. The fact that the radical feminists haven't firebombed Athal's house by now is a testament to A, his eloquence and disarming writing style, and B, the inability of iOS 6 maps to reliably find any given location. Switch to droids, ladies, you'll thank me later. Not only was his book a hit on Kindle, but it sparked a wave of red pill blogs across the manosphere, as men picked up the book, swallowed the red pill, and began to exert a more dominant force in their own marriages. These are the old married guys trying to teach each other as we go, and it's going pretty well. Let's start with me. The Red Pill Room. I started my old married guy manosphere blog The Red Pill Room literally moments after I finished Athal's book. I was already intrigued by the manosphere, and was considering writing a book, when MMSL galvanized me in a way I thought I was too jaded to feel at this stage in my life. Not because I hate women or am inherently misogynistic or even probably a sexual deviant, it's because I realized that, as good as my relationship and marriage to Mrs. Ironwood was over the last 20 years, there were still a lot of ways we might see an improvement. I decided to attempt an experiment, one which will be detailed in a forthcoming book, and institute the red pill into my marriage without explaining too much to my wife, just to see what would happen. The blog is the sum of my observations about my own experience and my insight on the manosphere on the subject. Popular topics include discussions of female solipsism, the female social matrix, understanding male and female group dynamics, the alchemy of desire, the whims of fate affecting a wolf alpha, and my increasing disappointment with collective womanhood. If you hate me because of what you've read here, you should really go to my blog. You can really find a good reason to hate me over there. Among my contributions is an 8-part description of the perfect red pill date and actual date I took my wife on last spring, broken down into its constituent components for easy study. There's also the Masculexicon, terms of art for the manosphere, and tons of vintage 1940-1960 SS commercial pulp art, including an obsession with the Vargas-style pinup. There's also links to my other blog, The Sex Nerd. Come on by. I like to chat. But a few months after my blog started rolling, a curious thing happened. A lot of other blogs about the same subject, more or less, sprung up. They were folks who were likewise taking the red pill, running Athal's map, or otherwise attempting to fix or sustain their marriages. I call them the Red Pill Rangers, for their brave discussion of the sometimes ugly parts of married life. But as far as I can tell, there have been few allergic reactions to the red pill. Apparently just some increased work performance, calmer moods, and increased sexual activity, not bad side effects for any medication. The Red Pill Rangers. Average Married Dad. Average Married Dad's blog began as a specific red pill marriage blog and segued into a broader discussion of being a husband and father in the 21st century. Average Married Dad has an everyman feel about his blog. He really is an average married dad. Feminists searching for blinding misogyny will be disappointed. He's just a dude who wants to sleep with his wife more. AMD found the red pill in the first big wave, around the time Athol first published his book. This is actually Average Married Dad's second blog attempt, the first one he did anonymously, without his wife's knowledge. But after taking the red pill, Average Married Dad stepped up his game in the MAP-approved manner, and he started getting results. Enough so that it got his wife's attention, and after he hemmed and hawed he told her what he was doing. Believe it or not, she did not demand a divorce on the spot. She told him she approved. Apparently this new captainy stuff he was doing was really tripping her trigger, and with her encouragement he relaunched his blog to cover not just his marriage, but issues of fatherhood and family life. Average Married Dad is a prime example of how the red pill and the manosphere can have a positive effect on a man's life. Before the red pill, Average Married Dad had a fairly generic co-equal partnership marriage, where both he and his wife were vaguely unsatisfied in that way that often leads to an affair. The red pill gave him a nomenclature to use to manage his marriage more effectively, which in turn increased his marital sex life to a place where both he and his wife are happier. Average Married Dad is important because of his complete averageness. He's the typical white guy with a typical white guy job, trying to live his life. Before the red pill, that was a struggle. Now it's a very rewarding struggle. Moving toward a paleo diet, increased workouts, and gaming his wife on a daily basis has reinvigorated his relationship and energized his feelings of fatherhood and his desire to be an active, positive paternal role model. Average Married Dad takes his responsibilities as parent and husband very seriously. Like most married men, his family is the center of his universe. His blog's best stuff is just the kind of thing most married men his age are looking for. Fight Club, How Does Brad Pitt Look So Good, 12 Types of Sex for Married Couples, and What's the Point of a Sexy Wife If You Don't Get to Hump Her? Are popular posts. Seeing how this utterly average married father uses the tools he found in the manosphere as empowering factors in his life gives hope to the millions of dudes just like him who are in despair about their marriages. Here's how he defines the red pill. The red pill is seeing how the world really is in the way of interpersonal male and female relationships. The red pill unlocks the keys to these interactions and shows men how to take off the emasculating shell we're forced to wear and how to cultivate masculine values and behavior. As a result, he sees the world for the first time as it is, and can actually become the man he is destined to be. This guy hasn't been taken to the cleaners by a bitchy ex, ladies. He's not bitter because of a personal tragedy. He's not the kind of sad, perverted loner the Manospherians are often made out to be. He's utterly average. But when even an utterly average married dad can see that men today live in an emasculating shell we're forced to wear and recognizes the disrespect given to masculine values and behavior, feminism should take note. This is the dude you needed to convince the most, and you've lost him. He's becoming the man he is destined to be. Adventures in red pill wifery. There are women in the manosphere. Some, like Susan at Hooking Up Smart, are seeking ways to advise young women on how to pursue a productive mating strategy. Red Pill Wifey seeks to implement the elements of the red pill into her marriage voluntarily. I know to a lot of feminists that sounds like blasphemy. But Red Pill Wifey, like many women today, is as upset with the way men and masculinity are treated as men are. She sees her femininity as a dominant force in her life, but acknowledges that an important part of that femininity is the willingness to submit to her husband's leadership. Red Pill Wifey actively promotes the art of wifery, that is, the art of being a wife. She has firmly adopted Athol K's captain/first officer approach, finding empowerment in her willingness to support her husband's policies and leadership. In response to one reader who was reluctant to take a look at MMSL due to it being too alpha, RPW says this. The message to Alpha Up is in direct contradiction to what society tells us is proper and politically correct. The natural dominant inclination of the male sex and the natural female submissive response to displays of male dominance are often shamed and boiled down to the word misogyny. It's in direct contradiction with what most women say they want. It's in direct conflict with a million books, movies, television shows, and magazines. But it's so true. A husband's dominance naturally brings out a wife's submission, adoration, and attraction. RPW focuses on her relationship with her husband, the captain, in a fun and affectionate way. But she acknowledges that it is work, and she details some of her discussions in her blog in a way that might give insight into how a red pill marriage should work. Had a great, long conversation with the captain about several things on Saturday evening, driving the kids back from a friend's house. Discussed some things I'd been reading in the Manosphere, reminisced about life before marriage. I didn't realize that I never really talked to him about my time in the military, other than how much I hated going back to it after a weekend with him. I'm remedying that. We talked about previous partner numbers, and how it seems that women don't care quite as much as men do. That's the case in our relationship. I don't even remember my own number, nor his, but he knows, and both numbers bother him. I assume that he regretted that his number was smaller. To the contrary, he regrets that it was so large. I warned him that I may make a post about my previous relationships at some point, and he seemed wearily okay with it. No specifics, but some generalities. He gets slightly miffed anytime I mention an ex-boyfriend, so I need to tread lightly. He had some interesting thoughts on it all, and I told him that if he felt the need to write it down, I'd be happy to let him take over the blog for a post or two. We learn a lot from each other via this and forums, so it's a good communication tool. Yes, that's the horribly oppressed little red pill wifey, having a deep and intimate conversation with her husband about their complex relationship, within the context of all of their relationships. Just one step away from clubbing her over the head and dragging her back to his cave. Of course, there just might be some cave dragging, too. As RPW reports from time to time, she and the captain like to take full advantage of their newfound marital attraction to each other, and it ain't all wine and roses. We got back home and chatted with the grandparents a bit before they left. Kids all tucked snugly in their beds. Once they left, he grabbed me and said I want to see that lipstick on my dick, swatted me on the ass, and sent me to take a shower. I put in a black nightie and some pink lacy panties. Side note, I originally went for the red panties to match the lipstick, but realized those are too big for me now. Score. Nothing like that to make a girl feel sexy. He let me wait a few minutes, then came in and we got down to business. Without going into graphic play-by-play, there was a blindfold, a belt, and lots of spanking. And hairbrushes sting like a motherfucker. I'm not even sure how long I was pushed face down on the bed, but by the time he flipped me over, I felt like I was in a place I'd never been before. He made me beg for my orgasm, and when I finally did. Well, it was rather messy, if you know what I'm saying. First time for that. It was so intense, I started crying and nearly hyperventilated. First time for that too. He held me close, stroked my hair, and calmed me down because I think he thought he hurt me, but I told him I was fine, and he finished soon after. I woke up this morning feeling completely destroyed, in a wonderful way. I'm kind of drifting off trying to recall the feeling as I'm writing, because it was so amazing. Yep. That's the lot and life of a poor red pill wife. Sex with her husband. Frequent sex, too, she charts it to keep track. Sex so good it makes her cry. In the context of a warm, loving, highly fulfilling marriage. Why won't some brave feminist go liberate this poor woman from her suffering? F1. F1 is a particularly interesting blogger to me, because I actually know him personally. He was already investigating the Manosphere and discovered my blog, and it was only by accident that he figured out who I was. My secret is safe, however, he's a stand-up guy. Aleph and his wife are both in their second marriage, so they're both casualties of marriage 2.0. In addition, Alep's wife lost a ton of weight and looks fabulous now, and that started getting her attention. From Alef, and from others. They're in their 40s, so they aren't kids anymore. Alef knows how the world works, and when he saw his wife starting to show signs of discontent, he knew he had to do something. What he ended up doing was taking the red pill, and things turned around dramatically. Alef understands the red pill as a tool for male empowerment, and has used it effectively to keep his relationship safe. More, his blog chronicles his use of Athal's map to keep himself fit, alpha, and in charge of his relationship. Mrs. Alef was impressed, without knowing why. When he told her, she ended up reading my blog and his, as well as many of the other Manosphere blogs. She's a career professional, and has worked in a female-dominated career for years. She should be the first one in line during free ice cream for Feminists Day at Ben & Jerry's, but she'll probably be working out, instead. Mrs. Alef is enjoying her husband's newfound backbone. And now that she understands why and how he's doing it, far from seeing it as oppressive or demeaning, she sees it as a manifestation of Alef's love for her. And since she reads my blog and knows Mrs. Ironwood, she keeps an eye out for anything Mrs. I would disapprove of. Nothing, so far. Red pill husbands aren't dictatorial assholes. They're captains, firmly in control of their ship. They treat their wives not as slaves, but as valued first officers. Watching the evolution of the Alef's relationship from blue pill insecurity to red pill passion has been highly enlightening and entertaining. It's watching two people in love, but the mature kind of love, where they understand just how deeply the other can hurt them from personal experience. The Alefs are both adults in their relationship. They both understand what they have to lose, and what little they have to gain, by sabotaging their own marriage. They know all too well just how easy it is to end everything, and how hard it can be to keep things moving forward. The allure of someone new is always there, but by understanding how and why that allure exists, the Alefs have a much better handle on how to respond to each other to stay infatuated. As I said, it's been entertaining to watch. And as their red pill relationship has progressed, I felt a reward was in order. One advantage of knowing someone in the Manosphere who lives in your hometown when you work at the giant lube factory is that you can reward their progress with something a little fun from the giant toy closet. And I get crazy discounts on sex toys. I'm just not sure if the Alefs are going to need them anytime soon. Marriage in the bedroom. Ponyboy is a Canadian Manosphere blogger who started the MITB blog after being inspired by what he saw. He explains why. I'm a happily married father of two. I started reading blogs online as an outlet and a resource to see what other married guys like me were going through. The wife and I were having a tough time in the sack back then, and I stumbled upon some blogs that really helped. As I read more, I discovered I enjoyed reading about others and having conversations about various marital and relationship issues. I am an anonymous writer and intend to stay that way. I don't feel I would have the freedom to